We're an hour away from the exclusive reveal over on ESPN. It's going to be feeling very weird because number one, Georgia at the start of the day yesterday, and they could be on the outside. Let's revisit their three trips to the college football playoff, which all ended with a national title game appearance. 2018, the Dogs staging a huge comeback in Pasadena, beating Oklahoma. Devontae Smith hauling the game winner, and Bama wins it all in a stunner in the national championship. Then Georgia didn't return to the playoff for another 4 seasons. It was well worth the wait. The Dogs pounding Michigan in the semifinal and then meeting up with their old friend Alabama. Another all-SEC title bout. Keely Ringo picking off Bryce Young in the closing minutes for their first national title in over 4 decades. And they go right back a year ago. Similar results. They took on Ohio State, the semifinal thriller in Atlanta New Year's Eve. And Georgia took the lead inside the final minute. Ohio State missing the kick at the end in the closing seconds. The Dogs win by 1. And then there was no suspense in their dominating win in L.A. over TCU, 65-7 to win a second straight national title for Kirby Smart and company. Coming into yesterday's game, they had won an SEC record 29 straight games, and they had the #1 ranking. A different story this morning. Laura Rutledge joining us now live from Athens here. And Laura, this is different here. Different for the first time in 30 games. They suffer a loss. What's the players' mindset this morning?
Yeah, Carson Beck, Kevin, was saying that after this loss last night, he was really disappointed thinking about the fact that they have now left their destiny up to other people. They wanted to just control it, to handle business. Obviously, they wanted the win, but beyond just the SEC championship, they knew if they handled what they had ahead of them against Alabama, things would be taken care of, right? And they would be squarely in the college football playoff at that #1 spot, most likely. And so he said they feel like they've been dominant throughout this season, telling us that they have shown day in and day out in the SEC who they are, the complete team that they are. And then to fall short in that big moment was absolutely not part of the plan. Kevin, this number shocked me, and I think it just speaks to the Alabama and Georgia back and forth that's affected both teams when it comes to the college football playoff and even the national championship. Over the last 3 seasons, Georgia is 40-0 against all other opponents, but 1-2 against Alabama. It's insane to think about how Nick Saban and Kirby Smart have really been the deciding factor in whether or not those teams would advance. And unfortunately for Kirby and these Bulldogs, they've fallen victim to Nick Saban and Alabama. They are hoping that this committee can look at what Georgia's done as a whole body of work this season and say, yes, that is still a team that's deserving of being in the top 4, because they have no doubts that they are one of the 4 best teams in the country.
4 best teams. We will see how this plays out, Laura. Fantastic stuff here. Thank you for joining us live from Athens. There are a handful of things to dissect here, especially the record with Kirby Smart versus Nick Saban over the last couple seasons. I got a Ryan Day flashback with Jim Harbaugh, right? But the difference is Kirby has won national championships that we've seen of the last 2 here. While Laura was talking about the players' reaction out of their hands, you were shaking your head. Why?
Well, shaking my head because of what she said that Kirby Smart said about, I wish they would see our entire schedule, our entire season. We've been dominant all season. They haven't. Georgia has not been dominant all season long. Go back to that South Carolina game early in the season. They were down 14-3. They didn't look great. They had a second-half comeback. Go back to that Auburn game. It took a fourth-quarter touchdown. Brock Bowers reappeared and had 2 amazing one-handed catches across the field to win that game. An Auburn team that did lose by a lot to New Mexico State. They were not dominant early in the season by any stretch of the imagination. Now, you could talk about injuries, right? Ladd McConkey was hurt the first 4 games. So there were reasons for their lack of dominance, but they weren't dominant. And then there was a stretch where they were, right?
Yes.
Rankings come out, and then all of a sudden, boom, back-to-back ranked wins.
Through the SEC, yes.
Correct.
Very good.
But also Auburn's in the SEC, and they didn't look great, and so was South Carolina. They didn't look great in South Carolina, right? So those 2 teams, they didn't look great. So they weren't, this whole, myth and theory of they've been dominant all season long, they haven't. So I would love for us to just dispel that theory. Now, there are reasons for it. Now, fast forward to that period, the early, then the middle period. Now, this most recent period is they didn't look great against Alabama.
Yeah.
Alabama did look awesome, but whether because of injury, whether it's McConkey or Brown, they didn't look great. And so my whole point, and why I was shaking my head, is I'm listening to some of the narratives that are being said, and they're simply, what lawyers say, they're just simply not true. It's simply not true.
Because if you go by the eye test, it wasn't passing your eye test.
It wasn't early on. Now, there was a period when they did, right?
Yes.
No doubt about it. There was a period when they did, and that just earned them their ranking to be 1 or 2, wherever you might have them.
Yep.
But it wasn't this whole season of dominance. That's just not true.
Yeah, I would say for Georgia, I think we've been spoiled by the past 2 years and seeing how dominant they have been. But the bottom line is we showed the whole highlight of what they've done the past few years. The college football playoff is not a career award, right? It's not a career selection. It's what you did this year. So although Georgia might not have been as dominant this year as they were the previous, what I would say is they were winning games.
Sure.
And if we're going to quote-unquote reward or value the winning of football games like I have and Coach does and Sam for Florida State, then you have to have the same thing for Georgia. If Georgia wins the SEC championship, this is not a conversation.
They're the 1 seed.
They're the 1 seed.
It's a long 3 hours here.
It's and for me, I look at the Georgia team in a nutshell at 12-1, and I say, man, they're the 2-time defending national champs. It's going to be really tough for the committee to say, all right, we're going to take one and move them outside the top 4 when we've never done that before. The committee has also been on record saying that they don't want to punish teams for playing in the conference championship. So if they get there and they end up losing and that's their first loss of the season and they were a highly ranked team, they might not drop them out of the top 4. So if there is a possibility that Georgia could still find their way into this bad boy, I do think that Carson Beck is the second best quarterback in the SEC. And he's played at a well enough level to get them into this college football playoff. I just think that because of the 2 tiebreakers with Alabama winning the SEC championship and then Texas beating Alabama at home, it knocks them out.
And, Coach, that's the uniqueness of this year. Because any other season, you could see a team make that playoff. And we saw that with Ohio State, right? Not playing in a conference championship game a year ago and then still finding a way to get in and backdooring in. You could potentially see that in any other year. You can't make that case here.
Yeah, and this year is different. The point you made that Georgia got credit almost all season for winning 29 in a row. Hey, they've won this. They're the defending champions. They have to be number 1. A lot of those guys aren't on this team. True. They are an excellent football team, as we saw. But, like, where are you right now? Their last 2 games struggled with a one-score win over Georgia Tech and a loss and didn't look great against Alabama at the back end. So that hurts some of their arguments coming into this, and at times they have not looked great, and they're not. You know, I mean, if we want to go with there's one team that has won 19 games in a row.
Florida State.
Right?
I love
and
you
they've
guys.
done
I
it.
really did.
They did it. There was times that their quarterback was hurt, not in there, not just the last 2 weeks.
Here we go, man.
Georgia is the perfect example of why really we should be in a 16 playoff this year. They should just make an addendum.
16?
6 teams.
16.
They should make an addendum.
There'd be an argument for 7.
They should make an addendum.
No, they'd be good with 6.
We're going 12.
The whole dominant thing, there's really one team that has been dominant all year. That's been Michigan. Michigan's been the only. So we can't sit here and go like, Georgia really there's been one. So it's not a knock on Georgia to maybe not look dominant. I do believe that the 3-game stretch where they beat Missouri, Ole Miss, and Tennessee by 74 combined points at the back end of their season should matter. Georgia is a very tough team for me to sit here and say, not one of the 4 best teams. I get it, earned, deserved, blah. That's tough for me to honestly feel that way. I'm not super convicted about it. Guys, we can't sit here and say and praise Florida State for beating Florida ugly in a rivalry game, correct? And then knock Georgia for beating Georgia Tech ugly in a rivalry game.
I'm not doing that. All I'm
Didn't
saying,
Georgia have Oklahoma on the schedule and then took them off? The Oklahoma team that beat Texas. They had an opportunity.
Why did they take them off? I don't know.
I think because they're coming into the league and it's going to mess up. They weren't going to get a return schedule.
You can't knock teams for close wins, right? A win is a win at any level, but you can't knock them for having a loss.
But RG3, if we go here's my thing, like where strength of schedule, who you have to play on a consistent basis. Coach, you were talking about this, and it's always a point I think matters in college football. 18 to 22-year-olds.
Yep.
If 18 to 22-year-olds, they have to be perfect for 13 weekends in a row to get into the college football playoff. I think that's a tall task to ask of them on a consistent basis. They have an okay weekend. Does that mean they're not one of the 4 best?
But you bring up strength of record here.
Strength of schedule.
Go ahead, drop it on them.
Strength of record, I will say Florida State's 3rd. Alabama's 4th. Texas is 5th. Georgia is
What's that
7th.
strength of schedule?
Oh, my
fellas?
goodness. 13 weeks in a row of getting up.
But strength of
Florida
record
State
is used by the
did
committee.
that.
Yeah,
Right, that
Florida
plays
State did
a
that.
big role.
18 to
All right,
22-year-olds.
The hardest
You guys
thing
can
in college
discuss
is to
13
do.
weeks.
It's hard
Let's
to
bring
get
in Paul
up and down.
Finebaum. Paul, you've heard what these guys have been discussing all morning long, and earlier on this program in the 9 o'clock hour, you gave us your top 4, and you had Georgia on the outside. How close was it for you? You had Bama, and yet the discussion with Texas getting in, Florida State's out. Where was Georgia when you looked at your rankings?
They were 5th. And by the way, you guys have cost me some money. After the first segment, I had to go out and buy a giant-sized bottle of Advil just to get through another segment here. I mean, I appreciate it because all of this conversation is correct, and everyone has a sound argument. And Georgia, I think, probably has the best argument. Hey, if you're going to put 4 best, because we all know they are one of the best teams. I want to go back to something I think Coach Mullen said a minute ago about Georgia was scheduled to play, I believe, the second weekend of the year at Norman. And when Texas and Oklahoma came in, that game was pushed out because they couldn't return it. The irony is that Texas and Alabama finished their 2-game series, and now that is probably one of the 2 or 3 most important games of the year that the committee is looking at. I wish the SEC or the 2 athletic directors had moved that game to a neutral site. I think it would have helped the conversation about Georgia's strength of schedule more. And in the end, they were victimized by the same thing that Florida State was. I mean, some of their best players were banged up. That's why they didn't play in that rivalry game last week at Grant Field against Georgia Tech. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into this, but ultimately, Georgia is looking at last year and going, how did Ohio State get in and we didn't? They didn't even play a conference championship game, but the circumstances this year are so dramatically different.
Let's get to the discussion here on that 4th team that you have getting in, and that is Alabama. Why Alabama over Florida State, a team that went undefeated and won their conference championship?
Well, I think we can all admit that they have been a flawed team, but they've been an incredible team to watch. And I don't know how they keep winning when the odds were 99.9 against them a week ago in Auburn, but they have. And they redeemed themselves from that game yesterday in Atlanta. I mean, they beat the best team in the country, and they're really, I mean, there's a margin of conversation between who has been the best all year between Georgia and Michigan. Even Ohio State got in there one week. So I think that is significant. It's the most high-profile game of the season, along with Michigan and Ohio State. And then you watched the Florida State game, and I did, and I know all of you did, and it was a tough watch. I'm being charitable to FSU because of their injury situation. It's not easy going out there with a third-team quarterback, but I came away underwhelmed by their offense. Whether it's different in 3 weeks, I don't know, but it was painful to watch them barely get by a team like Louisville, which ended up, with a couple of losses, 3 losses to be exact, and none of them, the first 2 were not great losses to Kentucky and Pittsburgh. So I side with Alabama, and everybody has their argument, but I know when I see it, and I've watched Alabama all year. Doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter what league they play in. They performed on the biggest stage of the year in college football yesterday and beat the biggest bully. And their only loss is going to be to the number 3 team in the final poll.
Appreciate your opinion and thoughts. Let's also potentially deal with a reality. We have never seen specifically from the committee an SEC team not make the playoff. We could enter in that situation at the top of the hour. I cannot wait, if that were to happen, to listen to your callers at 3 p.m. Eastern time on Monday on Sirius XM and the SEC Network on the Paul Finebaum Show. What would be the reaction if there is not one SEC team represented in this playoff?
In deference to security in our part of the world, I'm hesitant to offer an honest opinion, Kevin. But it would be the most mind-blowing 4 hours in anyone's life. And I'm not rooting for it, but I will be there at 3 o'clock tomorrow in the event it happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the big ones. Paul, thank you so much. We will see how this plays out.
Thank you.
And, of course, a lot of conversation in front of us, Paul. We appreciate your thoughts here and joining us here. After 9 years of relative peace in the CFP era, chaos loss comes to the committee. The final time for a 4-team playoff, and we have teams that are most deserving. That could be different from the 4 best teams, an empty room. But 13 people in Grapevine, Texas, hold the fate of who will play in the college football playoff New Year's Day on ESPN. And today we'll have the exclusive reveal at noon Eastern on ESPN. The last 2.5 hours have been fantastic here, especially in commercial break. Dan Mullen, RG3, Sam Acho, Kevin Nagandi here with you, because those discussions in commercial break carry authentically from the conversations that we have segment to segment, specifically on who should be in and who should be out. We'll take a look at all 4 of these guys, their top 4 teams in a moment. But keep in mind, the College Football Playoff Committee will be faced with some new decisions as they decide on the top 4 teams today. When selecting the top 4, the committee has never left the SEC champ out of the playoff and never left an undefeated Power 5 team out of the playoff. The number 1 team in the penultimate rankings has never dropped out of the top 4, and a team ranked outside the top 6 has never been selected for the playoff. Keep that in mind, because Texas comes in 7, Alabama comes in 8, both of them coming in with conference championships. And Heather Dinich joining us live from Grapevine, Texas. Heather, there is a lot to sort out here, because we're going to see something we've never seen before in the 10-year history of the playoff. The vibe this morning coming in after the results and some upsets yesterday, specifically triggered by Alabama and what they did knocking off Georgia. What are you hearing right now as we are less than an hour away?
This was probably historically the committee's most difficult decision, because any way you slice it, someone is going to be very angry because they're going to be left out. It could be the first undefeated Power 5 conference champion in Florida State. It could be the SEC champion if Florida State is in. But at the crux of the decision is what to do with the Seminoles, because they do have 3 top 25 wins against Clemson, LSU, now Louisville. And they also play at a championship caliber level defense. The question is, does the selection committee believe they are capable of not only competing for, but winning a national title without starting quarterback Jordan Travis? Because if Florida State is in, which they very well could be sitting there at number 4, who is out? And that goes to the Texas-Alabama debate. And the committee all along has given Texas the edge for that head-to-head double-digit win in Tuscaloosa in week 2. And Boo Corrigan, the committee chair, has said it means as much today as it did then.
They have left little trails for us to try to piece this jigsaw puzzle here. And you have the task of trying to put this together here, Heather. When we talk about this committee, every year it's different. 13 members. This is the first time all season long they're in the room together watching the games, and certain voices could stand out where the committee turns to that voice. Is there a voice that you think could play a pivotal role in the conversation?
It could be Kentucky Athletic Director Mitch Barnhart, because he has the unique experience of having seen firsthand Louisville, Georgia, Alabama. And so there's a very realistic scenario that plays out in those debates where committee chair Boo Corrigan can say, hey, Mitch, you saw these guys play live. What do you think about them? That could be an influential voice. And these are all, while we're talking about Louisville as an opponent for Florida State, obviously not as a contender, how good was the team that the Noles just beat? Was their defense that good? Is Louisville's quarterback struggling that much? Those are questions you can turn to somebody and say, what did you see with your own eyes? And he can bring that perspective to the room.
There have been 12 undefeated Power 5 champs. All 12 have made the playoffs. The unique one and the unique part of this conversation is Florida State, with a backup quarterback, and then the third stringer playing a role here. We know that the committee takes in the conversation about injuries. How much weight will that have in the room, have you gathered so far?
That's a very big part of the conversation, because remember, they had Florida State at number 4 with Tate Rodemaker in after the win against Florida. Florida State didn't do anything but add to its resume with its third-string quarterback. So they'll look at their protocol, which specifically states they can consider the unavailability of players and how it might impact a team's performance in the postseason. they will know that Tate Rodemaker is expected to be 100% and fully recovered to participate in whatever postseason game Florida State is going to. So their question then is, we thought Florida State was a top 4 team last week with Tate Rodemaker. Is Florida State a top 4 team with him in a month?
Fantastic context, Heather. Thank you so much joining us live from Grapevine, Texas. We will go out to Grapevine, Texas, of course, top of the hour with the exclusive reveal on ESPN with Rece Davis and the guys. All right, we got Sam, we got RG3, we got Dan, and we got Dan here. We're revealing their playoff predictions, and if you look, the debate and the discussion, we'll see probably in the next hour, should Michigan or Washington be the 1 seed, but really it's who are the other 2 teams that get in? And we have 3 guys on the set that believe Texas and Florida State should be the final 2 spots. Dan Orlovsky has Alabama in, along with Texas and Florida State out.
Yes.
Dan Orlovsky, state your case on why.
You have Alabama. You have Alabama ahead of Texas.
Yes.
No, I don't.
Yeah, on that one, but we'll get to that.
No, Alabama should be 4.
Who's in, right? Specifically, you have Florida State out. Why do you have Florida State out? Where was your debate here specifically? Was it between Alabama and Florida State?
Yeah, no, it was a little bit more of, I don't think it's a conversation of Alabama versus Florida State, candidly. It was almost like, do I put Georgia over Texas, which is a different conversation. Wow. All right, yeah. All right, here. This is why Florida State is out. Because, and it's unfortunate, they have the biggest loss out of those teams. Their quarterback. Their quarterback, Jordan Travis, drastically changes the football team that they have been for the last 2 weeks and that they are going to be when it comes to whatever bowl they get into. If Florida State with Jordan Travis had one of the 4 best teams in college football and he was a Heisman Trophy candidate type of player, all are agreeing that Jordan Travis, performance-wise, was in that conversation. To sit here and say that that is not a almost insurmountable loss is not talking real football, guys. Like let's live in a world where Michigan gets the 1 seed, just hypothetical, and we put Florida State at 4. Okay, both of those defenses are very good to great defenses. One team has an unbelievable distinct advantage in that game with their starting quarterback versus a backup. That has to matter when we're talking about creating the 2 best games. Is it unfortunate? Yes. Do I hate saying it? Yes. But Florida State is the one team out of this conversation that hasn't gotten better over the last 2 or 3 weeks because of injury. They are a lesser team because of injury. That's why Alabama controlled the SEC championship game. Texas has to be ahead of them because of beating them head-to-head.
The impact of the quarterback position from one quarterback to another. How big of it is it when you look at Florida State's entire resume, the impact of Jordan Travis?
Yeah, I mean, the impact of Jordan Travis, like you said, he's a Heisman Trophy level quarterback. That is going to be significant for any team. But what I would say to you, Dan, is when you look at Florida State in totality, is Jordan Travis out? Did it hurt their defense? No, it didn't hurt their defense. Their defense haven't given up 30 points all year to anybody. Right. All right, you talk about them in that ACC championship game. Well, their offense had more yards than Michigan had in their Big Ten championship game. Right. So are we punishing Michigan because they just didn't have a good offensive performance? We're not. So for Florida State, you don't punish the other 100 kids on that team and the coaches and the fan base and everything with the ACC involved, even though the ACC had a 6-4 record against the SEC this year in non-conference. But nobody wants to talk about that. Because we got to have an SEC team be in this championship. The bottom line for Florida State is they earned the right to be in the college football playoff. Their resume, they have 0 losses in the ACC, a Power 5 conference. Don't punish the other 100 just because Jordan Travis.
But I think Dan's point is this is not about keeping the SEC out. If Jordan Travis is playing, I think Dan has Florida State in, right? Yes. I'm not speaking for you that you have them in.
Kev, I would say if they win that game last night 35-3 and it's a one-sided affair, they would probably be in.
They're not going to win that game 35-3 because as a coach, Mike Norvell's going to look at his team going into that game, saying we're playing our 3rd-string true freshman quarterback.
Brock Glenn.
We are going to put together a game plan that's very, very different. We have a dominating defense. You saw him against Florida, the same thing. Different game plan. The coaches are going to come in, and Mike Norvell's a good coach. Great coach. And he's a good coach, and a great coach because, as we said, 18 to 22-year-olds, the hardest thing you can do is get them up every single week throughout an entire season. He did that, 13-0, and he did it. How do we need to win? Yeah. We had to score a lot of points and play good defense to beat an LSU early. We had to go on the road and find a way to win in the last second in Clemson.
Yep.
We had to have a letdown game and find a way to win against Boston College. Oh, goodness, we lost our Heisman Trophy quarterback. We're going to rely on, instead of these great wideouts on the perimeter throwing it, we're going to have a dominating run game. We're going to go run Wildcat and play great defense. Tate Rodemaker, and guess what? If he has now a month is a long time. That's basically preseason camp.
15
where Tate Rodemaker went from the backup all year getting 10 reps a week, 15 reps a week, to getting every rep. He'll be a different quarterback in the bowl game with that defense, with a game plan that they can put together around the talent they have against who they have to play. I think they're going to be a much different team than we saw the last 2 weeks because they're going to put a game plan together to win.
Quick question for me before you hop in, Ach. So when Tate Rodemaker comes back, you think that their offense is going to be drastically improved versus the one we saw against Florida and obviously the one last night, like significantly improved?
Yes. It'll be a little bit better because he's going to have the reps. He never got reps.
Not in my opinion.
He never got the reps. They're going to be a little bit better, and they're going to build around what their strengths are. That's the coaches. They have a month to do that.
I'll say this, and Dan, you made the point that if Florida State would have won 35-3, you would have them in. Or maybe if Jordan Travis would, I'm just trying to put it together. If Jordan Travis is still healthy, Florida State would be in. And that is a solid point that I'm hearing from you, but that would still, in a lot of scenarios, leave the SEC out. And there would still be, even if Florida State would have won by a significant margin, there would still be an army of people saying, how is the SEC not in? And so my point is this, just because that's your distinction, which I think is a valid and a fair one, it still leaves the SEC out, and that's okay. Just because something hasn't been done before, first time SEC.
I would have left the SEC out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But you were debating Georgia. And that is a fascitating conversation when we talk about the best teams.
Well, we're little good.
All right.
He wants the best games. He said he wants the best games.
Best matchups, right? Okay.
The best teams
In the
win.
meantime,
best
Mike
teams
Norvell
win,
this
not
morning
lose.
catching up with Harry Lyles after winning the ACC championship.
Coach, starting off here, I just want to give you the floor. Make the case for your team, undefeated Power 5 ACC champion Florida State Seminoles, to be in the college football playoff.
Well, we've earned it. 13 opportunities, a challenging schedule, 8 wins over Power 5 bowl teams. I mean, this is a team that's answered the call with every opportunity that we've got. We've done it in a variety of different ways: offense, defense, special teams. Last night, incredible defensive performance against a really good Louisville offense. I mean, it was just an impressive win, and we did it with a true freshman starting quarterback. We've done it with a backup quarterback. We've done all the things asked of us, and you just continue to perform at a high level. I mean, this is a special team that knows how to win, and that's what they've done week in and week out.
They certainly have, and you mentioned last night after the game that it shouldn't even be a conversation, but we are having the conversation. What, for you, has been the most frustrating part about that conversation to try to say that your team deserves a shot at a national championship?
I think when you sit there and you try to project what could or might happen, it still goes back to what's done on the field, because that's why you play the game. And for all the teams that have a loss, I'm sorry. They got a loss. I mean, they earned that loss. We've earned every victory that we've had, and we've done it with a challenging schedule. We've done it with great players. We've done it in a way that, that it represents what college football is all about. And when it comes to the committee, I just, urge them, they do the right thing. Because ultimately, that's what this game is. And you get a collection of players, coaches, teams coming together, and you see a team that does what's necessary to go do what we all set out to do, and that's win. And to be a 13-0 ACC championship team, 2 wins over the SEC this year, doing it on the road. I mean, this is a remarkable team that I get to coach. I'm just so proud of our players.
I know it's been a quick turnaround. I know you mentioned you got an hour and 45 minutes of sleep last night. Still coming off of fumes here. I know you had some short time with your team. What has been your message to them this morning as you guys await to see what your fate is?
Really, this morning we got on the plane, we came back. I just told them I was proud of them. I mean, they've controlled everything that they could control. I mean, that's all we can ask of them. And they've rose up, they've answered the call. Like I said, the adversity, it's shown up for us this year. And, we've had to face it and we've had to respond to it. And, even last night, with some of the things that presented itself in the course of that game, our team responded with the heart of a champion. And that's who they are. That's what they're about. And, with the opportunity that's ahead, you'll in the semifinals, and Lord willing, get the opportunity to play for the national championship. I know how this team will show up for that too. And because they've done it throughout the course this year, and it's just who they are.
Coach, we appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, and go Noles.
Take a look at this. Strength of record, a metric here. Keep in mind, 32 of the 36 previous playoff participants ranked top 4 in that metric on selection day. And Texas is 5. Alabama is 4, Coach. When you hear stuff like that, you look at those numbers. I understand the head-to-head. What stands out to you?
The head-to-head. In the end, they played each other. Yeah. And they not only did they play each other, it wasn't a neutral site game. They played each other in Tuscaloosa.
In September, though. With a different Jalen Milroe.
It's a different Quinn Ewers.
Oh,
no. Yes. I mean, Quinn Ewers yesterday lit it up. Come on. No. Texas looked dominant yesterday. You know what's really impressive to me with Texas is Quinn Ewers. When he can look average as the day is long, and then they have a big game, and he plays unreal. Every time they've had a big game, Quinn Ewers steps up and performs. And that is what you want out of your quarterback, because there's talent all around him. When they're struggling, he has the talent. Other guys just go score. They have a defense. They make plays. But in a big moment, he steps up. And when you're getting into the playoffs right now, these are now all big games, big moments. And you need a quarterback to step up to go make plays, to go do that. Texas has that guy.
I think he's one of the best deep ball throwers in the country, too. You know, the air, it's the same with the Mitchell or the long ball on the double move yesterday, just the air. I look at Texas and I say this. Went to Alabama and won by 10, to your point. To your point. Their one loss is in a massive rivalry game.
Neutral site.
Yep.
On the last play of the game.
Yeah.
In reality, a pretty special performance by Dylan Gabriel as well.
Unbelievable.
Oklahoma won 10 games this year.
Yeah.
Really good football team.
Yeah.
So, yes, there is a loss there, but they've got a big-time win. And part of me, I also want to bring the context of fans into this. We want to see the semifinal and final as great games.
You want the best matchups.
You watch that offense with Steve Sarkisian and tell me they can't go play with anybody?
And to Sam's point, the defense has been fantastic.
And be exciting?
Yeah.
That has to be an element in this conversation.
But it may be an element in our conversation. And a lot of us have been a part of the mock selection committee. I know RGIII, I think we were there together. It's not an element in this committee's selection process. They're not saying, what's the most exciting game? Or what's going to be, I'm serious. It makes sense what you're saying. Totally makes sense. The fan base, right? Think about TV revenue, whatever you want to talk about it. Man, this would be exciting. But that's not what their task is. Their task is to pick the best teams based off certain criteria. And so they're not looking at it, man, I got to put this team at 4.
Sure.
This team at 1. They're saying, okay, what is our task? Take out our feelings about it, and let's base it off of facts. And the fact is that Texas did beat Alabama in head-to-head. But the other fact is that Alabama beat the #1 team. Yeah. And so, it's hard. So, no, check me out. I know.
You ain't got Bama
I know. Listen to me, though. So, the truth is Alabama, very deserving, right? But the inconvenient truth is that they lost to a team that is in the same environment as they are. Yep. And that, in my opinion, could be the one thing that either is keeping Alabama out or if Florida State ends up being out, having
Texas a no-brainer in for you.
In my opinion, yes, but the committee may say something different.
You guys all agree if you're going to put Alabama in, Texas has to be in. All 4 of you agree with that. I like that we got something to agree on. Hey, we're going to get another opinion. Cannot wait to hear Chris Fowler's top 5. We'll ask him after this. And let's bring in Chris Fowler, who has seen all these teams and called many of these games. Chris, let's get to the debate here, best teams, most deserving. Let's just get to your top 4 teams right now.
Well, but that's the question. You want the best 4? It's not the same thing. And we know the past history of the committee. We know what the bylaws say. We know what's supposed to matter. But this is an exceptional year. And the rules are different. The problems are far more significant to fit in to a 4-team bracket. I mean, if you're going the best 4 teams, to me, Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama are the best 4 teams in that group, and Georgia's right there, too. Florida State's incredibly deserving. We've had them a few times. They are elite in a lot of areas. They're a complete team, but they lack the trigger man, and that's the importance of the quarterback position in the sport, the way it's played. Imagine taking Penix away from Washington or J.J. McCarthy away from Michigan. They'd still be good football teams, but they don't have the key guy who distributes the football. And that's where Florida State is, and I feel for them. I think they'll get in because I think the committee will go by the past history of this and an ACC team. that hasn't always won pretty, but they've been very gritty. They are elite on defense. They made plays again against Louisville. Defense stepped up and made a pick in the end zone, Tatum Bethune, to rescue what would have been a special teams disaster and could have led to a loss. There's so much to admire about the Noles and their resilience. But if you're asking me, are they a better football team? No. I mean, the people in the committee who coached football have told me they'll ask each other, well, who would you least want to play among these teams as one way of determining who's better? You think those teams would rather play Florida State, Georgia, Alabama? I mean, let's be real about it. In that situation, if it's going to be best for, that's what it has to be, I think.
You know, your answer had basically half these guys cheering, and then the back end of that answer, the other group cheering on it. You know, specifically, I want to know, how do you view Texas and Alabama, especially the way Alabama looked yesterday, knocking off the #1 team in the country?
Yeah, it's not as clear-cut for me as some. I do think head-to-head has to matter. I was there. I called the game. It wasn't fluky. Milroe was much more of a raw player then. They exploited Alabama in the secondary with big downfield plays by Ewers. They won the line of scrimmage, period. They went to Tuscaloosa, took on the challenge, and won by 10. That has to be the decisive factor. Alabama's a much better team at the end of the season. Yes, they narrowly escaped Auburn. And here's the thing, guys. Here's the best conversation, best versus deserving. Alabama is not a better team because Jalen Milroe made a 4th and 31 completion. They're not a worse team if it goes a foot over Isaiah Bond's head on that one play. They're a far more deserving team by avoiding the second loss. They're not a better team. I mean, so how are you going to make the best team argument stick? On the field, they look good. They've won the conference that has won the last 4, 6 of the last 8. I think it's 13 of 17. Now, you don't get credit for the past strength of the SEC, but that's where it comes into the mind of the committee. I think it has to.
We have had reporters all over the country. We have got a bunch of guys here in the set. Chris Fowler has the best seat in the house this morning. Cannot wait to see what happens at the top of the hour. CF, thank you so much for joining us.
You bet.
And, of course, we're getting ready to find out who will compete for the Dr. Pepper Championship Trophy, top of the hour. The playoff committee will be faced with some new decisions as they decide on the top 4 teams today. Our guys here talking about food as we approach lunchtime. We're all ready to go. We're also ready to get fed in on who's going to make the college football playoff. Sam, RG3, and Coach Mullen, they have the 4 teams. A little bit different on the rankings. Dan Orlovsky has Texas and Alabama as his final 2 teams. We got that right, 3 and 4 specifically. After hearing the cases and the discussion here, have you changed your thought process about Florida State and where they should be here? Because at one point today, you stunned me. You said you had Georgia at 5, Florida State at 6.
No, I haven't changed. I feel even more convicted about it.
So the 3 failed.
Deserve and earn don't matter.
Yeah.
And nor do pick the 4 best teams. That's the committee's job. When a championship caliber team loses their quarterback, they are a lesser team, unfortunately for them.
30 seconds, real quick. What do you want to learn today?
The best teams win, and you got to be rewarded for winning in your performance on the field. The committee needs to do that because that's what college football is.
Based off what the committee normally does, Florida State should be in. They earn the right to be there. They don't pick the 4 best teams. They pick the 4 best teams that meet the criteria and are the easiest to pick.
Earned it. That's the one thing I keep on hearing from you guys.
Yeah.
Welcome to the College Football Playoff Selection Show, presented by AT&T.
The drama, the dilemma, the controversy surrounding the pursuit of this trophy over the entire history of the 14 playoff has been mostly lacking, and now it's here in abundance. This season's been defined by near misses and scares, and finally, it landed the big one. Alabama made its statement by stopping 2-time reigning Georgia's 29-game winning streak and making its case for the playoff. Texas holds a trump card head-to-head against Alabama and added an emphatic win in the Big 12. Florida State, wounded, refused to slink away and make things easy for the committee. They still have a case. Michigan and Washington are probably safe at this point, so what that leaves, 4 teams for 2 spots. You might be thinking, boy, this would be the perfect year to start that 12-team playoff. Well, the committee doesn't have that luxury. They're going to have to make some tough calls that will make and break some dreams. Remarkable to think that we are in the 10th year of this college football playoff era. Grapevine, Texas, 13 committee members spent the weekend watching games, hashing over numbers, talking about their football judgment, and ultimately will release the teams that are in the college football playoff. It is a virtual lock that Michigan will be in the playoff for the third consecutive year after winning the Big Ten championship game against Iowa last night. The watch party in Indianapolis, waiting to see where and who they will play. Austin is a place where they haven't experienced playoff euphoria. Texas, with a chance to go in for the first time, made its case by winning the Big 12 and maybe the best non-conference win of the season, winning early in September in Tuscaloosa. Conference championship games, one of the criteria if teams are closely grouped together. Washington beat Oregon twice, 34-31 in the Pac-12 championship game, the final one of this version of the Pac-12 on Friday night, and Washington appears to be safe getting into the playoff. Texas was dynamic, obliterating Oklahoma State. Quinn Ewers threw for 1,000,000 yards in the first half and finished with 4 touchdowns as they rolled on. Only the single loss to Oklahoma in their season. Alabama, underdogs, beat Georgia 27-24, stopped the Dogs' 29-game winning streak. The two-time reigning champs now left hoping that best will outweigh everything else, and Alabama hoping that loss to Texas doesn't haunt them. Michigan took care of Iowa after losing to TCU in the playoff last year. Michigan's back, going to get another one. They shut out the Hawkeyes, who've had struggles on offense all year long, as they roll for a third straight playoff spot. And Florida State, Jordan Travis out for the season. Tate Rodemaker, the backup quarterback, out for that game. They turned to a freshman, Brock Glenn. They didn't get much out of him in the passing game, 55 yards, but they won. And they are perfect at 13-0. We've got reporters everywhere. Jen Ladders at Michigan. We have Molly McGrath at Washington. Chris Buttons at Texas. Marty Smith at Alabama. Laura Rutledge, where they're still holding out some hope at Georgia. And Harry Lyles, in perhaps the most controversial spot of them all, along with Marty at Alabama, at Florida State. We will hear from all of them coming up in a matter of moments. Glad to have you with us. College Football Playoff Selection Show. Rece Davis along with Booger McFarland, Joey Galloway, Greg McElroy, and Kirk Herbstreit. So, Kirk, you're usually the most powerful man in college football. At the moment, it's Brandon who's running the Viz graphics machine. He will get the rankings before anybody else. He's got to type them up. Once he gets them, he'll type them up. We'll see them when everybody else in America does. What are you looking for?
Well, this is the first time since 2014 that we've had this. You know, we're 5 teams from the 5 power conferences are up at the top as champions and deserve an opportunity. And this is where the committee is going to split hairs. And if you look at it, you know, after Michigan and Washington, you start to get to that 3 and 4 spot. You get to these cluster of teams. I think sometimes people look at this and they think, okay, head-to-head should matter. Keep in mind, this is not weighted differently. It's not as if head-to-head matters more than the other aspects. I mean, you go right down to head-to-head, you can see the strength of schedule. Look at the last one. Relevant factors such as unavailability of key players and coaches that could have affected a team's performance. So I think that's good. They have to be looking at that. How much do they weigh that? I think at the end of the day, really, Greg, I think is Florida State unequivocally a better team than these other teams, then you put them in the top 4. If you are putting them there because they're undefeated, if you're putting them there because they won the ACC championship, you can see a championship is not like that's it. It's one of the factors, just like an injury is a factor. So how they play that out will be very interesting to see how it impacts Florida State positively or negatively.
Kirk, you're 100% right. I don't envy the committee today. It's a really difficult decision. 2 teams that are really, really valuable are going to get left out more than likely. But when you look at what the committee has said for 10 years, it's an opportunity today to practice what they preach. Yeah. They've been telling us for 10 years it's the 4 best teams. And right now, I think without a shadow of a doubt, Alabama is among the 4 best teams. Now, will the committee be willing to move them in front of a team that is currently undefeated as a Power 5 champion from the ACC with a great non-conference win against LSU? Or will they move them against a team that beat them head-to-head on their home field? I think Texas is in. The debate between Alabama and Florida State will rage on. And if they really want to tell us and continue to tell us it's the 4 best teams, and it should be Alabama in the 4th spot.
This seems simple to me. It really does. It seems easy to me. Now, we are happy to arrive at a place where we have this many teams that are good enough to be in. But the decision of who is the top 4 teams seems fairly easy to me in watching these teams play last night, the last couple weeks. And so when people start to think about this committee and what their job is to just give us the 4 best teams. That's it. Not any connections to any things, not looking at who's the best games, the 4 best teams, and that seems easy to me.
Is it eye test or resume? Or is it a combination of both? Because I would challenge each and every one of you. How do you look at a team from an eye test standpoint without understanding who they played and who they beat, which gets us back to the resume? So at some point, you have to combine both, and you have to understand that we have to look at the games played on the field. I never want to turn college football into a beauty contest. This is not a beauty pageant. Let's judge them how they look. We have to count the games. And to me, I hope the committee understands that Texas went to Alabama and beat them. I hope they understand that Florida State, regardless of who was playing quarterback, went 13-0 and won a Power 5 conference. And there's a reason that somebody like that has never been left out. And I just hope they do the right thing today.
You know, only one team, though, there's something is going to happen that hasn't happened before. Because in addition to an undefeated team having never been left out, only one time has a team won a conference championship game in the Power 5 been left out. That was Ohio State. And also, you haven't had anybody come from lower than 6 to make the playoff. Somebody's going to do that. Either Texas or Alabama will be doing that. So while Florida State is sweating it out, while Alabama's sweating it out, maybe even Texas to a little degree, others aren't. Certainly they aren't at Washington, and they are not at Michigan, where Jen Latta is at the watch party. Those 2 teams, we figure, will be 1-2 when the bracket is unveiled in a few moments, Jen. So what's the mood like with the Wolverines, who are going for the 3rd consecutive year, but looking for their first playoff win?
Yeah, we're hanging out with the hardware here in Indianapolis in the watch party room. I'm told that this room last night was standing room only as the Michigan Wolverines celebrated that 3rd straight title, and everybody was excited, staying up till about 4 in the morning. Some players even saying 5:30 in the morning. So maybe the vibe in here is a little sleep deprived or tired, but more than likely, guys, it's confidence. As that conference champion that is undefeated, they know they are in the college football playoffs, and they told me they really don't have a preference of if they are 1 or 2. As soon as those rankings are revealed, they will get back on the plane and head to Ann Arbor. The players will get the entire week off, as they have for the last 2 seasons, and then they will lock in on the playoff opponent, telling me there are still more goals to achieve with this team.
And Molly McGrath is in Washington. Molly, what's it like in Seattle right now?
Well, Rece, it's a lot quieter here at Washington. Their head coach, Kalen DeBoer, just arrived at the Huskies facility. He's one of the only people in this building, and he'll watch the rankings reveal alone in his office. There is no watch party. There's no celebration surrounding today's announcement, and DeBoer said that's really proof of his team's confidence. They expected to be here all along. DeBoer said there's a real case for his team to be ranked #1 and stressed that the Rose Bowl is the most preferable location because of location and travel and the history of that game, especially in the final year of the Pac-12. And DeBoer marveled at the coincidence that the last time Washington won a national championship was in the Rose Bowl against Michigan on January 1st, 1992. If they play in that game, it'll be 32 years to the day of their last title, Rece.
And Molly, Washington does have an edge in strength of schedule. They also have a win against, or more wins against ranked opponents than Michigan does. So perhaps you'll get a bit of a surprise and see Washington at #1, though based on previous rankings, one would expect that that would go to the Wolverines, but we'll wait and see once Brandon gets the word and types it into the Viz graphics machine. So here are the resumes of the other teams fighting for this spot. You look at the strength of the record. SOR means how an average top 25 team, what the percentage chance that they would achieve the record that they did, and you see all fare very well. Strength of schedule, Alabama has the huge edge, Texas then, and then Florida State well back in the pack, and then Georgia still has the 37th ranked schedule. So here are the reporters, as you know, Chris, Marty, Laura, and Harry at the various spots. Chris, it seems that with the conference championship and also the head-to-head win against Alabama, that among these teams, the Longhorns would be in the best spot.
They are. They're very confident in where they are right now. They're having a watch party a couple feet away from me. Confidence also comes from the fact when you look at what they've done on the field and also with their resume. Big 12 champions, and now they can say they have a win over the SEC champions when you look back at that early season win against Alabama. Steve Sarkisian said that's the biggest bullet point on their resume because if it was easy, more teams would do it, but they don't. However, confidence doesn't necessarily equal sleep. Not a lot of sleep for Sark last night because at this point, it's out of their hands. To a place where there also probably wasn't a lot of sleep, we go out to Tuscaloosa and Marty Smith.
Chris, thank you so much. Good morning. All is quiet here in Tuscaloosa as well, although Coach Saban did just walk right by me. He's just entered the facility. A few moments ago, offensive coordinator Tommy Rece walked over to me and goes, "What do you know, man? Tell me something." I said, "Sorry, man, we'll all find out in just a few minutes." But as Coach Saban said last night, they believe that they have proven their case. They beat Georgia, the #1 team in the country, winner of 29 straight and back-to-back national championships. So they believe their resume stands up against anybody in the country. I talked to Tyler Booker last night, the offensive lineman for Alabama, on the field after the championship game and asked him, "What did you guys just show America?" He said that the Bama standard can only be imitated, not replicated, and we hope the committee will give us 2 more games to prove it. Now let's head over to championship town currently, Athens, Georgia, where Laura Rutledge is with the Dogs.
Marty, these Dogs are hoping that the standard set throughout the regular season is what sticks in the committee's mind, not what happened in the SEC championship game where they lost to Alabama after 29 straight wins. And Kirby Smart actually used the words of Bill Hancock, the college football playoff executive director, saying this is not about the 4 most deserving teams. This is simply about the 4 best teams. Kirby said we are 100% one of the 4 best teams. And he told me he hopes they look at the eye test. He said if you see who we've beat, the top 20 teams that we've had success against on the road, and the way that we've played as a complete team, both offensively and defensively, he hopes that's enough for a team that he cares a whole lot about. Let's go to Harry Lyles in FSU. About the 4 best teams.
Laura, I'm here inside the Champions Club, inside of Doak Campbell Stadium, where there is more optimism than concern for this Florida State team. Tate Rodemaker and Jordan Travis were the first 2 up here, and as you can see, they've been joined by their teammates up here. When I spoke to Coach Mike Norvell earlier, despite only getting less than 2 hours of sleep, he was very optimistic. He said, we've done this offensively, defensively, and with special teams, and after last night, we've done it with 3 quarterbacks. He feels good about their chances. Rece, we'll see how it goes.
Harry, we will in a matter of moments. You know, as they say, if the facts are on your side, argue the facts. If the law is on your side, argue the law. If neither are on your side, then jump up and pound that table as hard as you can. And the coaches are doing just that.
It's not the most deserving. It's the best 4 teams. You're going to tell me somebody sitting in that committee room and doesn't think that that Georgia team is not one of the best 4 teams. I don't know if they're in the right profession.
We won the SEC. We beat the #1 team in the country. If you really want the 4 best teams, I think this team is one of the 4 best teams and one of the teams that's deserving to be in the playoff.
This may be a little bullish of me saying, but we'll play anybody in the country, and we'll find out if we're good enough or not. We have the team, the culture, the scheme, and the versatility of this team to play against anybody.
I believe in this team. I believe in what they can do. They showed up every single week and done it. So I don't really care about what everybody else's opinions are. Whatever the next opportunity is, I promise you they're going to show up.
The College Football Playoff Selection Show is presented by AT&T. Connecting changes everything. And in part by Mercedes-Benz. The Holiday Love celebration is here. Now through January 2nd. Welcome back to the College Football Playoff Selection Show. Presented by AT&T.
Washington Huskies. Alabama Crimson Tide. Texas Longhorns. Bulldogs. Michigan Wolverines.
Like Corum to the end zone.
Florida State Seminoles. Georgia Bulldogs.
You gonna take what belongs to you.
Who will be in the college football playoff?
Might as well be.
10th year in the college football playoff. Next year, we expand to 12. 6 highest-ranked conference champions make it into the field automatically, but we've got one more ride here. 12:30 Eastern Time, Boo Corrigan, the chair of the College Football Playoff Committee, will be here to answer questions. We will hear from all 4 coaches who make the College Football Playoff. Then at 2:30 Eastern Time, during our extravaganza, the rest of the New Year's 6 bowls and the entire top 25, the final one from the College Football Playoff Selection Committee for this year, will be revealed. That's what they're playing for. College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy presented by Dr. Pepper. So let's do it one final time. Last year of the 4-team playoff, and we haven't had this much anticipation since the first year in 2014 when Ohio State, Baylor, TCU were fighting for 1 spot. And there are 4 teams for 2 spots, it would appear, today. The rankings are in. Brandon has put them into the Viz graphics machine, and we are about to unveil who will be in the college football playoff for the 2023 season. It is presented by AT&T. The final rankings from the selection committee, the #1 team in the country is, we're seeing these when you do, and it's Michigan. There was some thought, because Washington has a couple more wins against the top 25, that maybe the Huskies would move into that spot. But the Wolverines, we assume, will go to the Rose Bowl. The semifinals are in the Rose Bowl and in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day, the perfect setting for the semifinals. And the Wolverines are going for the 3rd straight year. They're 13-0. There's Jim Harbaugh. Who's got it better than you, Jimmy? Determined, resolute, probably. Oh, I don't see any whole milk there, just orange juice. Diet Coke. Who's number 2? We assume it will be the Washington Huskies. And it is indeed. What a job. Kalen, DeBoer, and Washington ripped through 9.5-point underdog to Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. People thought they escaped in Seattle, and they absolutely made a statement, and they're going to the playoff for the first time since the 16 season.
Yeah, I think to the point where people assumed that Oregon was going to win that game. People felt very confident Oregon was going to win that game. And the way Washington took the field and started that game set the tone, and it never looked back from there.
And to me, the physicality of the Huskies dominated. You thought Oregon was going to be the more physical team. Washington controlled the line of scrimmage and won the game.
Okay, now remember how the committee does this. You have 6 teams in a group, then you rank them, and the top 3 are taken off the board then, and then they repeat the process. So when the rankings, the final time they went through the group phase, here's the 3rd team that was taken off and put on the board. Who's number 3? The Texas Longhorns. Steve Sarkisian's team winning a conference championship for the first time since 2009 and making the playoff for the first time. Longhorns really haven't even been close to making the playoff, and here they are, final year of the 14 field. We assume that will put them in New Orleans. And while Washington's the 2nd seed and will wear the home jerseys, that's going to be somewhat of an advantage from a crowd standpoint for Texas, one would think, if that is indeed how the semifinals are matched up and the sites that they have. So we have Michigan, Washington, Texas. As we said right off the top, you've got these 1 spot left, and you've got 4 teams with resumes. Texas now has made it into the field. Let's have a look at these remaining resumes. 3 teams, 1 spot. Alabama, Georgia, Florida State. Kirk, how should this come out in your judgment?
Alabama should be at 4.
Alabama should be
the injuries to Florida State is just, you can't avoid it. It's nothing against what they accomplished. Obviously, what they accomplished is extraordinary, to be undefeated, be an ACC champion. But that injury to Jordan Travis is part of what the committee takes into consideration. If you're looking at Alabama versus Florida State under the current team and roster, it'd be very, very hard to imagine Alabama not being there at 4.
We go back to the rankings in the unveil. Let's look now at number 6 and see who's been eliminated and see what the final decision came down to. Who's number 6? The Georgia Bulldogs. So after consecutive national championships, Georgia will not compete in the playoff, and this is also the first time that the team that was number 1 in the penultimate rankings has fallen completely out of the college football playoff field. So this leaves us with the decision that everyone thought we would end up having. Florida State or Alabama. One spot, whoever's 4 plays Michigan. Number 5, heartbroken. Who's number 4? And Alabama returns to the playoff, and so we have another unprecedented situation as Florida State winds up at number 5, and Florida State is the first undefeated champion from a Power 5 conference to fail to make the field in the college football playoff era.
Wow. I'm not shocked with how Florida State played the last couple weeks. They just have dropped off considerably at quarterback, and it's understandable, and I feel terrible for them. They did everything that you could possibly ask them to do, and here they are on the outside looking in. A lot of people will have big issues with this. They'll ask, why do we play the games? Why are we looking at a team that's undefeated that did everything asked of them to punch their ticket? But the committee actually did the thing that they've talked about for the last 10 years. Forever it's been, well, you know, it's kind of the most easy to justify. Well, this team has 0 losses. This team has 1 loss, so therefore the 0-loss team should be ahead of the 1-loss team. This is the head-to-head. They took everything into account. They took a step back. They acknowledged injury, which they've talked about in the past, and they put in the 4 best teams. And that is not an easy thing to do. So I want to tip my cap to the committee because that is a difficult decision to make, and they think they probably went with the thing that was a little less popular than it would have been had they just gone with the undefeated Power 5 champ.
Well, I'm going to completely disagree with you. To me, this is a travesty to the sport. Because we go out there on the field and we play the game. And regardless of whether it looks good at the quarterback position, regardless of whether we win with offense, whether we win with defense, the name of the game is to win. And that's a reason never before has this not been done. Winning a Power 5 conference, going undefeated, and not getting into the playoff. So I understand we want to look at style points and who are we going to get for the best matchups. But that's not what this is about. This is about understanding to get the 4 best teams. One team has a loss, and that's Alabama. One team doesn't in Florida State. And the fact that this committee could take a Power 5 conference champion that's undefeated. Those kids have went out there and busted their behind and not get into the playoff based on the eye test. Mind you, this is the same Alabama team who needed a prayer in Jordan Hare to beat an Auburn team that lost to New Mexico State. So that's really what has me bothered right now.
Rece, can you deliver the strength of record, strength of schedule thing? Because you're making it sound as if Alabama played nobody.
Go ahead. Yes, you are. Because they're in the top 5 in strength of schedule. Yes. Florida State's 55th. I totally get what you're saying. It's absolutely heartbreaking and devastating for them. The ACC has a winning record against the SEC this year, 6-4. 2 non-conference games for Florida State this year against the SEC, and they won both of them. I get it. But they're a different team, and this has been your point, Joey.
Yes, that has been my point. And so I feel awful for Florida State and Jordan Travis because if he was still playing, this would be a different conversation. Everything you speak of was accomplished with Jordan Travis as their quarterback.
They won the last 2 games without him, though.
Yes, and that's when we saw this team with Tate Rodemaker
and Brock
Glenn.
Yes.
55 yards passing last night. It wasn't pretty. Here's the thing, Bull, and honestly, I hear everything you're saying. If our goal is to have the 4 best teams, there's nothing to do with what you deserve. There's nowhere in the bylaws that say you have to be undefeated. There's nowhere in the bylaws that say if you're in a Power 5 conference, you're the champion undefeated, you get in. I feel terrible. But when we look at this Florida State team and what they are today, what they were last night, what Alabama, who lost to Texas, who was the 3rd team in this thing, what they were then and what they are now. This Alabama team is different, and you know this. And this Florida State team is different, and you know this. They lost their quarterback. It's not a receiver. If Worthy doesn't play for Texas, they're still a really good football team. When you lose your quarterback, that is different than any other position in any other sport on earth. Your quarterback's the most important.
You just got to win a different way.
Let's get Kirk in quickly. Kirk, when you've heard these discussions and these arguments, there's a lot on Florida State's side, from winning against the SEC to the ACC success against the SEC. Is this simply a case where, had Jordan Travis not been hurt, or, to be fair, let's say Tate Rodemaker had really put up some numbers offensively in the Florida game, so you had a little more data to support that Florida State would be competitive, that this would be a no-brainer decision and the Seminoles would be in. And this all centers around the established criteria by the committee that they evaluate injuries.
Well, you'd have to ask Boo that when he hops on here in a couple minutes. But I think all of us... Yeah. I think if Tate went out and lit it up, it'd be a lot like what Cardale Jones did for Ohio State. I think the committee evaluated based on what they saw. And by the way, what Florida State did at the Swamp was impressive. I called that game. That was a tough environment. I don't care what Florida's record was. That game was impressive for them to be able to get out of that game with a backup quarterback. But when you're looking at what they did the last two games and you're evaluating, they went all the way down to the third guy, a freshman. This is nothing against Mike Norvell. I think we all are proud and so happy to see that Florida State brand back from where it was 3, 4, 5 years ago to where it is now. It has sustainability, and it's going to be around with Mike, and they're going to do a great job. To me, if you took J.J. McCarthy off of Michigan, we'd be saying the same thing right now about Michigan. If you took Michael Penix off of Washington the last two games, and they were struggling with a backup quarterback, we wouldn't be looking at the totality of Washington's season. We'd be looking at the last two games. You have to look at the last couple games without the heart and soul. This guy is the face of this resurgence of Florida State, Jordan Travis, and to take him out is just as big as any player in the country that you would take off that roster. So to me, it's a reflection of what he meant to that team specifically. And these last 2 weeks, giving Tate and giving Brock the backup, the third string guy, an opportunity. And it's just a reality. You're comparing them, Alabama to Florida State. You got to give Alabama the nod, even though they had a close game against Auburn in a rivalry game. They beat Georgia on a neutral site, and Georgia was the team, and Alabama just beat them. You cannot take Alabama out of this. They have to be in, and I think the committee did a great job. I tip my cap as well.
It'll be interesting to hear when we talk to Boo Corrigan if that was the biggest thing, and if prior to that, you wouldn't want one game to change this, but I haven't been able to get Boo for a couple of weeks to answer whether any team was deemed unequivocally better than the others, which is also listed in the protocols in the process, and whether they, up to yesterday's point, viewed Georgia in that realm and therefore gave Alabama the nod. Here are the resumes. By virtue of being undefeated, that's going to give Florida State an edge in strength of record, so they're one spot ahead. Alabama has the edge in strength of schedule rank. They have the edge in wins-loss records against top 25 in terms of numbers of wins. And the key wins are pretty close, with the one that's the biggest, certainly the win against Georgia for the Tide yesterday.
Yeah, and that was, I think, ultimately what put them over the edge. The way that they won, as much as anything else, controlling the line of scrimmage, dominant in the run game at times, defending the pass. Georgia came in as one of the best passing teams in America, and the lockdown coverage on those wide receivers, including Brock Bowers, was remarkable. I'm still amazed by the decision that was made and looking at all of this. Alabama, there is no question in my mind, they're one of the 4 best teams. I feel terrible for Florida State. But back to the original point, I wonder how much the decision had to do with Alabama's affiliation with the SEC and the SEC's performance at the top of college football when given the opportunity over the course of the last 10 years in the playoff and the 15 years before that, well, it was the BCS. I wonder, the SEC, how much that factored in, because it's tough. It's really tough to consider crowning a national champion without an SEC team being involved in the top 4. It's really hard to imagine that, just given how that league is played in championship settings over the last 2 decades.
And if you're looking at that point, then to me, you're projecting, you're trying to get the best matchup based on performance, not getting the teams that deserve to be in my opinion. And I think we look at this from a selfish standpoint. We want the best matchup so we can say, you know what, this year's semifinals wasn't a blowout. It wasn't a blowout like it's been the last couple of years, that we get good matchups. And I just think that's devastating for the kids at Florida State. And I think we're diminishing how you win. It's okay to win with defense. It's okay to have a dominant defense and win a football game. It doesn't always have to be scoring 50 or 60 points. And I think as a football nation, as a group of analysts, we got to wrap our mind around that, because to me, this is about, let's get the 4 best matchups. We can sell it and we can do all these different things. Who cares if Florida State won 16-6 with defense? They dominated a Louisville team from a defensive standpoint. Who cares?
I don't either. I mean, but I will say this. I think they seem like separate arguments to me, Boog. You can win with defense. You can be a defensive-minded team and win, but it's a different argument as to whether they're still the same team that put together this resume that you say merited them being in the playoff, which is a reasonable position to take. I'm just saying it seems like 2 different arguments that you're conflating a little bit.
No team is the same. From the beginning of the season to the end, no team is the same. So to your point, I agree with you. They're not the same team, but that's okay. You can be a different team. I've been on teams that lost 2 or 3 games at the beginning of the season and went on to win the Super Bowl. You can adjust and you can change. That's what good coaching is about. Jalen Milroe is not the same player now that he was at the beginning. Tommy Rece changed the game plan. Nick Saban coached him up better, and now he's playing at an elite level. He changed. It's okay to change.
I hear that they changed, but that's different. You're talking improvement. We're talking missing major factor, which I know we're going around in circles. Joey, I want to give you real quick last word here.
A couple things just happened there that I hate to hear. Any connection to the SEC. And what they've done in the past being any part of this decision. If that's the case, that's disappointing to me. I would hate to hear that happen. And then don't use the term we when you start to give your point there, because there is not a we in this. We don't care about the matchup. We don't care about who's playing who and where they're playing them. We are here to get the 4 best teams.
I agree with that.
That is what we've tried to accomplish. That's why there's 13 people in the room at times. Some people have to step out when their team is talked about. That's why it's done that way, to avoid the connections to what people have done in the past and this theory. And when we say it here, it only runs wild outside, where people think that we care about the matchup, the game, what conference gets in, what conference gets out, and who those can. And I hate to hear it, because we don't. It doesn't matter who plays who. What matters is we get the 4 best teams in. And sitting here today, I love the defense of Florida State. And I feel bad for Florida State because, quite honestly, to win those last 2 games with their 2nd and 3rd string quarterback might be the best accomplishment in college football.
Yeah. You think Alabama's better?
It might be.
Do you think Alabama's better?
When we started this, I said it's an easy decision.
Okay.
Because I truly believe Alabama's the better team. But that doesn't take away from what Florida State has accomplished. Maybe the best accomplishment in college football, to go beat Louisville with your 3rd string quarterback. I love it for Florida State. But unfortunately, it doesn't make them better than Alabama.
Well, here are the matchups. Just a little side note, too. Steve Sarkisian against his former employer. I won't say former team, because none of the guys are still there anymore, but he used to be the head coach at Washington. That's one of the semifinals. Alabama getting the nod over Florida State to play Michigan, we presume, in the Rose Bowl. That'll be announced a little bit later on. And Florida State, it is official, I'm told, so that will be in the Rose Bowl, Michigan and Alabama. The All-State Sugar Bowl will be Washington and Texas. And Florida State, you know, I mean, TCU and Baylor in 2014 were heartbroken, devastated, and I'm sure there is a lot of anger in Tallahassee as a result of this. Just a terribly unfortunate set of circumstances. They left Mike Norvell, who has done a fabulous job at Florida State, put the Seminoles in position, and now will be a challenge of leadership for him in the moment, but I think it's fair to give them a little bit of time to grieve, as we're joined by the chair of the College Football Playoff Selection Committee, Boo Corrigan. So, Boo, we just saw the reaction from Florida State, undefeated, Power 5 champion. Their conference has a winning record against the SEC overall, yet Alabama got the nod over them. And I know you don't go head-to-head, but you do go with the 6 teams and then top three teams ranked off the board. So you got Michigan, Washington, Texas off the board. So in some instance, it came down to Alabama and Florida State. Why did you choose Alabama?
Well, I think in looking at it, and again, that was the decision, was Alabama at 4. Florida State is a different team than they were through the first 11 weeks. Coach Norvell, their players, their fans, you know, an incredible season. But as you look at who they are as a team right now, without Jordan Travis, without the offensive dynamic that he brings to it, they are a different team. And the committee voted Alabama 4 and Florida State 5.
There are a number of people in that committee room, Boo, who have football backgrounds. Jim Grobe, great coach at Wake Forest. You had Will Shields, who's a Hall of Fame player. You've got Joe Taylor, great coach. Chris Ault, great coach. When they were debating this, and Booger's been talking about it's okay to win with defense. When the coaches, the football judgment people in the room were debating this, what moved them?
I think it's one of the questions that we do ask is from a coaching standpoint, you know, who do you want to play, who do you not want to play? And as we go through that, again, looking at where we are today, right? Not where we were 3 weeks ago or, you know, 8 weeks ago. Who do they want to play? Who do they not want to play? And they've got a significant voice in the room. And as we went through that and we went around and around, late last night, came back again this morning to do it again. And, you know, again, we came back with, you know, the top four as we did in Florida State at 5.
How many times did you go through that process?
Half dozen, you know, 8.
How many times?
6.
How many times did it come out differently from this final version?
No, it was much more the debate in the room, right, as we're going around it. And each person, at one point in time, it was each person spoke about where they were with all of it, right, with 1 and 2. Where are we with 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, and making sure that we got that right. But there was never a rush moment, Rece. There was never a, hey, it's this or that, or it's this time or that time. We just wanted to make sure we got it right, which is why we came back again this morning and went through all of it again.
We talked over the last couple of weeks, Boo, about the injury to Jordan Travis. It's in the protocol that the committee is bound to evaluate when coaches or players aren't there, or if they aren't going to be there. How would you say you balanced that part of the evaluation for Florida State against Alabama beating the team that you guys had ranked #1, and perhaps, even though you wouldn't tell me before, perhaps some in the room had thought was unequivocally better than everyone else up to that point?
Yeah, we had 8 really good teams this year, right? Somewhat of a unique year in the last year of the 4, right, as we go through this. But, you know, looking at the player availability was really important to what's going on. And I think someone said it there, you know, you can lose a running back, you could lose a wide receiver, but, you know, a quarterback as dynamic as Jordan Travis, it changes their offense in its entirety. And that was really a big factor with the committee as we went through everything.
I know this is not something that is supposed to come up necessarily, but as you look at these matchups and we move to this next era of college football where there's a perception that there is a Big 2 conference situation and everybody else, all 4 of these teams are going to be in either the Big 10 or the SEC next year. How was that evaluated in terms of being concerned about leaving out an undefeated champion from another league?
It really wasn't. I mean, when you think about the differences that'll be going on in scheduling and everything that happens with those teams as they do go into a new conference, I mean, again, feel horrible for Coach Norvell, the players, you know, but again, they're a different team now than they were earlier in the year. And, you know, it's been a long couple of days.
#1 team in your rankings, Michigan, they've played half their schedule almost, 6 of their 13 games without their head coach on the sideline. How did that factor into the evaluation of Michigan?
You know, in the room, as we talk about it, so much of it is about player leadership, right? And the young men that are on the program and driving that. Obviously, it hurts not to have your head coach. Sharon Moore came in and did a great job when Coach Harbaugh was not available. But, you know, those players found a way to gather together and continue to keep the mission at heart.
Boo, thank you very much for your time. I know it was a very difficult decision and one that's going to be controversial, and you'll have a lot more questions to answer about it, I'm sure, over the next day or two. But we thank you for your time, and thanks for your candor today in terms of evaluating Florida State and the impact of the injuries. And I'm sure we'll talk to you a little bit later on in this show today.
Yeah, thanks to all you guys for what you do for college football. It's really important.
as Boo Corrigan, athletic director at North Carolina State, and also the chair of the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. He'll be back with us a little bit later on after we unveil the rest of the top 25. It has certainly been an eventful year for the Wolverines. Michigan self-imposed a 3-game suspension on Jim Harbaugh, stemming some alleged violations with a COVID-19 dead period back in the day, negotiating with the NCAA, and that's where Michigan landed. So he missed the first 3 games. And Michigan was notified by the NCAA and the Big Ten of allegations from an elaborate sign-stealing scheme. Connor Stalions resigned from his position. Harbaugh served another 3-game suspension that was an institutional penalty, but the penalty was that the head coach couldn't be there for the remainder of the regular season. They continued to win, and then last night beat Iowa and won their 3rd straight Big Ten title. It has been about 30-plus years since Michigan has won 3 consecutive Big Ten championships, and now they're going to the College Football Playoff for the 3rd straight year. We're pleased to be joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Jim, after everything that's happened over the course of this season and the number of games that you've had to miss, what's it been like for you? What was it like for you moments ago when you found out not only you're in the playoffs, you're ranked number 1?
Yeah, thanks to God first. That it's been he's had his hand on this team the entire year. It's been a spiritual journey for us. So all thanks to God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I want to say this. I mean, you talk about some of the. It's a galvanized team. And some may think it's galvanized by adversity. It's not. It's galvanized by choice.
So how did the adversity then impact the team if it was choice that galvanized them rather than the adversity?
Yeah, choice to play for each other. This team is a real ball team. It's not about one person. It's not about any coach. It's not about it's about the players. And I love the way you're talking about the players. That's who everybody comes to see. That's those are the people that put in the work. And I hear a lot of the controversy about who should have been in, who shouldn't have been in it. It's going to be fortunate that next year it'll be an expanded playoff and a true champion. It's just going to be better. So, and as you make those talk, I just hope you also remember it's the players, and don't forget to give them a share in the revenue.
Hey, Coach, speaking of the players, if you look at your team last year, you guys had such a talented group and even great leadership a year ago. You came up a bit short in the playoff against TCU. How much did that experience drive this team through a lot of outside noise? The leadership, the maturity really came through. What was your view of the loss last year and how driven this group of players has been?
Yeah, they have been. I mean, right from January to where we are now. It's been an everyday thing. Our guys just give it everything they have every single day. As I said, I mean, thanks to God for where we are. We've come so far, and but this team knows it has more goals to accomplish.
Coach, how impressive was it by your coaching staff and Sharon Moore and what they did in those few games when you were not coaching? How much did your confidence in those guys play into you accepting that those 3 games and not coaching?
It's a trust, and there's no better compliment you can give to anybody, or any better compliment that you can get than to be trusted. Our players trust our coaches trust our players. I trusted Sharon Moore the most because I know he believed in the players the most. Our players came up with this bet, and I even had to look up what it means, but what it means to me is bringing everyone together, and that's what our team has done. So, bet.
Coach, you've been in the playoff now multiple years in a row. You kind of have an understanding of exactly how to attack the next 28 days. What does the next few weeks look like for you as far as how you'll put your practice script together, how you'll implement the game plan, and how you'll prepare to play Alabama in the Rose Bowl?
Yeah, it's going to take all those days, all those hours, all those minutes. This first week, we're going to give some days off to to the players, the coaches, and then we're going to have about 3 weeks to get ready for this ball game. You know, we played Alabama before, haven't beaten them. We played Georgia before, haven't beaten them. So we know it's going to take our best. We're going to have to play really good. But before that, you know, we're going to have to plan. We're going to have to practice and get in a position to execute against really good football teams.
Coach, not to jump too deep into the X's and O's, what is your initial thought going against Alabama and Jalen Milroe being a mobile quarterback and that vaunted Tide defense?
Yeah, just you know, just watching what I watch, a lot of college football, and the game yesterday. You know, he's got it. You know, he's got that it factor. Surrounded by a lot of really superior athletes that are really well coached and know what they're doing. I mean, you know, that's a vital, critical combination when you get guys, when you can coach players to do what they're supposed to do together as a unit, and then superior athletes are doing that. I mean, that's what we think of our team. We think we're that same type of team.
Jim, what was it like for you after having been forced to miss so many games this year? What was the return like last night to be back on the sideline?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could peel back the layers of the onion and you know, reveal something that was what was there. I just it's just such a one-track mind. We have been about that one-track mind, getting ourselves, you know, planning each week, preparing, practicing, and then going out and executing. And the next game is always the goal. Win the next game. I wish I could tell you more. I wish I could tell you it was more than that, but it was just thanks to God for keeping us galvanized. Thanks to our players, our staff, for you know, being such a joy to work with, and just appreciate that everybody adopted that one-track mindset.
Jim, congratulations, number one, going back to the playoffs again. Look forward to seeing you in Pasadena.
You predicted it, Rece.
I know.
You called that one months ago, man.
I know.
Take a deep, long bow.
Is that finally after a while? It seems like every year you and I get together on this day, and you're happy that I've praised the Wolverines. You want to share that with some of your fans too? Hey, Jim, congratulations.
Absolutely.
Man. We just what?
Yeah, we feel super great. It's super great. Feel great.
You ought to, my friend. Thanks a lot, Jim. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in Pasadena. All right, that's Jim Harbaugh, number one team in the land, going to the Rose Bowl, and that is where they'll take on Nick Saban and the Tide. Week number 2, Alabama, the much ballyhooed loss to Texas. A lot of questions at quarterback. The Longhorns controlled the fourth quarter, came from behind to beat Alabama by double figures. Jalen Milroe, after getting the week off the next week against USF, took over at quarterback, and when he wasn't looking over his shoulder, things changed for him. Continued to grow, figure out when to run, figure out how long to hold the ball in the pocket. And then Alabama culminated that improvement by beating Georgia in the SEC championship game yesterday to win the Southeastern Conference. Nick Saban now moves to 11-1 in SEC championship games, and head coach of the Crimson Tide is with us now. Nick, typically you win the SEC, slam dunk, you're getting into the playoff. What was last night like for you, knowing that there was at least some controversy about whether you would make the field?
Well, it was a tough night. I didn't sleep a lot. Because there's a lot of good teams out there. Florida State's certainly a good team, and to go undefeated in their league. And it's unfortunate that some good team had to get left out, but I really think that our team earned the right to be here. He beat number 1 Georgia in the SEC championship game. They've worked hard all year to improve, and I'm really proud of what they've been able to accomplish together as a team.
Why would you say that your team was able to finish the deal yesterday? What is it about this team? Because Georgia came, responded, gave you a punch, and you needed to finish the game. What was the key factor in getting them to the point that they were able to do that?
Well, this team has shown great resiliency all year long. I mean, we've been behind in several games, came back in the second half. We knew that when you play a team like Georgia and you play teams like we're going to play in the playoffs, they know how to win. So you have to go out there and prove that you know how to win in terms of being able to sustain for 60 minutes and keep making plays and keep playing hard. And I think our guys have done that all year, and they certainly were able to do it last night.
Coach, it's Greg, man. It's amazing what you guys have been able to do this year and just how the team has grown. And frankly, starting on November 1st, it was as if a switch had flipped and you had figured out your team. You knew how you wanted to attack, and I guess the architecture that you thought this team might be, they started to finally embody that as the season went along. So what can you say about the individuals on the team and the buy-in and being able to improve the way they have from month to month and now playing their best football in December?
I think the one thing about our team that I absolutely love is they're a team. You know, everybody buys into the principles and buys the organization. They respect and trust each other. And the big thing about that is when you truly have a team, every individual on the team makes the next individual better. And I think that's what's happened on our team through this transition that we've gone through from the third game of the season on. And I think it's paid tremendous dividends for how we've been able to improve.
Hey, Coach Booger here. When it comes to Jalen Milroe, he starts the season, then he doesn't play against USF. Now he's one of the best quarterbacks in America. What changed over that period of time to get him to that point to where he is now?
Well, I think Jalen learned, you know, how to be a point guard. I've said this many, many times. You know, in the quarterback position, you have to distribute the ball to somebody every play. And your choices and decisions are paramount in being able to do that in an efficient manner. And he learned how to do that. He learned that he just didn't have to make every play, that him making plays was about being a point guard and distributing the ball to everybody else on the team. And he's always been a great ad-libber. So when the play breaks down, he's great at making plays himself, and using that ability to really put a lot of pressure on the defense has made him a phenomenal player.
Coach, nobody has more experience in this postseason than you. Just for fans to understand, you're going to get done with this interview. Do you already have a film ready to be broken down of Michigan? How quickly do you get this thing turned?
Well, you know, I've always thought that when you have this much time off, that you got to give the players a little bit of time and kind of look at it more like a one-game season, because psychologically, you know, you can practice too much for a game. You can prepare too much for a game. But from a coach's perspective, we haven't seen that much of Michigan. I've seen them on TV a few times. They got a great team. They're well coached. They're physical. They got a really good defense. They play well on offense. So this is going to be a challenge for our coaching staff as we recruit and do other things that we have to do to manage our roster now to be able to transition into this game. We also have academic issues. You know, we got finals coming up and things like that. So working around all those things. But normally we start about the middle of the month, and that's when we'll really start practicing for the game. The players will lift and run and do a little 7-on-7 on their own, but basically that's when we'll start transitioning into getting ready for this game.
Coach Booker talked about how good Jalen Milroe has become from USF till now. But from a coaching staff standpoint, how have you guys had to adjust to some of the playmaking skills of Jalen Milroe? Because at times it's ad-lib, and they just love cutting away to you on the sidelines when some of these ad-lib things are going on, and your reactions have been classic. So how have you guys had to adjust to his style of play?
Go, Jalen. Go, Jalen. That's what I say on the sideline sometimes. So, but no, I think our coaching staff has done a phenomenal job of taking the players that we have on offense, taking Jalen's skill set, helping him develop as a passer in the passing game to be able to process, throw the ball to the right guy, throw it on time. It's helped our receivers and our entire offensive team gain a tremendous amount of confidence in him, but also to design things that he is exceptionally good at in terms of whether it's a quarterback run that puts a lot of pressure on the defense, which I think has helped our entire running game. You know, we've actually run the ball more efficiently when we put some quarterback runs in and some things that they have to defend on the perimeter because of his skill set. So he's made the other players around him better, and he's, by the way he's distributed the ball, but he's also given them better opportunities because of what his skill set is and what he can do and how he can put pressure on the defense.
Nick, I figure I'd better ask this question now because you're not going to want to be hearing stuff like this in Pasadena. Winningest team in the history of college football, Michigan, #2 Alabama. Nobody's won more national championships than Alabama. Going to Pasadena, grandest stage in college football, place where you won your first title as the head coach of the Crimson Tide. What about, as a guy who appreciates the history of the sport, What do you anticipate that spectacle and that scene to be like?
Well, it's going to be fantastic. You know, it's a great competitive venue. It's a great environment. You know, growing up in the Big Ten as a coach, you have a special appreciation for the Rose Bowl. You have a special appreciation. I coach at Ohio State and Michigan State, so playing Michigan has always been, you know, kind of a huge challenge. So, but it's just the next game for our players, and they got to get ready for it like it's the next game. It's always the most important game, the next game that you play. So, you know, your focus and what you need to do to prepare for that game and play well is the most important thing to stay focused on. There's going to be a lot of external noise. You know what I think about all that stuff.
Yes,
so
yes.
you got to focus on what's going to happen on the field and channel your passion into execution.
Nick, thanks a lot. Congratulations on the SEC championship, getting into the playoff. Really appreciate your time today. Now go get some sleep.
Hey, thank you guys. Have a good day. Thanks.
All right. Nick Saban, head coach of Alabama, back into the playoff after a whopping one-year absence. Texas is into the playoff for the first time, and the statement win that the Longhorns made in Tuscaloosa against the Crimson Tide has resonated the rest of the year, even when they had the slight stumble against Oklahoma in that great game in the Cotton Bowl. It still was that statement from Tuscaloosa, and then they were able to run the table the rest of the way, even when Quinn Ewers got hurt. Malik Murphy stepped in, made some big plays for the Horns until Ewers was ready to return. They lost their leading rusher, and other guys have stepped up at running back and made huge plays in Sarkisian's offense. And the Longhorns, who hadn't won a conference title since '09, had never been to the playoff, and now they're on their way to take on Washington. They'll play in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's night, and the architect of this Texas resurgence is Steve Sarkisian, kind enough to join us now. Sark, I imagine there weren't a lot of nerves. You had to feel pretty good about what you guys had put together in terms of your resume and chance to get in the playoff. But when you saw your team pop up at number 3, how would you describe the emotion?
I think our players kind of exuded all of the emotions that we had. You know, when you don't know, which is always the most difficult part when there's a committee and you're not an undefeated team, there's always going to be that little bit of nervousness, anxiety, because you just don't know, right, what the discussions are in that room. But I think you just saw the excitement from our players. I know from our fan base, everybody involved. This has been a heck of a journey for us, and so to earn a seat at the table, to be in this tournament is one that you know we're humbled by, but excited for as well.
I know it's not the first time that you've gone against a program, university, a place where you once coached before, but got the head coaching career started at Washington. You know a little bit about turnaround there. What did you think when you saw you were going to be matched up against the Huskies?
Kind of ironic, I think, in a sense of, you know, Washington still holds a special place to me. I got my first head coaching opportunity there and had 5 just tremendous years in trying to rebuild that program. And what Coach DeBoer has been able to do and what they've been able to do over the last couple of seasons has really been a tremendous run. And ironically, you know, we played them in the Alamo Bowl a year ago. And I think there's some familiarity there. They've got a heck of a team. Really talented offense. They're running the ball extremely well right now with Dylan Johnson, and they're playing really good defense. So we know we're going to need this extra preparation to get ourselves prepared to play, but I know our kids are excited. You know, anytime that you get an opportunity to play a team of the quality of Washington, undefeated team, Pac-12 champ, it's a great challenge, but like I said, one we're looking forward to.
Hey, Coach Booger here. Hey, I think you've built, if not, maybe the most talented roster in America. How do you get that roster week in and week out, especially as we come to the bowl game, to play to their optimal level? Because I don't think they always have.
Yeah, I think that's always the challenge, especially when you're a team that is building a program. You know, our culture has been one that's kind of grown from year 1 to year 2, year 2 to year 3, and now you put yourself in that position where we are as talented as just about anybody we go play. And when we played our capability, man, we're an electric team in all 3 phases. It's learning how to do that consistently. And so that's where our growth, I think, continues to go. I think the beauty of our team is, you know, so much is made of one side of the ball or the other that our team isn't playing well. But inevitably, when we've played really good offense and our defense maybe hasn't been on our best, our offense has been able to make up for it. When we struggle a little offensively, maybe when Quinn was out, our defense was able to step up and play a high level of football. So I think the versatility of our team has helped us kind of work ourselves through that. But I do think the last couple weeks of this season, we've kind of really put it all together. And just proud of the leadership of these guys and the trust that these guys have had and what it takes to be a championship caliber team week in and week out.
Coach, we just talked with Coach Saban, and we were asking him about the logistics of getting his team ready. He has so much experience. You have a lot of experience yourself as an assistant and a coordinator in these big games when there's such a long layoff. What have you learned to try to get your team not just physically ready to peak, but emotionally, spiritually? Because sometimes teams get this long layoff and they don't quite know how to handle it, and they're not quite the same team. How do you get your team to peak at the right time after a long layoff?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the first thing that we're going to do today, we've got our banquet this afternoon. I want to celebrate us being Big 12 champions. That was a huge accomplishment for our team, and so I want to make sure we celebrate that. I want to celebrate the players in our program and what they've done, from the team MVPs to the scout team players of the year, things of that nature, because there's been a body of work here that I know our players deserve that recognition for. We're going to celebrate getting our opportunity to get into the college football playoff, which is another tremendous accomplishment for this group. And then we're going to go back and get ourselves ready for finals. And we've got finals coming up here next week. We'll continue to kind of work out and run and get our guys there. But I agree with you, Kurt. I don't think that you can peak too soon, or you're going to be drained by the time that ball game comes. So we'll get to practicing here in a couple weeks, and we'll try to find our normal routine of leading up into that ball game. But we got to make sure that our condition is still right, so that when that game comes, we're prepared to play a 4-quarter game, because that's what it's going to take.
Coach, just had a chance to speak to you a few hours ago on College Football Final. We appreciate you coming on. From then till now, have you been able to get some sleep? You've been able to relax at all, knowing that this kind of decision would be made just a few hours later?
It was interesting. You guys know me well enough now. I'm a huge college football fan, and when we were on that bus ride home from Arlington yesterday, obviously we were watching the Bama-Georgia game, and the bus is going crazy. And then you get home, and I'm tuned in to the Florida State-Louisville game and the Michigan-Iowa game, and then those kind of settled down, and that game ended. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to get in bed, and I'm going to try to shut it down here for the night. And I couldn't sleep. So then I went out to the couch. I was on the couch. My wife came and checked on me a couple times and said, I'm good. I finally must have nodded off and woke up early this morning and came in. So I'm going to look forward to a good night of sleep tonight, that's for sure.
Coach, congratulations on the performance yesterday. It was fun to watch, man. When you guys rev your engine, it's quite the sight to behold. But help me understand, when you took the job, I think we all kind of knew inevitably Texas would, at some point or another, get back. And you had a blueprint. You had a way that you wanted to put it together. What was the timeline for you? Are you ahead of schedule? Are you on schedule? Is this the year you had circled? How did you kind of anticipate this growth and building process?
Ironically, after the ball game yesterday, you naturally get a ton of the text messages and different things and congratulations. But there was a few people that I really respect that had texted me and reminded me that I told them it would be year 3. And so I don't know if I quite remember those exact conversations, but I knew year 1 would be difficult. I always lean into what Coach Carroll taught me back in the day when I first took this job. He said, you can do it the way that it's been done there, and you'll probably get a little better buy-in initially from the players, but you got to be ready to expect the similar results. Or you can go do it your way, and you're going to have to endure some of the bumps in the road. But in the end, you're going to get the results that I think you're looking for. And so that's what we did. And year 1 was obviously extremely difficult for us. Nobody likes to be 5-7, especially not at Texas. Year 2, we made some progress, but we're still trying to find our way through some of those tight games and really building our culture. And as we got into year 3, I just felt like there was such a belief. And the culture is so strong now that I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all that this is where we're at today. I know there's more work to do. Clearly, this is going to be a heck of a challenge for us. But like I said, I'm so proud of our players because of they bought into what we brought. They believed in what we were talking about and what was going to be needed to be a championship team. And they've gone for it. And not only have they believed it and bought into it, I think they've exceeded that and taken us to another level. So very, very grateful and thankful for those guys.
You mentioned the word culture a couple of times, Sark, and you were kind enough before the game yesterday to share with me some of the subject matter that you'd given to the players. You wanted them to write a note to their teammate, part of the culture exercise that you do before the games. Things like that, a teammate telling another one what he can count on him to do. How has that helped you get over that hump and have this success in year 3?
Well, I think where it's helpful, I don't think, historically, when I analyze this job, there's never been a shortage of talent at Texas, okay? And then when you come on board and you go through year 1, you're okay, now where's the disconnect? And to me, the disconnect was exactly that. There was a disconnect in our locker room from player to player, from player to coach. And I said, if we're going to become that team, we have got to make that connection, and we've got to start playing for love for one another. We got to start playing with some personal accountability to the man next to me. And the best way to do that is to be, direct with it. I think so much in our day and age right now, society is, texting and through the phone and different things. And so we like to have direct conversations. We like to be extremely vulnerable and transparent. That's why we write handwritten notes to one another. So that there's some authenticity to it all. But in the end, that's created that bond. And in the end, that's why you see that scene of our guys celebrating with that opportunity to get into the playoff and the connectivity of it all. This isn't about one player. And I've said this all along. Teams win championships, right? Teams, with great culture beat teams with great talent. But the idea that teams with great culture and great talent can be very dangerous. And I think that's what we've ultimately formed ourselves into.
Giving yourselves a chance to win a championship, square off in national semifinal against Washington on New Year's night. Sark, congratulations. Thanks for spending time with us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for all that you do for college football, too. You guys are awesome.
Steve Sarkisian, head coach at Texas. Longhorns into the playoff for the first time after winning the Big 12. Final year of the Big 12 as they head to the SEC. Washington is headed to the Big 10 next year, and they won the final Pac-12 championship. Pac-12 as we know it, and they did it behind the exploits of Michael Penix Jr. Returned for his second season in Seattle, over 4,600 yards, certainly a contender for the Heisman Trophy. They beat Oregon at home in a classic game in October, absolute showdown, and we anticipated the rematch would come in the Pac-12 title game. It did, and the Huskies more than answered the bell as Penix led his team to a big lead against Oregon. Then they fell behind, and then they responded, finished the deal, and now they're the number 2 ranked team in the country. They'll go to New Orleans to take on Texas New Year's night in the Sugar Bowl. Kalen DeBoer, the head coach of the Huskies, joins us now. So, Kalen, we've asked a lot about the night before. Probably not a lot of nervousness on your part. What was the anticipation like as you waited to see where you'd be ranked and who you'd play?
Yeah, I'm sure it's a little different for me than it was like for Coach Sark, like you just talked with. Yeah, it was an enjoyable day. It was a short week for us from the last game of the regular season, our Apple Cup game, and the quick turnaround to the Pac-12 championship. And we knew we needed to win that football game. And so hats off to our coaching staff and our players for grinding through the week, putting a great game plan together and going out and executing it. But it did allow for a very enjoyable day yesterday. You know, a chance to watch some college football, kind of be a fan, make some plans, make some preparations, kind of get ready for the other things our job has in store. But it was a good day.
You've navigated your way as a head coach through playoff brackets so many times before, winning national championships at Sioux Falls. This is a smaller bracket, obviously. How does that experience and the winning experience you have in playoff settings help you as you enter this playoff?
Yeah, I think it's all about just enjoying the competition, being in the moment, enjoying, you know, the challenge, the opportunity that you have, you know, win or go home. You know, there's something different about it than, you know, knowing, hey, you're going to go to a bowl game, you know, and that's where we're at now. And so, you know, we kind of felt like maybe we were in that position last week and even the latter part of the season to get to this point and be a part of the playoff. You know, we knew we needed to win each and every game. And so, you know, the mindset of just enjoying, you know, the challenge, embracing it, you know, that's what it's all about. And so it's going to be a lot of fun here getting ready for the semifinal game.
Coach, I asked you midseason how you guys manage keeping your receivers so fresh with going deep so much, but clearly you've managed Dylan Johnson very well also. Can you talk about how important he has been to your team's success and your offensive success?
Yeah, it's been really critical. He's just gotten stronger and stronger, and attribute that to everyone on the offense, the offensive line. Starting with them and just how they've continued to grow, and we've got a few guys back, just injury-wise up front too, and so DJ's just stayed the course and taking care of his body, and he's just a true competitor. I mean, just the way he played, not just last week, the last half of the season. He's a physical guy, but he's just been up to the task. And so, it's been really critical for our team to be balanced, for our offense to be balanced, not just be a team that can throw it, but have the ability to run it as well.
Coach, congrats on a terrific performance on Friday night. That was captivating television as we were glued to our screen. You guys have found a way to win in a bunch of different ways this year, whether it's defensively against Arizona State, timely plays offensively against pretty much everyone you've played, or whether it's the fourth down conversion attempts against Oregon the first time around. So knowing that you guys have won a variety of different ways, what does that say about the type of team you've built, and knowing that you don't necessarily always have to take one pathway to victory?
Yeah, I'm extremely proud of that, and I think it gives our whole team just a lot of confidence each and every night when we step on the football field. Offensively, defensively, special teams, they've all played critical roles in us getting to this point, being undefeated. And so, each and every week, just every phase of the game, knowing that, they got to do their part and be ready when it's called upon. And a complete team is what it takes when you get to this point of the year. We're going to face, a great football team in Texas, and, we need to be at our best in all areas.
Hey, Coach Booger here. First of all, being from Louisiana, make sure when you get to New Orleans, you get yourself a nice beignet and tell them Booger sent you. Second of all, as you look at this matchup with Texas, thoughts on it early? Very explosive offense when it comes to the Texas Longhorns. Initial thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I've caught a little bit, throughout the year here and there, but the familiarity would come from, the Alamo Bowl a year ago when we played them at the end of the season. So, Coach Sark, just done a great job. They're continuing to grow the team there in year 3. And, we maybe last year didn't see everyone. There's been additions to their roster, additions to our roster. But there is an understanding that, hey, it's going to be a physical football game. They're going to be well coached. There's playmakers, in all areas that they'll put on the football field. And it's going to be a great battle, one we're really excited for.
Kalen, congratulations. Remarkable success in a very short period of time at Washington. Always a pleasure. And hey, don't start punting on 4th and 1 from your own 29 now, okay? Now's no time to do that.
All right.
All right.
I appreciate you guys.
Here's the great Kalen DeBoer taking Washington in the playoff. Second trip for the Huskies into the college football playoff in this 14th playoff era. The reactions across the country. Michigan still in Indianapolis for a watch party. Jim Harbaugh, who joined us for a while. Nobody's got it better than them. They're number 1. Texas into the playoff for the first time. Burnt orange celebrating big time. And then the other side of it, an unprecedented team left out in Florida State. The injury to Jordan Travis, ultimately, according to the selection committee chair, Boo Corrigan, the difference in giving Alabama that 4th spot and leaving Florida State at number 5. We'll get plenty of reaction across the country, including Chris Fowler, when you come back. Florida State, undefeated. What a season they had, and it started with a bang. They took care of LSU, pulled away from the Bayou Bengals leg. Keon Coleman was sensational, 122 yards, 3 touchdown catches. Became Jordan Travis's favorite receiver. They went to Clemson. They had trouble in Death Valley, as most teams do, and the Seminoles were able to get the job done in overtime. Jordan Travis had a big moment, so too did Kalen DeLoach on one of the great defensive plays of the season. They finished 13-0, but in a game against UNA, the University of North Alabama, Jordan Travis suffered a lower leg injury, out for the season. And then Tate Rodemaker was hurt against Florida, the backup. Brock Glenn played as a freshman. They continued to win. Jordan Travis just put this out on X, quote, devastated, heartbroken, in so much disbelief right now. I wish my leg broke earlier in the season so y'all could see this team is much more than the quarterback. I thought results matter. 13-0, and this roster matches up against any team in those top 4 rankings. I'm so sorry. Go Noles. First of all, he has nothing to be sorry about. I mean, he was sensational, and, you know, this is just one of the most unfortunate things you can remember in recent history of college football. Here's what the ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips issued a statement and said. It's unfathomable that Florida State, an undefeated Power 5 conference champion, was left out of the college football playoff. Their exclusion calls into question the selection process and whether the committee's own guidelines were followed, including the significant importance of being an undefeated Power 5 conference champion. My heart breaks for the talented FSU student athletes and coaches and their passionate and loyal fans. Florida State deserved better. College football deserved better. So powerful statements. One that really hits you is Jordan Travis. I mean, you just feel devastated for him. Just a classy guy. We had on game day yesterday. Just such an impressive dude in the way he's handled his business. I understand Jim Phillips' anger for sure. But I would suggest that the committee's guidelines were in fact followed, and that's why they made the decision. I know you tend to agree with Jim, though, in terms of the perspective on this.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Jim. And the fact that Jordan Travis, one of the better players, one of the better people that I've ever met, has to put out a statement like that and say, I wish my leg was broke earlier in the season. That almost brings me to tears. Yeah. But as you look at this, and we talk about best and most deserving, I got a question for you guys. If we go back to last year, when it came down to TCU and Alabama. Alabama was a 2-loss team who lost those 2 games by a total of, what, like 3 or 4 points? I think the eye test would have told us Alabama was a better team than TCU. TCU got in. And so while some years are we cool with it, the eye test, and now we got to go with the resume, and other years, like, we're not. Because we're basing this year saying Alabama is better. They are better. Last year it wasn't the same way, because I thought they were better last year, but TCU got in. So what's the difference between last year and this year? And I'm not saying either is right. I just want you guys to answer that.
I think depth of candidates is the biggest difference. Just there's more teams vying for the same amount of spots. And I describe this, and I've long, and you guys know we've sat up here for the last 5-6 weeks, I have been a supporter of Florida State's inclusion regardless of the quarterback situation from the beginning. I think this is a travesty. I think it's an absolute travesty that they're on the outside looking in. I don't pick the teams. We don't pick the teams here.
Right.
But the committee's own words, in order to justify selection, is the 4 best, and they have to take into account injuries. Now, I'd remove the injury aspect of it because the team, to me, is greater than one individual's contribution. I think that should be out. Yeah. When we move into the 12-team playoff era, move that little line as far as your criteria out. I just don't think it's appropriate. But at the same time, they've been telling us forever, it's the 4 best teams, 4 best teams. I've long said they've put in the 4 most deserving teams. They have. I mean, look at the amount of examples in 14, 15, 16. It's always been most deserving for the most part. This year, they actually went with a team that they felt like was going in the right direction as opposed to a team that felt like they might be on the decline. So I think Alabama's trajectory and the way they played yesterday. Yesterday, I was Team Florida State until last night, and I watched that game, and it was not the same type of performance as far as quality on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Both sides, not just on one side, both sides of the line of scrimmage, as what we saw 4 hours early when Alabama took down the #1 team in the country.
I think the depth of candidates is a really big deal. And I would suggest that one of the things when you go best, Georgia's probably still best. But if you're going to prove best, you have to augment that with something on your resume. To your Alabama example last year, Alabama didn't really have anything on its resume. When your best points of your resume are that we had some close losses, that's not significant enough. This year they do with the Georgia win, but certainly reasonable minds can differ as to whether Florida State should have been included. Chris Fowler joins us now. Chris and you and I watched the Alabama-Georgia game together yesterday, and we had some of these discussions about what might happen if Alabama were able to win. Now that the decision has been made, what do you think of the committee's rationale and decision to put Alabama in ahead of Florida State?
Well, I was asked in an earlier show, Rece, to rank the best 4, just the best 4, and forced to do so. Yeah, I don't do that willingly. I gave the same 4 in the same order as the committee. Having said that, and these semifinal matches, by the way, are worth celebrating. We got a month to talk about that, and people think that's what we care about is great matchups in the playoff. My heart is broken for Florida State. There was a moment in the show earlier when the news was delivered to that watch party. Mike Norvell's head dropped, and right off to his left was sitting Jordan Travis with his injured leg propped up on a chair. Then to hear his statement, It is heartbreaking, and I know why they feel wrong, because the committee has not been, as you guys just pointed out, consistent throughout the 10-year run, most deserving versus best. Do you think TCU was one of the best 4 teams last year? They were ranked number 2 and underdogs to K-State in a Big 12 championship game. They lost and then still got seeded ahead of Ohio State. Now, they beat Michigan, credit to them. We all know the de facto championship game was in Atlanta. So were they ranked as the best 4 last year? You can see why Florida State is heartbroken. They're a gritty team. They have an elite defense. They have elite playmakers, but the importance of the quarterback position in the sport these days, once again, is in the spotlight, I think, with this choice by the committee.
You know, you kind of bookend this 10-year run of the 4-team playoff with some pretty controversial selections. This is, I would suggest, probably the most controversial, maybe by a hair, over Ohio State getting in 2014. There have been a couple of other lower-level ones for sure. But as we move into the 12-team playoff, these types of issues are not going to be as significant. It's not going to be as emotionally wrenching when you're talking about 11 versus 12 for the final at-large spot. So how would you put into context what this 10-year run of 14 playoff and by definition at least one conference being left out every time has meant to the sport and the evolution of how champions are determined?
That's a great question. How much time have you got? No, I think that it's been a
3 hours, a little less than 3 hours.
Yeah, but I don't get 3 hours. I know that. No, I think that it's a vast improvement over the BCS. And I think most years, Rece, we would agree the 4-team bracket worked, which is why I think it stuck around for so long. People have been talking about an expansion almost from year 2 or 3 of this 4-team bracket. It is overdue. It's going to be welcomed next year. There's all sorts of implications. Games like Oregon, Washington Friday wouldn't have really mattered. Both teams were going in regardless of the result. Ditto yesterday in Atlanta. So things are going to change throughout the sport from day 1 of the regular season right through the championship Saturday. But it does make for a lot of compelling matchups in the postseason. I just think that, you know, in this last year of a 4-team bracket, the perfect storm and those doomsday dominoes began to fall with Texas winning and looking so great and Alabama throwing things into chaos as they always seem to do. But, you know, how are you going to pick best 4? I mean, we're not going to let Las Vegas do it, but Bama would be about a 10-point favorite over Florida State. And Michigan would be a significant favorite over Florida State if that were the 1-4 game. It's going to be probably nearly a toss-up in the Rose Bowl by the time they kick it off. Vegas shouldn't come into play, but judging the best 4 doesn't even seem to be that easy. It's very subjective, right? Deserving 4 resumes. It's more database. Best 4 becomes very subjective. Is Alabama a better team because of the 4th and 31 completion to beat Auburn? No, they're a more deserving team. So I'm just going to have to deal with this going forward, as you said.
Yeah, and you look at the, say, the FPI rankings. Bill Connolly does the SP+. Haven't seen Bill's latest SP+, but in the FPI, Florida State is 11, but Ohio State's number 2. And, and they really didn't even sniff getting close there. Before we let you go, Chris, I assume you've got Michigan, Alabama, Rose Bowl, 2 winningest programs, national championship, that grand stage. Before everything sort of changes for the Rose Bowl, it'll be another fitting moment in this era of the sport.
Yeah, it's just tremendous. Harbaugh versus Saban, as you said, on that grand stage. Interesting, Michigan is my focus at this point because they're the team that really hasn't proven it in the playoff. As Jim Harbaugh pointed out, different year, different chemistry, different personalities, resilient, tough. Are they ready at the line of scrimmage? They weren't a couple of years ago when they took on Georgia and thought they had the best offensive line of the country and were proven otherwise. They didn't lose the game at the line of scrimmage to TCU last year, very different kind of game. But as we all know, when you take on Alabama, it starts and might end right there at the line of scrimmage. Is Michigan ready to dominate and control that part of the game? It's going to be really compelling. 2 really, really good defenses in the field in that game. Can't wait.
Chris, always a pleasure, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you want to pop back in, we've got like 2.5 hours. Keep that feed up if you'd like to. It'll be fine. There's Chris Fowler. Joey?
It's interesting to me how we view this committee. These people change. Yeah. There's 13 of them. Yeah. We will go back in years and say, well, they did this then, and they're doing this now. This is 13 individual people. These people change. They have opinions. Every single time that their whatever they decide doesn't coincide with what we think, they're wrong. like they have certain things that they are trying to get done. Guys, Rece, help me here. This is 13 people in a room.
But you and I are together on this 100%.
And we literally, every single time we don't agree, we start to say, well, look at what they did last year. That's a different committee. Look at what they did in 14. That's a different committee. It's 13 people.
All of the circumstances are different. Every year you're not applying, you're not getting the same set of circumstances.
Just to add a little context, 10 of the 13 this year were the same last year.
But they're not the same as 14.
But they're not the same as 14.
I truly understand that, and that's the reason I brought up the TCU comparison, because we looked at Alabama and TCU, and based on the resume, that's why TCU got in last year.
So there's 3 different people?
Hang on.
10 out of the 13 were the same last year and this year.
So there's 3 different people.
Yes, there are 3 different people.
But you can't argue with the fact that over historical precedent, 10 years, they have not made a controversial decision yet. And you can't even tell me 2018 was controversial.
It's not true.
Nobody said that.
I think Ohio State won 59-0. They also had the 13th data point in 14. In 15, they took Michigan State over Ohio State, who they beat head-to-head. In 16, we can go to that year. Penn State beat Ohio State. Ohio State had 1 loss. Penn State had 2.
They took Alabama over Ohio State.
Ohio State that year in 2018 or 2017 had 2 losses.
Exactly. No, not that year.
They did.
Not the year that they took the year that Alabama lost to Auburn.
That was in 2017.
And they only lost the 1 game to, that was either Iowa.
Iowa by 24 and Oklahoma. They lost 2 games.
Oh, that's right. Okay, fair enough.
So they lost 2 games.
Unless you tell me that all those committee members were the same, it still doesn't make sense.
It's always been, it felt like they took the path of least resistance 9 straight years for the most part. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying they got it right.
You're saying something.
I'm saying that this was really the first time that they could point to Florida State, and that's an undefeated Power 5 champ. They're going to be in. That'll be easy to justify. That's cut and dry. Instead, they said, you know what? We have to value the quarterback
13
situation.
people.
Yeah. Here's the point. So it's like, when you say something like that, Greg, it sounds like that you're making all of them say they're engaging in groupthink. And I think that what Joey is saying is more appropriate, because you've got different people.
Well, we all disagree.
Exactly.
I mean, we all love the sport.
Which really ought to be emblematic of what the committee does, because we don't all look at this the same way.
No.
And that's why you have the committee. That's why we didn't like the BCS. Oh, the big evil BCS. They should be consistent. You know what the most consistent thing in the world is? A computer formula. And we didn't like that. Oh, we didn't like that. Let's see what these guys think. They're coming up in a bit.
Michigan and Alabama, they'll beat the granddaddy of them all in the Rose Bowl. And then we're going to get a little Sark after dark. Ooh. Washington and Texas. Remember, it was said right here first that we are calling that bowl the Sark After Dark Bowl. With that, welcome in Dan Mullen, Robert Griffin III, Matt Berry with you. It is selection day. It is the day every year where we sit, we yell, we argue, we feel bad for a team. I said it on college football final last night, gentlemen, like an election night. We were circling Fulton County, Georgia as the likeliest place for this thing to go awry, and it did with Alabama winning the SEC championship. I'm going to take a different approach with this with the both of you because of where you sit. As a starting quarterback, and you are Jordan Travis, and you heard that statement from him with Florida State, your reaction to it and the rankings?
Well, Matt, I'm 100% in agreement with Jordan Travis. The bottom line is that the committee, they don't pick the best 4 teams, right? They pick the best 4 teams that they can justify putting into the college football playoff based off a set of criteria that they get to. And in this case, they screwed Florida State. They're the first Power 5 undefeated conference champion to not get into the college football playoff. This is a team that had more yards in their conference championship game than Michigan had in their conference championship game. So if we're talking about offenses, why aren't we talking about Michigan in this situation? For me, with Florida State, what it comes down to is you don't punish the 100 guys because one guy is not there. Look at what this defense did in that ACC championship. Dominant. 7 sacks. Braden Fisk, I think he had 3.5 or 2.5 sacks. You're talking about Jared Verse. They stepped up to the plate. They stepped up their level of play and went and won a rivalry game against Florida and then went and beat a top 15 team in Louisville. So for the committee to punish them because they don't have their quarterback at this point doesn't make much sense to me. And they did it, in my opinion, because it was the path of least resistance to get them an SEC school.
Well, there's why I disagree with the path of least resistance. I think if the playoff committee wanted to come in and not have the argument, they put Florida State in because they could say, well, here we have an undefeated Power 5 champion in Florida State, and Texas gets it over Alabama because they won the head-to-head. When, in fact, I think they took the more difficult approach, putting in Alabama from 8 to 4. And I would say this. And again, I think Florida State has some of the most talent in the country, but if I was playing Baylor without RG3, it's not the same Baylor team.
I understand that. I just don't think that you should punish Florida State for that, Coach. I don't know where you sit with that.
Yeah, if you're Norvell, then that's why the approach I wanted to get with you. If you're the head coach of Florida State, we saw the reaction video. It was heartbreaking to watch. What are you telling your team?
Well, I mean, that's one of the hardest meetings because you're sitting there saying, hey, man, you put everything out there for this team, and sometimes life doesn't hand that to you. Correct. I mean, you know what? At least you risked it. You put it out there. I think there's nothing harder than to take a group of 18 to 22-year-olds, get them to perform every single week, and they did that. You don't see a lot of undefeated national championship teams because it's hard to do that. We've seen some, but it's hard to do. And when you're Florida State, I agree with you. I look at the four. Very easy for me to justify the four that got in. Right. I mean, you're four conference champions. Right. They all have great resumes. They all have everything. The injustice that I think that was done is in the game of football, you need to be rewarded for your performance on the field and winning. If you say who the best four, right, we're just going to pick the best four teams. Well, the best team doesn't always win. Yeah, in the movies, the good guy always wins in the end. In sports, the best team doesn't always win. That's why we play the game. That's why what makes sports the greatest reality show there is. Florida State earned the right, deserves to be in there. Yep. And when we talk about coaching, and everyone wants to jump on, they're a different team. Of course they are. They lost their quarterback. Yeah, if I lost my superstar running back, I might throw it a little bit more. Right. If our O-line is struggling, I'm going to do things to protect them.
But see, injuries.
They lost a player, adjusted around it, and dominated 2 games.
Injuries are a part of the criteria now. Conference championships aren't.
Very rarely gives up over 100 yards. Mm-hmm. They went for almost 170. They ran all over one of the best rush defenses in the country. Why? Because they're playing with a third-string quarterback. Yeah, and they even know they're going to run the ball, and we're still able to do it.
Yeah, they put Lawrence Toafili in the Wildcat, but I get your point. It is in the criteria, so don't want to overlook that. It's in the criteria that if you have an injury to a significant player, that they can use that as judgment. But to me, it's just odd that it all works for the number 8 team to go and get it to the number 4 spot of Alabama, and, they play in the SEC, which historically has done amazing in the college football playoff, has done amazing in the BCS as well. But that, to me, should not be the factor.
You nailed it. I think the committee boxed themselves in a little bit. Putting Alabama 8th in the penultimate rankings, that's the problem. Because 8-4, never been done outside of the top 6. So that was a big jump. I think a lot of people had a problem with it. Ohio State was still hanging out there, and Texas came from 7, and Alabama came from 8. Here's the one thing we can agree on. We love to disagree, because it's selection day here in the College Football Playoff Committee. We're going to guess the lines with the fellas at the set. I've got them in front of me. They're going to guess them. It'll be fun when we come back on Selection Day Special here on ESPN.
The College Football Playoff Selection Show, presented by AT&T, is brought to you by Taco Bell's Live Más Student Section, giving the biggest games back to the biggest fans, the students, since 2014.
Fans gearing up to take their seats within the Live Más Student Section. Taco Bell and the College Football Playoff will be providing free tickets to 500 students of each school in the College Football Playoff semifinals and national championship this year. The Live Más Student Section will be rocking in the Rose Bowl and in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's afternoon and evening. Let's take a look at our Good Hands play, brought to you by Allstate, and it's the one that kept Alabama's playoff hopes alive against Auburn in the Iron Bowl, and then Isaiah Bond, maybe not quite as dynamic and spectacular and memorable as this, but man, did he have some huge plays in the SEC championship game yesterday against Georgia, as he is emerging as the go-to receiver for Alabama. So the national semifinals, New Year's afternoon in the Rose Bowl, will be top seed Michigan against 4th seed Alabama. And then that evening in the All-State Sugar Bowl, it'll be Washington taking on Texas. So let's play a little guess the line.
I like games.
Go ahead, because, I mean, look, this is the most controversial selection in the 10-year history of the 14 playoffs. But at some point, they're going to play these games, and you might as well take a little guess and start looking forward to them. So guess the line. Michigan, #1, undefeated. Alabama's pulled some out of the fire this year. Big win against Georgia. Booger, what do you got?
I'm going to go Bama's going to be favored by 3.5.
Interesting. I have Michigan favored by 2.5.
I think Bama 2.5.
I think Bama 2.5 also, but just to be different, I'll say Bama 4.5. Michigan by 2. That surprises me. And what do you think it'll be? What do you guys suspect?
Hey, closest not going over though. You went over.
Where does the money start rolling in as we get closer? You follow this a little closer than I do.
Yeah, I would think that in that particular case, a lot of money will be on the under, and a lot of people will be on Alabama.
Yep.
With where the line is at right there.
Okay, so by kickoff, who's favored?
That's going to tell us an awful lot how Vegas thinks it's going to go, because they hold steady at 2 with all the money coming on the Tide. Then that'll tell you how they.
Yeah, a lot of money will go on the Tide, and I think that number goes down to 1.
I think it'll be a pick 'em.
Okay, let's go to the college football playoff semifinal. In the Sugar Bowl, New Orleans, New Year's 9th, an all-state Sugar Bowl. Washington, undefeated. Now, Washington, last 2 months, won 1 game by 10 points, biggest margin of victory. Texas has had some of those midseason, but they have destroyed the last 2 teams they played. What do you say?
They had Washington almost 10-point dogs to Oregon. I think Texas is better than Oregon. I'm not going to go quite that far. I'll say Texas by 5.
Yeah, I'm going to need to know the health of Xavier Worthy. But right now, off the top of my head, I'm going Washington is favored by 3.
Whoa. All right. I'm going Texas 6.5.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Texas 4.5.
Should we guess the total too? Because I think it's going to be a high one.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 63.5. Oh, 64.5.
Texas minus 4.
Texas 4. Yeah. I think that's exactly the way it should be. To me, the interesting matchup in this game, as far as we talk about with X and O's, the Texas secondary and the Texas back end against the Washington receivers. Texas has been getting obliterated on the back end. Can they deal with those receivers and Michael Penix and the accuracy and how far he can throw the football?
They're going to see a lot of different movements.
I think Washington is happy about that line.
All kinds. Yeah,
what they did against Oregon.
Absolutely ate up that line.
Yeah, they're happy about that line.
Oregon too. So Washington, Texas. Remember, Washington beat Texas last year by 7 in the Alamo Bowl. Different team, different season. Heather Dinich, who does a spectacular job covering the college football playoff for us all the time. Heather, you've been close to the selection committee. They won't let you in the room yet when it happens, but what have you been able to ascertain about the discussion that led to the controversial decision of Alabama being in ahead of Florida State?
Well, I had a chance to walk and talk with Boo Corrigan after his interview with Rece, and one of the things that I asked him was how difficult it was for the selection committee to do that. And he said there was a personal element to it in the room because they do feel for the players and coaches and Mike Norvell. But it's also difficult, he said, to drop Georgia from #1 out of the ranking. But the reason he said these things happen is not just the individual team itself, but the results of the other teams around them as well. You can't take one team in a vacuum. So you look at Florida State without Jordan Travis, but you have to couple that with the fact that Alabama beat the #1 team in the country. Texas had the head-to-head win against the Tide, and the way they won against Oklahoma State. So it was everything that happened together, plus the fact that Florida State doesn't look like the same team without Jordan Travis.
You don't have to be a conference champion. That's when things are close among these teams. Heather, have you been able to get any sense about whether prior to the SEC championship game that they had viewed Georgia as being unequivocally better? And the reason I ask this is not because disputing Georgia falling out, but because if they thought that, it probably carried more weight with them that Alabama won the game yesterday.
I understand your question, but the answer is, are they unequivocally better after that game? Because if they're not, Rece, if there's doubt around that table about Georgia, then they have to resort to their protocol, and Georgia would lose 2 of those tiebreakers. 1, the head-to-head to Alabama, and 2, obviously, the conference championship title. So there must have been doubt in that room. Otherwise, they would be sitting there in the top 4.
I think that's probably well said, Heather, in terms of I think there might have been some surprise. I couldn't get it out of Boo the last couple of weeks if he thought Michigan. Basically what I was asking him, are they already in? Because history would have suggested certainly Georgia's been first time that the team in the penultimate, I know you love that word, penultimate CFP rankings have been #1 and dropped out of the field. Heather Dinich reporting. We'll hear from her, I'm sure, later on today in the wall-to-wall coverage that we have of this college football playoff. The Rose Bowl on New Year's afternoon, Michigan and Alabama. We will hear from the Wolverine star running back Blake Corum coming up.
Welcome back to the College Football Playoff Selection Show, presented by AT&T.
Going to attend the 2024 for the 2023 season College Football Playoff National Championship with Playoff Premium, the official premium hospitality program. Suite and ticket packages give you premier seating, all-inclusive hospitality, exclusive access, and more. Visit playoffpremium.com and go ahead and book that thing today to make this a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let's take a look at today's AT&T countdown to the College Football Playoff National Championship. Michigan allowed fewer than 10 points per game, leading the nation. Points off turnovers, 112. That 2 leads the nation. You can see on the turnover margin, the opponent's yards per game, they've been able to take care of business, and they run the football with their star Blake Corum, who led the nation in touchdowns on the ground. Jen Latta with the Wolverine star.
Here with Blake Corum, as the rankings were just revealed, your reaction to seeing your Michigan Wolverines at #1 in the country?
It's crazy. You know, it's almost unbelievable, almost speechless. You know, being #1 in the nation, being recognized as the best team. You know, it feels great, but, you know, as you see, we have a great Alabama team to go against, so I'm super excited. It's going to be a heck of a challenge. It doesn't get better than the SEC versus the Big Ten.
I know Coach said that y'all will have a week off, but I already heard some of your teammates asking for film, hoping to get a jump start on that. How do you anticipate this week going for you guys as you prepare for that Alabama squad?
You know, Coach is going to give us a week off, but we really won't take it. You know, we'll be locked into the film. We might rest our bodies, but our minds, you know, we won't rest. You know, we'll be in the film. You know, we'll work out. You know, just game planning all month for a great Alabama team. I know my guys will be ready. I know we're excited, you know, and we're just blessed.
Let's talk about the adversity that this squad endured all season long. What does it say about your resiliency to endure what you guys did endure and also now be considered the top team in the country?
You know, it goes to show you how strong we are, you know, how much we love each other, how much we love our brothers, how much we love the University of Michigan. You know, it goes to show how, you know, when adversity hit us, you know, we didn't fall, we didn't crumble, but we stood tall. We just kept going and going and going. You know, we didn't let naysayers, you know, mess with our feelings or anything like that. You know, we just stood together, stuck together, and now we're here, #1 team in the nation. It's amazing.
How do you feel your team is playing right now? A tough game last night against Iowa. They are obviously a very difficult defense. Do you guys feel like you're clicking on all cylinders?
You know, I think we have things to work on. You know, I think we have things to work on, especially on the offensive side, but the defense is clicking. You know, defense, special teams, obviously, you know, Iowa did have a great defense, you know, but we didn't hit on all cylinders like we should have. So, but that's a good thing. You know, we live for tomorrow, you know, and so we have, like I said, we have a month to clean some things up, and we'll be ready. So we're hitting on all cylinders come Alabama time.
And lastly, when you made the decision to come back, you talked about there being one goal.
Jen Latta with Blake Corum, extensive conversation there with a guy who's been just sensational for their running game. You know, one thing that has come up, emotions are raw right now. People get mad, put stuff out, and there are Florida State fans wondering, okay, Michigan was embroiled in this sign-stealing scandal. Why are they rewarded? It's worth pointing out, we've talked to the committee about this on numerous occasions, and Boo Corrigan telling us that's beyond their purview. That was not to be considered. That's an NCAA or Big Ten issue. Big Ten issue is now all cleared up. It's a lingering NCAA issue and had no bearing on where they were ranked or whether they made the college football playoff field. What is going to have some bearing, Joey, is the fact that Michigan's lost a star offensive lineman, Zach Zenter, against a good Alabama defensive line. 2-point favorite are the Wolverines early on. How do you view this matchup?
I absolutely love this matchup because there's a difference in styles here. There is no Jalen Milroe in the Big Ten. There is no style of Alabama in the Big Ten. And here comes Michigan with a physical style, missing the offensive lineman, as you mentioned. But when you talk about that, they lose the offensive lineman and they ran a 20-yard touchdown against Ohio State like the next play. And again, it speaks to the point of, you know, Michigan, because of the way that Jim Harbaugh has built that program, they lost their best offensive lineman, plug in another one, and keep that train right on the roll in the same way it was before. And so this matchup is interesting to me simply because of the contrasting styles and how Michigan is going to see something that they have not seen inside the Big Ten all season long because Milroe has become a difference maker.
You know, the initial look at the matchup, to me, this comes down to J.J. McCarthy. If you watch him the last few games of the season, he's not playing well. He's not seeing the field well. You go back to the Maryland game, he didn't play well in that game. And I just think about that quarterback with those receivers against this Nick Saban-led defense. To me, that's a mismatch of epic proportion right now. So how does Jim Harbaugh figure out a way, if I can't run the football, how do I manufacture some offense? And typically, you can't run the football against Alabama. Kirby couldn't run the football yesterday in the SEC Championship. So if you're Jim, you're going to have to figure out a way to get the quarterback to play better, because if he can't, this game will be a blowout.
Yeah, they're going to have to win some one-on-one matchups. And then the big thing, when you look at the teams that have beaten Alabama really over the last 10, 15 years, they've all had great weapons, elite weapons, great wide receivers that can win the one-on-ones. And Alabama's corners, since the Texas game, have gotten better and better and better. Cooley-McKinstry on one side, Terrion Arnold the other. I think that's where the game will be decided, much like J.J. McCarthy, but to a lesser extent, the wide receivers. How much separation can they create? Because I think they'll hold up in protection. I don't think Alabama is really good rushing the passer off the edges, but they just kind of push the pocket up the middle. So I think that they'll be able to hold up in protection for the most part, but how much separation can they create? And then conversely, Alabama's offensive line has gotten much better as the season has gone along. A couple sacks given up yesterday, it's to be expected. But now they've become a physically imposing group. That was the first time in a long time, guys, I've seen Georgia defensive tackles that are on their back 6 yards downfield on a few different occasions. So that group has gotten better. How much better will they be even 28, 29 days from now with 15 practices where they can focus on them? So I think the Alabama-Michigan game will be decided at the line of scrimmage. And as of this moment, surprisingly, I would lean towards Alabama, because I would have said for a long time Michigan had the edge there.
Yeah, and I thought that Michigan would be favored. I think the difference in Michigan's run game is they're comfortable in second and long. They're comfortable in third and long, because if they can get some of that, they're comfortable going for it on fourth down. And I think that is a different running mentality. When you play most teams, 99% of teams, if they run it on first down to get 2 yards, they're passing on second down, because now it's 2nd and 8. Michigan, 2nd and 8, they're going to run it again, because if they can get 3 or 4 yards, they're good with that. 3 or 4 yards. So it is a different mindset that they bring. Their offense isn't predicated upon their weapons outside creating separation as much as their separation is created by the play call itself. And so when you watch what they do, and you watch against Ohio State, when you say J.J. McCarthy didn't play well, I would think that Michigan looked at what J.J. McCarthy did against Ohio State and said he played pretty well, because he made those plays that they needed to make. They're not going to come out there and throw all over the yard. That's not what they do. They're going to find ways to convert on third and short. That's what they're built to do. That's what J.J. McCarthy does well.
Which quarterback, just initial thought, which quarterback, if neither team can run the football, which quarterback do you trust the most, McCarthy or Miro?
To throw it?
To throw it and make plays.
J.J. McCarthy is, at this point, a more polished passer and has fewer mistakes made in the passing game. So, I mean, but you can't take away Jalen Milroe's dynamic ability. I mean, that's a big part of what he does, and not a lot of people have been able to contain him on the ground, especially last month of the season.
You know, and too, McCarthy is going to want to atone for what was not his best day against TCU last year. And in addition to the turnovers that he had, Michigan got out of character, to your point, about just running the ball, got cute on the goal line a couple times, got stopped. They got out of their field of expertise, as it were, against TCU. We'll see if they do the same against Alabama. Capital One Bowl Mania is back. Pick the bowl game winners for a chance to win up to $1 million. Create a group, join a group, make your picks, ESPN.com/bowlmania. College Football Playoff Foundation and ESPN celebrating a decade of teaming up to support teachers with the launch of a new postseason initiative called Touchdown for Teachers. $1,000 donation will be made to local schools for every touchdown scored during a bowl game. Visit touchdownforteachers.org for more information. Get more information, insight, and opinion coming up throughout this Selection Day. Championship Drive, Rankings Reaction, and Championship Drive Bowl Breakdown, both presented by Capital One. Visit ESPN.com/bowlmania to sign up for Capital One Bowl Mania and make your picks. Michigan against Alabama, Washington against Texas. The Longhorns quarterback Quinn Ewers is with Chris Button.
Quinn, a great scene as you guys were in the facility for the watch party, all quiet, and then all of a sudden you guys erupted. Take me into the emotions when you found out that you guys have made the college football playoff.
Oh man, we're so excited and truly honored to be a part of the playoff, and we were all just pretty fired up when they announced it, and honestly pretty speechless at the opportunity that we have in front of us, and just couldn't be more proud of how this team works and continues to just focus on us and the opinions inside of these walls instead of focusing on what's going outside.
When you look at this team, you grew up a little over 3 hours from here. You come in, you bring this team to its first ever college football playoff. What's it meant to you to bring Texas back to the top?
I mean, it's unreal to be a part of a team like this. The way that all these guys come to work every day is truly inspiring for me, and I know everybody, even these coaches. Just the way that how close everybody is on this team I've never really been a part of a team like that before, and it's been truly honoring.
Well, congratulations. Hopefully you get more sleep tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
You should rest easy, at least for one night. Longhorns have taken care of their business and making their way into the playoffs. You look at this game and the matchup. Washington, over the course of the season, though better at times than others when Latuli Nasanoa was in the lineup, struggled sometimes against the run.
Yeah.
How do you see this matchup going?
I love the matchup. You have a somewhat susceptible run defense against a really solid, balanced offensive attack, and you have a somewhat susceptible pass defense against maybe the most explosive passing attack in the sport. So I think the matchup is phenomenal. It's average against average, average against average. Then you have great in other spots as well. You have great playmakers in the game, assuming Xavier Worthy will be back in time. I certainly hope, fingers crossed, that they get a good diagnosis and recovery period for him. But this is, I think, a matchup of two of the best offensive minds in the sport. You have Steve Sarkisian calling plays on one side. And they have 28, 29 days to do so. And the last time he played in a playoff game was in 2020. And they should put that game plan against Ohio State in the national championship, they should put that in the Louvre, because that thing was a work of art. It was that good. And then on the other side, the guy that in the last couple of years has come on like you wouldn't believe, the collaboration that is Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb, his offensive coordinator. I mean, you are going to have two exceptionally good offensive minds that are teeing it up for this game. And I think it's going to be a shootout. I really do. I think on both sides they're going to score a lot of points.
If we can get the Texas that we watched play Oklahoma State for the Big 12 championship game and the Washington that we watched play in the Pac-12 championship game, we got one heck of a game. But in the middle of that season, both teams look susceptible to losing a football game, but they both found ways to win. And I'm telling you, it was strange, and Rece, you mentioned it, Washington hasn't won by more than 10 in forever. And every game was close. And they had to find a way to beat Washington State at the end. And Texas was doing the same thing, letting Kansas State come back. They went through these games. This matchup, to me, this is one that I would look at and I would take the over. And I don't even know what the over is right now. Right? Because they're so explosive, because they have such playmakers, this is a contrast to what the Rose Bowl will be. This one, to me, looks like a lot of great offense. And, Greg, you mentioned the offensive minds. I think the playmakers match with those minds. That's when the minds look so great, when they have playmakers to make them look great. And I think this one will be a lot of good offense.
You talk about Washington and Ryan Grubbs. To me, they won the Pac-12 championship game because of their physicality and how they dominated Oregon at the line of scrimmage, running Dylan Johnson, just not leaning so heavy on the pass. I don't know if I'd do that against Texas. Yeah. It's going to be hard to run the football with those two big tackles inside, Sweat and Murphy. If I'm Washington, hey, this is up-tempo, this is outside, let's get our three wide, and let's go to work. Because I've seen quarterback after quarterback. I saw Donovan Smith from Houston throw for 300. I saw everybody throw for 300 yards against this Texas defense. So why run the football when they're susceptible to the pass? If I'm Washington, I feel good. With that being said, I think Texas has the most talented roster in the sport right now. Will that roster play up to the level of talent on game day? That's the biggest key.
Michael Penix, too, Boog. I think time off is going to help him a little bit.
He didn't look right toward the end, did he?
Absolutely.
A little time off might be a good thing and might lend itself to that shootout that we're expecting. I agree with you, too. Nobody's running the ball in Texas.
Nobody, man.
I mean, that is not going to happen. Let's take a look at this season's move on the field, and it came last night. Put your heels on the 10. Don't go backwards when you field a punt unless you're Samaj Morgan, and then grab it and run like you're Desmond Howard. 87 yards. Didn't quite get to the pylon, but it did set up the touchdown as Michigan making its way into the playoff. What about some X factors in the games, Matt?
Rece, a little more punch out of the Chick-fil-A move.
Need some more?
On the field. A little more punch on.
Does that cost me $1?
It probably costs you $1. I get yelled at every Saturday if I don't punch the move much for the Chick-fil-A.
It's sort of like McDonough, isn't it? We did the Aflac thing. He said, Aflac. Who doesn't know that trivia's sponsored by Aflac?
That's true. The Duck will even tell you that. All right, so X factors on the field. When you look at the Rose Bowl specifically in this matchup between two powers in Michigan and Alabama, Coach, I'll start with you. Give me the X factor for Michigan in this one.
It has to be J.J. McCarthy, because you're going to look at the Alabama defense is going to do everything to take away the run game. Yeah. So J.J. McCarthy is going to have to step up in a championship game, make throws down the field into some tight windows, possibly from the pocket, and do things to carry the team. You get into these big games, the quarterbacks have to step up.
No, for me, it's certainly got to be not just J.J. McCarthy, but also Blake Corum. You're talking about their two best players on offense, but really for Blake Corum, ran for 1,028 yards. I believe he had the FBS leading 24 rushing touchdowns. Michigan wants to play bully ball. They want to control the tempo of the game, control the clock, and keep your offense on the sideline. So for them to do that, they got to get Blake Corum rolling early. And obviously here, we're going Alabama.
Now you look at Alabama, what they're going to have to do. You look at Jalen Milroe and what his development has come. It's coincided with the emergence of Jermaine Burton and especially Isaiah Bond. The growth of these receivers and what they've been able to do and their dominance on the field. When Milroe's in trouble, he gives them a chance, and those guys make the plays.
Exactly. You talk about Jalen Milroe. Since they made the commitment to build the offense around what he does best and stop worrying about what he can't do, he's got 28 touchdowns and only 5 turnovers. You see him right there when the original play is not there and it breaks down. He is strong, he is dynamic, and then it allows him to get those one-on-one matchups down the field. They got to get him rolling and allow him to be the best version of himself.
Yeah, forever head scratcher Jalen Milroe might give you when he tries to drop back there and make a read and doesn't make it and gets sacked. Then he does a play like he did to Isaiah Bond yesterday, finds his way up, pitches it forward. He gives you a wow play for every head scratch. That'll be interesting to watch with the collision of styles between Michigan and Alabama. So the Sark After Dark Bowl, Texas taking on Washington. Give me the X factor for you. We'll start with Washington.
Well, with Washington, I think it's Jalen McMillan. And you look at the wide receivers that they have, Odunze and Pope, both over 1,000 yards, and they are great complementary outside receivers. McMillan, when they were struggling, he was not playing. He was banged up. He was injured. He is a game changer because you can take away a receiver in a game plan. You have a chance to take away 2, but when you put a special dynamic guy like McMillan, he can change the game, and he is the game breaker for Washington.
Yeah, I mean, for Washington, they have the best wide receiver core in the nation. But you know what a quarterback's best friend is the running game. And Dylan Johnson had 157 of those bad boys against Oregon when they were 9-point underdogs. He didn't just run the ball, so he threw a touchdown as well. But when you have a quarterback like Michael Penix Jr., who's a lefty who throws it just right, giving him a guy like Dylan Johnson against this formidable Texas defense will allow them to be more balanced on offense and use that play-action pass that they're so good at.
Now for Texas.
Well, you go to Quinn Ewers because there's times you are talk about head scratching. Like, what is he doing? Where is he going? But you know when you don't say that? In big games. In big games, he shows up. In big game, he's been his best. Championship game at Alabama earlier this year. He makes the big plays, and this is now on the biggest stage. I expect that to continue.
And on the biggest stage, we got to talk about the biggest guy on the field. I'm talking about T'Vondre Sweat. I need another thick 6 touchdown from this man. The way he got skinny on the goal line to run that corner route certainly made our guy Booger proud. But we talked about Dylan Johnson for Washington. This guy not only catches touchdown passes, but he's one of the best defensive linemen in the entire country. They've got to be stout up front to not allow Washington to be able to set up that run and be balanced, make them one-dimensional, make them have to throw the football.
Sark told us on College Football Final last night that Sweat actually dropped the pass in the walkthrough. And went up to him.
You walk it through.
He said, "Don't make me look dumb in the game. I'm going to still call the ball play." Still ahead. We've heard from the ACC commissioner. We've heard from Florida State's AD. Mike Norvell, head coach, has just released a scathing statement about his team being left out of the College Football Playoff. We'll hear from that. Plus, the rest of the top 25. This isn't just about the top 4. It's about the rest of the top 25. Plus, the New Year's Six Bowl all unveiled. There is still so much to get to in our 15 hours of coverage of Selection Day. It is college football's biggest day. We'll have you covered here on ESPN.
Capital One Bowl Mania is back. The bowl game winners got a chance to win up to $1 million. Create a group, join a group, make your picks at ESPN.com/BowlMania. You'll get a little bit of help with that throughout the day as the bowl pairings are unveiled, which they will be in a matter of moments. New Year's Six bowls coming up just after the bottom of the hour here. Of course, the story of the day in college football is Florida State undefeated ACC champions being left out of the college football playoff. Seminole head coach Mike Norvell issued this statement, and we'll quote and read it in its entirety. I'm disgusted and infuriated with the committee's decision today to have what was earned on the field taken away because a small group of people decided they knew better than the results of the games. What is the point of playing games? Do you tell players it is okay to quit if someone goes down? Do you not play a senior on senior day for fear of injury? Where is the motivation to schedule challenging non-conference games? We are not only an undefeated Power 5 conference champion, but we also played 2 Power 5 non-conference games away from home and won them both. I don't understand how we are supposed to think this is an acceptable way to evaluate a team. I'm hurting for our players who have displayed a tremendous amount of resilience and response this season. What happened today goes against everything that is true and right in college football. A team that overcame tremendous adversity and found a way to win doing whatever it took on the field was cheated today. It was a sad day for college football. I'm proud of the work we have put in and the players I have the privilege to coach. We have one more opportunity to define this 2023 team in the Orange Bowl. I believe in our team and how our team will respond. End of the statement from Mike Norvell. Hey, look, you can't blame him, Boog. I mean, while we have a difference of opinion on this set as to whether it was appropriate, I certainly don't blame for 1 second the vitriol that was obvious in that statement.
No question. And Mike and I are sharing a brain, number one. Number two, I hope he somehow can get past it because he's got to go coach a game against hopefully an opponent in a New Year's Six bowl. But to me, guys, I said it earlier, this is a travesty for the sport of college football because we talk all along about games matter, wins and losses matter, and today they didn't. Today, wins and losses didn't matter. Today was about style points. We may as well have built a runway and just sent the teams down a runway and say, okay, that's a 9-5, that's a 10-5, because we judge a beauty pageant. And I'll go back to last year. We looked last year and said Alabama was better than TCU, but because of the resume, TCU got in. But this year, it's different. And I agree completely with Mike Norvell.
He is 100% well within his right to feel the way he feels. And I actually think that was relatively under control. I would have lost it. Yeah. I would have completely lost it because they did everything in their power. And I know the committee, by their own criteria, and we can agree on the criteria, we can disagree on the criteria. The committee has said for the past 10 years it's the 4 best teams. Yeah. Now, that's a subjective term. That is not a term that you can be applied and used in a bunch of different ways. I've always thought that it's going to be something about the team that is most deserving. And Florida State was without question the most deserving. You can't push back on that. But if you're going on the 4 best teams and the teams that you think are the best in college football, I think Alabama would have the edge over Florida State. And whether they got it right, wrong, indifferent, I don't blame Florida State whatsoever because they...
So why play the game then? Because before the season ever started, you could have made that statement. 100%. Alabama's better than Florida State.
And the results matter.
Why are we playing?
The results should matter.
Look,
I completely agree with that.
All of these things are secondary issues, guys, because the only issue that made this decision was the Jordan Travis injury. And that's unfortunate. It's heartbreaking. It's terrible. And you can disagree with that, or whether that should have been the case. That is the only reason. It wasn't about
the committee. The 13
about any of
people
this
in the room. Can we just start calling it the 13 people?
Yeah.
I just think we minimize what it is.
It's an unfortunate thing, but I mean it's within the scope of the committee. It's in their criteria. It's in their protocol, and that's what they did. And that's the only reason. There's no other reason. That's the only one. That it was the injury to Jordan Travis. Now, if you disagree with that, that's fair enough. Fair enough, man.
You can agree with Coach had every right to say what he said and say they weren't the 4.
Okay, I'm told that we have to get to the New Year's Six bowls right now because we promised America they would come up at 2:30 Eastern time. So here they are. Let's unveil the teams that will play in the New Year's Six bowls, a Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. How about Eli Drinkwitz? Looking for a bowl victory. What a great job he's done. Double-digit victories, and one of the most entertaining coaches in college football will join us a little bit later on. It's Mizzou and Ohio State has not fared well against the SEC all time in bowl games. Missouri relatively new to the conference, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by what Missouri did, and it'll be interesting to see how Ohio State rebounds now, coming off of the loss to Michigan, not playing in the Big Ten championship game. I've talked to a lot of people back there. I know they're hurting. So can they rebound and get ready for a Missouri team that has impressed all season long?
You also see those rankings, too. Ohio State finished 7th. Missouri finished 9th in the final rankings by the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. Take a look at the next bowl game, which will be played in Atlanta, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. How about this one? Noon Eastern time on ESPN, December 30th, as all of the games will be. Penn State, number 10 against Ole Miss, number 11. Now, in the new criteria next year, when you get 12-team playoff, and that 12th spot will almost always be filled by a conference champion that will be ranked lower than that. Ole Miss would have been the last team in the playoff last year. So you got Ole Miss and Penn State. What do you think of the matchup?
I like the matchup a lot. You have an offense that at times have been really unstoppable this year in Ole Miss against a defense in Penn State that is absolutely off the charts good. And I think it's another second one now out of 2, SEC Big Ten. Yeah. SEC Big Ten. And the results of these games will matter, and they will be used in favor or against your team and your conference in the months to come leading up to the 24 season. So I love the matchup. Great offense, great defense, and an offense that sometimes is a bit stop and start with Penn State against a defense that at times has been a bit stop and start for Ole Miss.
If only that was used with the ACC's dominance of the SEC, but I digress this year. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave that alone.
6-4.
I mean, okay, I'm just saying.
It's a winning record.
We're going to use it. I mean.
No, fair enough. But the other thing to say about the SEC and the Big Ten, all of the playoff teams will be in the SEC or the Big Ten next year, and all of the teams that we've seen up to this point will be in the SEC or the Big Ten next year as we go to what many perceive to be a Power 2 era. Continue on with these bowl matchups, and Capital One Orange Bowl. You know what? J.J. Watt, I think I'm going to give him credit. I think he was the first one to suggest this. Said last night, the committee should just call an emergency 16 playoff and just go ahead and put Florida State in, also put Georgia in. So if somebody wants to change the format a little bit, we at least have the Seminoles and the Dogs playing at each other on December 30th.
This will be interesting to me because we're in that phase of who plays in the game for you. Who is going to play. Florida State will be more motivated than a Georgia team that has just won 2 national championships and didn't get in the playoffs. So it'll be interesting to watch to see who comes to play in this game for Georgia. But if everybody shows up, this is one heck of a matchup. And we'll get a chance to see which quarterback, whether it's Tate Rodemaker, will be back for this game for Florida State and how he looks.
And this is a culture test, really more than anything else. Both teams, 1 losses. 0 loss for Florida State, 1 loss for Georgia. On the heels of tremendous disappointment here with the result of today's top 4. Here's an opportunity to say, all right, well, we can do what some teams have done in the past, where they lay an egg, not motivated to be here, disappointed, look terrible. Or you can come out like TCU did in 2014 and absolutely destroy Ole Miss and send a message to the college football world that we were wronged. So I think it can go one or the other direction, and I think this is a tremendous matchup, and I can't wait to watch it.
If Florida State beats Georgia, will you think they were wrong?
Well,
Based on that?
Well, I think what was wrong.
Now, if Florida State beats Georgia in this matchup, will you think that Florida State was wrong?
I think Florida State was wronged, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. I think Florida State was wronged right now. I feel bad for him because I think the criteria deserves evaluation, but
performance does not validate or invalidate selection. If so, there would never be upsets. If you say that, then you say that Virginia should not have made the NCAA tournament when UMBC beat them. It does not. You say, well, they should have been 1 seed, should have been in tournament. They lost. It's not. It doesn't. I told you guys not to bring that up. It's the only thing that really makes me mad. Calm guy otherwise. Joey, I blame you. Yeah. Okay, now wait, don't show the Verbo Fiesta Bowl yet because we got to set this up for a minute. The highest ranked group of 5 champion gets a spot in the New Year's Six Bowl, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tulane was that coming in, but they lost to SMU in the American. So now the drama is whether SMU hops ahead of an undefeated Liberty team, which won the conference, and they're undefeated. I want to see if there's the same kind of outrage if I don't see the Liberty Flames coming up in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl right here.
Yeah.
Jamey Chadwell's first year, undefeated. Why play the games? I don't care if they have the worst strength of schedule in the country. I want some consistency out of you guys. So let's see who's playing in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. There it is. How about that? The Liberty Flames, the highest ranked group of 5 champion, and they get in against Oregon. New Year's Day, 1 o'clock Eastern time. I didn't know that was coming. I thought I was going to see SMU.
I just knew I was going to see SMU, and we can talk about the strength of schedule, and they didn't play anybody. But again, they played every data point on their schedule, and they won. And that means, so look at that reaction.
How about that? What a job by Jamey Chadwell, who made a name for himself at Coastal Carolina. Comes right in here, goes undefeated, and is going to get a shot at mighty Oregon now.
Yeah, I think it speaks to what Liberty has been in the past few years. They've built a really good program, and Coach Chadwell comes over and really gets them over the top. Congratulations to these guys going into yesterday. And again, if we had seen SMU, I don't think I'd have been bothered at all. They did a terrific job in winning with a backup quarterback once Preston Stone went down. But congratulations to Liberty. They're going to get everything they want right here. And the Oregon Ducks.
That's the easiest way to put it.
They're going to get everything they want.
And here's the thing, too, man. Nobody wants to rain on Liberty's parade, but I listened to Bo Nix in the aftermath of that loss to Washington. He certainly didn't announce that he wasn't going to play. But even before they knew what the situation was for them, it sounded like his farewell. And right or wrong, whatever you think about it, you mentioned the term culture test. This becomes a test for people who are moving on. Are you going to play in this game? You know? I mean, it's a big thing. Jaden Daniels might very well win the Heisman Trophy. Whatever bowl game LSU winds up in, is he going to play? Is that smart for him to play? You know, can he get the insurance policy and make it worth playing?
Yeah, and then you go back to when Alabama had Will Anderson and Bryce Young. I think last year, both of them decided to play in the game. I think it just depends on, to your point, about the culture and how your coach presents it. Do you want to go and play one more game with your brothers and try to win a meaningful game? But I also understand the fact that football is a team sport, but the business of football is an individual business. And for the guys going to the National Football League, you have to protect that investment. And so I'm not going to say a guy's right or wrong. I'll just be disappointed if we don't see the best players in college football one more time this season.
I'll want to see them because I'm a fan.
Yes. Yeah.
But I have no issue whatsoever with a guy who in a bowl game, because in essence, many of these bowl games were founded to be exhibition games. And in many instances, that's what these are. And if a guy makes that decision to protect his future, I've got zero issue with it. But I sure would like to see them all play because we enjoy watching them. Let's take a look now at the final rankings. Remember, the College Football Playoff Selection Committee doesn't do a ranking after the bowl. This is it. So for the final time, let's have a look at how Top 25 stacks up. It is brought to you by AT&T. Kansas State hangs in there, and SMU gets in. And look how close that was.
Narrow margin.
Wow. SMU one spot away from a New Year's Six bowl.
And you get Boo back on here and ask him how close the process was between SMU and Liberty. But again, Rhett Lashing, what he did with this SMU team, and being able to lose Preston Stone and still coming in and winning this game with Kevin Jennings yesterday, very impressive.
Really impressive. And I think another thing, too, we talked a little earlier about culture test. I think we probably need to tip our cap a little bit to Clemson. And Clemson was left for dead. I mean, they were. A lot of people at that point, midway point of the season, 6, 7 games, 8 games in, people saying Clemson's done, Dabo's done, that program's on the decline, all these other things. What did they do? They flipped the switch. They rallied to get a big win against Notre Dame. They finished really on a high note against South Carolina, avenging the loss from a year ago, and now they're firmly in the top 25 yet again, deservedly so. That's a great turnaround for Clemson down the stretch.
21 and 22 were in New Year's Six bowls against each other last year, Tennessee and Clemson. Let's look at 20 through 16. Oklahoma State falls a couple of spots after getting blown out. Oregon State, Jonathan Smith on his way to Michigan State. They move up a spot in the final rankings. DJ Uiagalelei is on into the transfer portal. North Carolina State, what a season they had. Dave Doran with 9 wins. And Iowa, good. They only fell 1 spot after. I mean, they went in and fought Michigan. All kinds of offensive problems. Sitting there at number 17, and Notre Dame moves up a spot with its 9th win at 16. Let's look at 15 through 11, and Louisville down just one. What about Jed Fish and the job he did at Arizona?
It's just an outstanding job of what they've done out there and just how they become a physical team, the explosive offense. You got to give shout out to him and everything that he's building out there, and the future is so bright going forward.
LSU at 13, Oklahoma, Dylan Gabriel and Brent Venables at 12. As mentioned, now highest ranked group of 5 champions. We have the 12-team format, which I'm sure we'll take a look at that later. The one that we'll have next year, Liberty, which got the New Year's Six Bowl, would be in the playoff as the 12th team and the 12th seed, meaning Oklahoma would be out. The cut line would be just below Ole Miss, which is at number 11, which we saw earlier. Ole Miss is playing Penn State, and we've got Missouri taking on Ohio State, and Oregon has Liberty, and that's how the final rankings from the selection committee stacks up. Nothing really to get anybody too upset.
I don't know, that debate between 11 and 12 next year.
Yeah. Do we have the 12-team bracket ready, Jeff Brown, our producer?
When you look.
See, this is the stage of the program, 4 hours. We're 2 hours and 44 minutes into this now, where I just openly talk to the producers on national television.
There you go.
Because a lot of people, including us, are watching the Dolphins and the Commanders right now sometimes, and we're also keeping this up. Have you got the 12-team bracket ready already? No. Okay, it's not messed. It's messed up. They're fixing it right now. Efforting. Isn't that the term?
Efforting, yes, that's it.
Joey asked, whatever Joey asked for, we try to make sure we deliver. So Book Corrigan will be back to discuss the Liberty SMU conundrum.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the College Football Playoff Selection Show, presented by AT&T.
Attend the 2024 College Football Playoff National Championship for the 2023 season with Playoff Premium, the official premium hospitality program. The suite, ticket packages, get premier seating, all-inclusive hospitality, exclusive access, much, much more. Visit playoffpremium.com to book it today. Make it a memorable experience with Playoff Premium. Take a look at our New Year's Six schedule, brought to you by Verbo. We have the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic on December 29th. That'll be Missouri and Ohio State. Start things the next day at noon with the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, Ole Miss and Penn State. Followed at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, Georgia and Florida State. Certainly a couple of teams, particularly the Seminoles, disappointed that they weren't included, to put it mildly, in the college football playoff. Then New Year's Day, the day of the semifinals, will start with a Verbo Fiesta Bowl, Liberty and Oregon. What a moment for Liberty to get into a New Year's Six Bowl after an undefeated season. Then Michigan, Alabama, Washington, and Texas in the college football playoff semifinal games. Boo Corrigan is back with us now, and the selection committee, Boo, not only ranks the teams and puts them into the playoff, you also have to work through the New Year's Six Bowls, and the highest ranked group of 5 champion makes it in a spot in the New Year's Six Bowl. This year it is Liberty. They're taking on Oregon. Liberty undefeated, yet the flip side of that is their strength of schedule was 133rd out of 133 by most of the metrics. How did the decision come down? I saw with the final rankings, they were 1 spot ahead of SMU and thus got the edge.
Yeah, SMU had the big win over Tulane, obviously, but, you know, Liberty just continued to win throughout the year. 2 wins over New Mexico State. They did not play a Power 5, which we did talk about at length. You know, this was another one of those areas where the committee went deep to look at it. SMU, the loss to Oklahoma, the loss to TCU, but again, really good teams. You know, really, as we went through it over and over again, Rece, you know, as we do in the room, the vote came down and it was Liberty at 23 and SMU at 24.
Well, was there any concern about this? Now, look, you and I have talked about this before. I don't really think it's within the committee's purview, or nor is it wise for them to get into the business of sending messages. But are you at all concerned about about the message that will be received, whether it's intended to be sent or not, about schedule strength? And SMU, I believe, had a loss to a Big 12 team in one of its 2 losses. So what about the standpoint of worrying about how it would be perceived as it pertains to who teams would be willing to play?
Well, it was a big topic of conversation, as I said a second ago, of them not playing that Power 5 school. The hard part, Rece, as we sit in that room, is we don't know. Did they have something under contract previously that got canceled? Were they trying to get a Power 5? In looking at that, our job's not to go in there and send a message, as you said, but we look at strength of schedule and bands, right, of 15 or 20 and who's in that band. And, as we looked at it, SMU was close to the band, obviously not last as Liberty was and yours. But again, as we're looking at it, we're just trying to pick the best teams, and the group was most comfortable. The 13 of us were most comfortable with Liberty ahead of SMU.
You've had a great deal of experience in this now, and we've tried to put this in the context of the 14 playoff era coming to an end. Going to be a lot different next year. There will be a lot of automatic bids, but you'll still have some at-larges to consider. How do you think the evaluation process changes in the 12-team playoff era?
Well, as we talk about it, and you've been through the mock, I mean, the amount of time that you spend below 4, below 8, on down the ranks as you're looking at it is considerable. You're making sure that as you have people slotted in and as the committee comes together, that we make sure that we're getting it right time after time. I think I heard someone say earlier, that instead of 4 or 5 this year, it's going to be 11, 12 next year, which is the case. But they'll look at everything as we leave, or as I leave. They'll look at everything as they go into next year.
How did you? The topic of the day, and we continue to get statements coming out from Florida State, and we understand how disappointed they are. Once that decision was made, and you were left as the guy who was going to answer for it, a 13-person committee. What was that like for you personally? What has that been like up to this point for you?
Yeah, one, it's an honor to be the chair, right, and to be selected to be the chair. And you're hearing all the conversations throughout the entire period of time, right? It's not, you don't get to take a break. You're not doing anything but locking in the whole time you're there. They're going to be disappointed. Someone was going to be disappointed. And as we look at it, Coach Norvell, the team, their fans understand that they're upset, but our job is to get the top 4, and my job is to deliver the message from the committee.
And you've done it with extraordinary grace, and we certainly appreciate it over the course of the entire season. Boo, thanks a lot for spending time with us, as always, and look forward to seeing you out there during the postseason.
Hey, thanks, Rece. If I could thank my family for this, that'd be great.
You bet, man. Go ahead. We know a lot of your family quite well. They are they've been supporting you. Your family's been great, and we appreciate their friendship as well.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you and all y'all do. Thank you.
All right, that is Boo Corrigan. Rece Davis, Robert Griffin III, Joey Galloway, Greg McElroy here. The semifinals are set for the college football playoff. Wolverines and the Crimson Tide, Huskies and the Longhorns in the other one. Let's start in Pasadena with Michigan and Alabama. Wolverines #1 in the country. What's the thing that grabs your attention initially about this matchup, Robert?
Well, first and foremost, it's for Michigan, just their explosiveness on offense. We haven't really been able to see that from them. They want to control the line of scrimmage. Blake Corum has a FBS leading 24 rushing touchdowns, but I want to see more out of Donovan Edwards. He's their guy out of the backfield that can catch the football, can really stretch out the defense. And then in the passing game, want to see Cornelius Johnson get some more work in there. At the end of the day last year, when Michigan needed J.J. McCarthy to step up and make big plays, he did that for them. They're going to need, over the course of this next month of them getting ready for this game, they're going to need all these their best players to start playing their best ball this season.
I love this matchup because there's nothing like a Jalen Milroe inside the Big Ten. And so this is going to be a matchup of styles that is completely different. Michigan's defense is not predicated upon stopping at Jalen Milroe because they don't get to see one in the Big Ten. Jalen Milroe has come as far as anyone in college football from the 3rd week of the season till now. And so a team that there was controversy them getting into the top 4, now they're in. Now they get a chance to go against the #1 team in the country. There's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of answers after that game as to whether they deserve to be in it.
No, this game's going to be a war. I mean, it's line of scrimmage. Both teams teams built inside out. Both teams pride themselves on controlling the line of scrimmage. Both teams pride themselves on stopping the run. I think both teams have elite cover guys. Will Johnson, Mike Sanders still from Michigan. I mean, that's a 1-2 punch that can go with anybody. Terry and Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry, along with the young freshman Caleb Downs. I mean, for Alabama, I think these teams actually match up very, very well. They're very similar. They are both really well coached. They don't give up big plays. Every single yard that you gain, you earn. So I think it's going to be a fascinating game of cat and mouse from a coaching standpoint, and team that's more physical is the team that's ultimately going to win it.
And Greg, New Year's night, after the Michigan-Alabama game, Washington and Texas played. They met in the Alamo Bowl last year. Much higher stakes this time around. Sark against his former employer, not his former team. He doesn't know any of those guys in terms of having played for him. What are you looking for in this one? It's a couple of high-powered offenses.
I love the matchup. I love both matchups, frankly. I think Washington and Texas match up really well. One thing that would concern me if I'm Texas, I know the team I lost to earlier this year is Oklahoma. This offense is comparable to what Oklahoma does with the big plays being created, really dynamic weapons on the outside. So that would be something that would be of concern. One positive for Texas, they have freshmen that are playing pivotal roles. They're going to be better in 15 practices than they are right now. Two of those guys are in the secondary, with Muhammad at corner and with what we've seen from Derek Williams, who is going to be in there at safety. So this is a significant matchup challenge for Texas to fix some of the things that gave them problems earlier in the year. Their secondary has been the Achilles heel. Will it be on the highest possible stage? And that's what we got to find out.
I love the fact that it seems like these two teams are peaking right at the right moment. In the Pac-12 championship game, we saw the best of Washington. Yeah. In the Big 12 championship game, we saw the best of what Texas had to show us. And so now these two teams are peaking. And if you're watching at this situation, there's been so much attention paid to Michael Penix and what he does and throwing the football. And against a Texas team, you want to throw the football. But where Dylan Johnson is right now also just makes you have to respect their ability to be physical, their ability to run the football, that I don't know that we expected to see against Oregon. So it's going to be a different matchup now when you look at what they bring offensively.
Yeah, a couple things, fellas. First of all, Washington has the best wide receiver core in the entire nation. And I know some people might say, oh, well, you got Ohio State. And, I mean, Texas has a really good receiving core as well. But top to bottom, Rome Odunze, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, Jeremy Bernard, all these guys are going to test that secondary for Texas 4-5 deep. Not just your one and your number two. And then the other thing about Dylan Johnson is this Washington team is not a finesse football team, right? They run the football. They play action off of it. Texas is going to have to be able to stand up to that running game. And that's why you got the big 360-pounder in Tavondre Sweat there. But I think this is going to actually be the better game, the better matchup. Might be more points, which is obviously what we quarterbacks love. But at the same time, I think these teams are evenly matched. The quarterback that plays the best, well, their team will win the game.
Sweat and Murphy inside. Maybe you send Johnson to the outside behind Tanu, who's going to be maybe a first-round pick, at least certainly a high draft pick for Washington in the offensive line. Would not advise running inside against those third-seeded Longhorns.
The College Football Playoff Selection Show, presented by AT&T.
Time to check out a road test presented by Goodyear. Washington away from home this season has been quite good. Of course, they've thrown the ball against everybody, but they've had nearly 500 yards per game, over 7 yards per play. Why do I bring this up as a road test? Well, despite the fact that the Huskies are the second seed in the college football playoff, they will be playing in the Sugar Bowl against Texas, which will be almost a road game for them. Certainly an easier trip for Longhorn fans than for Husky fans. Capital One Bowl Mania. You can go and make all your picks. Scan to play right now, or you can go to ESPN.com/BowlMania to get in all the fun. You can form groups. You can compete against celebrities. You can compete against Galloway. You can do all kinds of things for the Capital One Bowl Mania. And as you look at Washington and the challenge that they're going to have there, Joey, look, it's probably going to be a pro-Texas crowd. I'm sure Washington will travel. They have a lot of fans excited to be there. You're not going to complain about where you play when you get in the playoff at this stage. But there will be at least a tinge of a hostile environment going in fairly close to Austin.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that Washington and what they've been through this season, I think they're built for any kind of situation that they're put in. We talk about close games in this, I don't want to call them struggles, but it wasn't easy for them. You know, they had to go down and beat Washington State at the very end of the game, their last game of the season. And you always mention the hasn't won by more than 10 points. I think that toughens you. That's why I don't really react when teams play close games and they find ways to win, because honestly, it toughens you as a team. This break has come for Washington at the right time. You mentioned earlier, Penix last few weeks didn't look great. He gets a break here. But I think they also get a chance to breathe, come back together as a team, and they're battle-tested. And I think they'll be good wherever they go play.
I look at Washington, and I think that they are vastly underrated on the defensive side, first and foremost. I don't think they're an elite group by any stretch, but we had kind of defined them as a group that really had their struggles, and a group that wasn't great against the run, didn't tackle great. Coverage was occasionally susceptible, and it just kind of, I think we kind of talked ourselves into that. And then the Arizona State game happened, and you're like, you know, I don't know. It's a hangover game. And then you realize, like, okay, this group they're kind of getting better, and they've improved a little bit. To do what they did last week on Friday night against Oregon, I thought that was a great defensive performance. I think they have difference makers along the front that could, if given the opportunity, take over the game. And I look at the cover guys, too. I think the coverage has gotten tighter, and I'm cautiously optimistic that group will be playing their best football when they tee it up in the semi. Yeah,
I mean, for Washington, their last 9 games, they've won by 10 points or less. So they know when they get into those really tight, close games, they can get it done. And it all starts with Michael Penix Jr. You know, I gave him the nickname Big Penix Energy, and he's done an amazing job taking that and running with it NIL-wise. But this team, they got so many guys that were draft eligible to come back for this reason, to win a Pac-12 championship and be able to play for a college football championship. And they've accomplished that. Kalen DeBoer, in my talks with him and with their offensive coordinator, Ryan Grubb, there's no other guys in the nation that you'd want to play for than them. They know how to build that camaraderie and the culture that they have there in Washington. And now all of the fruits of their labor are coming to fruition.
There's no question about that. And you mentioned getting healthier on defense. Cameron Fabiculanan was back against Oregon. They have a couple safeties that have returned, and it's changed a little bit for them on defense, and that was evident, making it a little bit more difficult for Oregon than one might have expected going into that game. Liberty is going into a New Year's Six Bowl. Jamey Chadwell, that move from Coastal Carolina has worked out well. You see the playoff games coming up. How about this reaction in Lynchburg? The Liberty Watch Party, the Liberty Flames, champions of Conference USA after beating New Mexico State, knew they'd finished off a perfect season. What they didn't know, would they be the highest-ranked Group of 5 conference champion? And they are, by 1 notch over SMU, champions of the American. Just a 5th bowl game in Liberty history, and on New Year's Day, they will take on Dan Lanning and the Oregon Ducks. Remains to be seen if all of the Ducks players will be there. That will not be an issue for Jamey Chadwell and Liberty. Jamey, congratulations. Thanks for being with us. First year there, perfect season, conference championship, New Year's Six Bowl. What's the significance of that to the development of your program?
Well, Rece, might have won too much too early, huh? They're going to expect. But, you know, for us to be able to obviously go undefeated to win the championship, and then to be able to make a New Year's Six with Conference USA, first ever in the history of Conference USA to be able to do that. I mean, it's a special thing from a standpoint of recruiting, from notoriety. Now with the CFP coming next year, I mean, your name is out there, so that just gives us more access, hopefully, if we can continue to do a great job.
And that is one thing that's really important, Jamey. When we get to the 12-team format and bracket next year, Liberty would be in the playoff. That's the significance of this. How would you describe your nerves waiting on it? I mean, we saw the eruption of emotion from your team. Were you nervous?
You know what? I was anxious. To be honest with you, I didn't think it was going to happen. And as a coach, you know, you watched what Mike Norvell had to do, and you're so close to being maybe in that New Year's Six. And I was thinking, what am I going to tell this team if we don't get in it? I was thinking about my speech and what I was going to have to do, because I was thinking it's not going to happen. And I mean, when I saw our name, I mean, it was a tear of joy, because hey, it really happened. And I knew what people said about why we shouldn't be in. And so, you know, you maybe read into that a little bit, but what a special moment.
Hey, Jamey, it's Robert Griffin III here. I just want to say congratulations on an amazing year. And you guys boast the #1 rushing offense in the country. Just how important has Kaidon Salter been to you guys' ability to attack teams through the air and on the ground?
Robert, thank you. Yeah, he's a special player, and the reason why we end up leading the country in rushing is because he can make so much happen with his feet. He's dangerous, obviously passing the ball, but when the pocket breaks down, he can make it go. And he's been able to get his thing out of trouble because of the way he can run. And he's been a special player all season long for us, and we would not be where we're at without the way he played. And then you got to give credit to our offensive line up front. It's hard to run the ball when people know you're doing it. And those guys, led by Coach Durkin, did a tremendous job.
Coach, congratulations on the accomplishment. How long do you guys stay in celebration mode as opposed to now we have to turn and get ready to play the Oregon Ducks?
Well, after I saw we were playing Oregon, I said we might as well just keep celebrating, I know. Right now, you try to get everything ready. We got to be recruiting. Obviously, it's a live period or contact period from that standpoint. But there's a lot going on. But the challenge with it is sorry about that. The challenge with it is we got to get organized and get ready for them while we're still recruiting. Everybody's got to do that, but that's the challenge.
Is that Dan Lanning beeping in right there, Coach? That video went away?
I'm going to opt out. I'm going to ask him if Bo Nix is.
Coach, you've done a great job. You inherited a program that was really doing a great job under Hugh Freeze, and you were able to apply your own fingerprints while maintaining the culture of expecting to win. How do you kind of delicately balance that? Because I would imagine that's a difficult tightrope to walk.
It's hard to take over a program. It's even harder to take over a winning program, right? Because you've been winning, and this is how it's worked. And so when we got here, we asked the team to embrace the change, embrace the opportunity that we have, and then we were going to do everything we can to earn their trust. And my biggest worry, Greg, all season long was how would we handle a loss. And this year I didn't have to worry about it, so that's good.
What's in your entire coaching history? What's the best bowl postseason swag bag you've gotten, and how do you think that's going to compare to what's going to be waiting for you in the Verbal Fiesta Bowl?
Well, I can say this: we've had opportunities to be at some nice stuff, but I guarantee you this will be the best that we've had. And so right now I couldn't even tell you what I remember because you're so focused on the game. But the Cure Bowl does a fantastic job. That's been part of that a couple times. They do a great job with their stuff. But, from what I hear, the PS5s are coming. I might have to try to get one for my son.
You might need one of those. Jamey, congratulations. Always a pleasure, and wish you the best of luck against Oregon.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
All right, there's Jamey Chadwell, who is the head coach at Liberty. Hey, as we finish up, we're getting the entertaining coaches on now. Right? We got Drink coming now. Look at it. Bring me your best stuff, Drink. Here we go, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the College Football Playoff Selection Show, presented by AT&T.
Capital One Bowl Mania preview, the Easy Post Hawaii Bowl. We just talked to Jamey Chadwell, just left Coastal Carolina. They'll be Chanticleers will be going to take on San Jose State a couple of nights before Christmas. And then in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, hey, this is a big moment. Memphis and Iowa State, because 2017, Cyclone Nation went into Memphis for the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. And they drained the place of Busch Light. Not only stadium, perhaps all of the bars.
Okay. Every single one.
All of them, apparently. Apparently, they drank all of the beer in Memphis.
Knocking them back.
So, distributors in the greater Mid-South Memphis area, store up, because here come the clones. And then when you get down to the New Year's Six, here come the Missouri Tigers. Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. Missouri turned in its first 10-win season since 2014. Explosive offense under Eli Drinkwitz. They've just had so many great stars, great stories along the way. They're looking for their first bowl win under Drink. 8 o'clock Eastern time. Ohio State, ranked 7th, disappointed after the loss to Michigan. And we'll see if they can get their minds right to take on a formidable Missouri team who took Georgia deep into the fourth quarter this year in the regular season. Happy to be joined by the head coach of the Tigers, Eli Drinkwitz. So what does this mean for you to get your team 10-win season and then follow it up, get a chance to play in a New Year's Six Bowl against a team like Ohio State?
Man, honestly, it's just an awesome opportunity for our guys. You know, it's been some tough sledding here for my first 3 seasons, and for for our senior class to get this opportunity to win 10 games, to get a New Year's Six bowl game, it just reminds them that it's worth it. The hard work, the dedication, the long hours, the hard practices, it's worth it. And really proud of our players and our staff. You know, this day and age in college football, there's a lot of different options or things to do differently, but these guys stuck together, fought together, and now they're going to be rewarded with a great game versus a great opponent.
And Drink, you look at the final stats now. One of the great stories of the season has been Cody Schrader, and after the championship games yesterday, he wound up as the nation's leading rusher. What is that story? How does that story sort of emblematic of what your program is?
Yeah, it's the story of how hard work, determination, and mindset combined with talent is almost unstoppable and hard to break. And, you know, Cody's a guy who bet on himself, a Division II transfer that walked on at the University of Missouri and earned everything he's ever gotten in his life. And me and him were up here watching state championship games last night, and he was keeping an eye on the old Texas-Oklahoma State game just to make sure that he finished as the nation's leading rusher. It's just a remarkable story. You know, he played the LSU game with a torn quad and just refused to come out, lived in the training room, and now he's put himself in a position to get drafted, and it's a story that everybody in the country will be proud to hear, and I'll bet it'll be a movie someday.
It's been pretty special to watch, man, and he is, I think, in a good position to potentially bring home the Doak Walker. What would you make of the quarterback play that you've had as well? I think Brady has obviously had to endure some criticism over the course of the offseason, had to go through a quarterback battle, now finds himself coming out the other side as the commander of your offense and to showcase the level of accuracy and athleticism that I don't think we saw at any point last year. So what can you say about that position as well?
Yeah, I mean, Greg, you know as well as anybody, quarterback's about growth and it's about opportunity. And I think too many times, you know, with these guys, everybody expects them to come out and be a star immediately. You know, you got to work through it. You got to continue to gain experience and develop along the way. And it's a tribute to Brady sticking to it. It's a tribute to our coaching staff to continue to believe in him. I think Kirby Moore's done an excellent job of finding things that fit him, utilizing his talents. I think, you know, Brandon Jones, our offensive line coach, deserves a ton of credit for protecting him and keeping him safe and establishing the run game. But at the end of the day, again, Brady's determination and toughness, refusing to give in to self-pity and just continue to move forward, you know, he's receiving all the benefits right now.
Coach, how important are these bowl games to not just finish off this season and send your seniors out the right way and guys that may not be coming back, but how important is it to building for what you're trying to build at Missouri for next season, having a chance to play a team like Ohio State?
Yeah, I think our team gained a lot of confidence playing against Georgia the way we did on the road, and it gave us that jolt of energy to finish November the right way. And my goal is for this opportunity to push us towards next season. You know, next season this time, if we're in the top 12, we're going to be talking about the playoffs. And so in my mindset, pushing this program forward, we're talking about how do we continue the momentum, how do we accelerate through the curve, and continue to expect to be in this position.
Coach, how you doing? It's Robert Griffin III. You know, in talking to you, I've always found you to be one of the more honest coaches, and we've had a lot of great conversations. I called that game for you guys against LSU. You talked to me about being genuinely, truly who you are and being yourself, and that's how you approach coaching your team. How have you been able to get guys like Luther Burden III to truly buy in to being there at Mizzou and not allowing any of the distractions on the outside to pull them away from that?
Well, it's all about building trust and respect, and you're going to get buy-in to your culture the quicker people trust you and they trust each other. And the only way to build trust is to be honest with each other in the good and the bad, and then to build respect based off of mutual interactions. And that's who we've been. You know, it's not always been pretty, it's not always been easy, but we've worked really hard to build that trust within the brotherhood and build that trust within the coaching staff. In this day and age with recruiting and NIL, there's all kinds of ways for people to manipulate the truth. We try to be as truthful as we can be in all of our interactions and to build that trust.
Seasons like this, bowl trips like this will help those donors open up those pockets, get that NIL going too, make them happy too.
Well, hey guys, I got a quick phone call. Connor Stallion's beeping in right here. I'm trying to get a few signals here, so I got to go. But as soon as we get done, you know, look forward to competing against Ryan Day, and we'll go from there.
maybe you'll get some help in that regard, too. Drink, always a pleasure, man. Thanks a lot for being with us.
M-I-Z.
M-I-Z. Oh, my God. I told you the entertaining guys were coming later. Oh, look at Finebaum. He loves it. That might make up for Paul losing some callers tomorrow. Let's see what we got.
Jim Harbaugh.
Who's got it better than us?
Kalen DeBoer.
13-0. I mean, it's hard to do.
Steve Sarkisian.
To win a championship is huge.
Nick Saban.
This is a great team.
Welcome to the College Football Playoff.
I need a little backbone in my backbeat.
So the playoffs are set. The great Paul Finebaum joins us now. So, Paul, I have to ask you, look, I know that you have your judgments and your opinions, but your show would have been on fire had Alabama been left out of the playoff tomorrow. So what were you secretly rooting for?
Yeah, I had a really difficult situation, Rece. My wife is a big Alabama fan, and as the news broke, she was jumping up and down, and I was happy on one hand, but sorrowful on the other, because I lost the greatest show in my history, and I don't have that much history left.
Oh, no. I don't want to hear that. There's plenty ahead. On a serious note, what did you think of the committee's decision?
Rece, I thought it was the right decision, and I felt Nick Saban, put it best yesterday by beating Georgia. And I'll save you all the talking points. You're talked out 3 hours and 35 minutes into this program. But it wasn't because it's the SEC. It's because the SEC champion beat the best team in the country. And the team that beat the SEC now champion finished third. That's a really nice resume. I understand the outrage. I think it's a little over the top, and quite frankly, it doesn't matter, because we have a system next year that suits what all the people are crying about. Florida State would have played, I think, Liberty in the 12-team playoff. And I don't mean to point fingers back at the ACC, but the ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips put out this manifesto earlier, outraged and unfathomable, I think was his word, but he was one of those three commissioners, Rece, that joined that alliance a couple of years ago that really stopped the 12-team playoff from being in existence today because of the SEC taking in Oklahoma and Texas.
I'm wondering, do you think, I mean, there are a lot of machinations there, and like you, I don't really think that played any part in the decision the committee made. Do you think it's appropriate, we've had the discussion about whether it's appropriate for the committee to evaluate injuries like the one Florida State had, because in my judgment, that's the only issue. If Jordan Travis had been healthy and they won all of their games, Florida State's going to get in, I think.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% right. It probably also didn't hurt that Louisville lost its last game of the season against a middling Kentucky team. But I think they have to, and this is not the NCAA basketball tournament. We've seen it in the tournament. I think Kenyon Martin 20 years ago cost Cincinnati from being the #1 team in the entire tournament. So I think you have to factor that in. You don't know what's happening next. But what the committee saw was the same thing everyone saw last night at Bank of America Stadium. A team that looked great early on, looked rather average in struggling to beat Louisville. And, I just think we tend to overreact on everything in college sports. And by the way, I'm not saying I've never done it, probably done it a few times today. But Florida State has a good bowl game. They'll enjoy that. They're not in the playoffs, and that's all we're talking about here. I think it would have been equally terrible for Alabama not to get in. It's the same argument going toward Tuscaloosa. But I just don't think you can look past the two differences yesterday. Florida State struggling against Louisville, and Alabama knocking off the #1 team in the country by that committee, not by you or me.
And so we shall see the final year of the 14 playoff. And as you rightly said, next year, win your conference for one of the top 6 ranked teams, and you'll get in. Paul, you'll have a great show tomorrow, because you always do. Thanks for being with us, my friend.
My pleasure, Rece. Thank you.
And what a way to ring in 2024. And look at this one. Now, Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, December 23rd, 3:30 Eastern on ABC. James Madison got in because there weren't enough bowl-eligible teams. They were deemed to be ineligible because they're in a transition period from the football championship subdivision into the FBS football bowl subdivision. So they are going to a bowl for the first time in school history. Of course, Curt Cignetti's moved on to Indiana. He's the head coach, quarterbacks in transfer portal. And Air Force
run defense, though, in the country against one of the best run offenses. That's going to be a good versus good match.
It really, that's tackles for loss, and they've even lost guys on the front for the Dukes and still have been great. And Air Force, man, they were 8-0. They've won 4 straight bowl games, but lost 4 straight games this year as they go into the postseason. You can see that one on December 23rd. The Las Vegas Bowl. How about Northwestern really improving over the course of the season? And they will take on Utah. That's December 23rd, 7:30 Eastern time. Utah swooned down the stretch as they had injuries and quarterback issues.
Yeah, with everything that Northwestern had going on in the offseason, the firing their coach and moving forward, congratulations to them. Just keep their head down and keep working. And to go through that and then make it to a bowl game, sort of really off the radar successful season.
Yeah, going from 1 win to 7 wins in a bowl game against Utah is certainly nothing to be upset about. Seems like they got a nice program and a nice future building there.
You know, I wondered early in the season, I think they played UTEP. Is it first or second week? And our guy Stanford Steve had it on the fridge, and all of us were saying, well, okay, this is it. Better win this one. This might be the only chance you have to win a game. And then here they are, getting into the bowl.
Big Ten Coach of the Year, man, awesome.
Tremendous. This one's always a great matchup in San Antonio, the Valero Alamo Bowl. And Noah Fafita, Teruo McMillan, if you haven't seen him, and you should have already, great wide receiver, a couple great wide receivers for Arizona. Against Oklahoma, Dylan Gabriel in their 57th bowl appearance had that victory over Texas. That was a highlight of their season. December 28th, 9:15 Eastern time. The Cats and the Sooners.
Arizona's one of those teams that feels like they're better than what their record actually displays.
Oh, yeah.
They really played some teams really close and came within a few plays here and there of knocking off some of the top teams in the country. They played a really tough schedule and played well.
Yeah, Jed Fish had those guys rolling down the stretch, and then for Oklahoma, losing their offensive coordinator Jeff Levy to Mississippi State. See how that offense works. See if Dylan Gabriel's going to actually play in that bowl game and not opt out. But they had a really good year as well, obviously beating Texas, who is in the college football playoff.
You know, when we bring these things up, when you talk about the motivation and whether players choose to play, it's not trying to make excuses for Oklahoma. It's just a reality of what it is and the different places where those two programs are. This is a crown jewel moment for the building of a program for Arizona. For Oklahoma, it's a little bit of we're scrambling, the OC situation, quarterback going to play. Do we play the young quarterback anyway? You know, so there are a lot of different questions that make some of these bowl games fascinating.
Yeah, for sure. You know, getting a chance to call the Fiesta Bowl, I'm really interested to know if Bo Nix is going to be playing, or if he opts out. Is that going to mean that now their young backup quarterback and Ty Thompson gets a chance to go out there and play? I just look at this from a standpoint of these guys have to make decisions that are based off the money that they're going to be making at the next level, and I don't hold that against them if they decide to opt out.
Didn't you play in an Alamo Bowl where they outlawed tackling?
That's a good one, Rece.
Isn't that true?
It was the Valero Alamo Bowl, and we played against Washington, and the final score was...
I think 66-59?
65.
Yeah, something like that?
It was something like that. It was up there.
Was anyone tackled in that game?
No, there was no tackling. There wasn't. Keith Price definitely looked like the Heisman, though. He was out there balling.
Did you get tackled in that game? Probably not.
My running back did not. Terrence Ganaway had over 200 yards rushing. He was the MVP of the game. Yes, he was amazing. Shout out G-Way.
The playoff is set. The top 10 plays from the season that shaped this edition of the college football playoff, the 10th edition. So we've got 10 plays. Washington, Oregon. Ducks had gotten it back late. Chance to put it in overtime. Camden Lewis. I mean, think about this. Who knows what happens? He makes this. You go to overtime. Oregon wins. Everything may be different.
Yeah, very much so. Washington obviously got him the second time around. Further proven the original result was correct.
How many times in a row did Michigan run the ball against Penn State, Joey?
I think 500.
I think it was 32.
Literally,
42.
But it felt like it was like the entire game they did it so long.
How about this one? Texas stops Kansas State in overtime. They go for it in the win. And remember, everybody needs a break along the way. Kansas State had operational errors on extra points and field goals that cost them a couple of times. Kansas State could have won that game, and Texas wouldn't have been in the playoff. Washington and Oregon, people were ready to put the Ducks in the playoff, and then Washington just came out and took control. Dylan Johnson with that decisive run, and Kalen DeBoer lifting the trophy, and he's in the playoff as the 2 seed. Texas and Alabama in the early season. Quinn Ewers, Adonai Mitchell has worn out Alabama, whether at Georgia or at Texas.
He's a killer. He's a killer. A big play threat, great length, great addition in the portal, and has been a huge asset to Texas.
Well, there's been a lot of Texas in these top 10 plays.
We talking about Devondre Sweat. That's my guy, man. Look, getting skinny, good in there, dancing, showing him what he got. The more you can do, and when you get a belt from The Undertaker, you know you made it.
And then number 4, just the devastating moment against North Alabama. It was supposed to be a walk-through game for Florida State. Did fall behind. They ran away with it. Jordan Travis with that horrific injury that ultimately, we talked to Boo Corrigan, ultimately kept Florida State out of the playoff. They haven't been the same team since. Yesterday, Alabama and Georgia. Jermaine Burton, the former Bulldog, scoring a touchdown against his former team. And then Jalen Milroe, the Tide was putting the game away. Kept the ball, and Carson Becker had a sensational season. Came up short in that one. Michigan beating Ohio State. Kyle McCord leading them for the potential go-ahead score late through the pick. More field storming. Michigan, 3rd straight play. And then Alabama's in because they had an absolute laser beam. Milroe to Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, and Florida State, unfortunate, with 2 plays inside that top 4, their quarterback getting hurt, and then this play. If Auburn makes this play and Alabama doesn't win, I think we'll have a different conversation today again about Florida State. But
no, they probably would have just put Georgia in.
You know, I mean,
which is possible. I'm just saying it wouldn't have been an Alabama argument.
No, it would not. Alabama would not have made it had that play not been made. I'm not sure. You know, it's interesting. I saw our old friend Brad Edwards put something on X that really the most logical thing, if you're evaluating Florida State, is that Florida State's either 3 or they're 7.
Yeah, right.
They're like all the way at the end because you think they're different. You really think they're better than Ohio State without Jordan Travis. You know, so I mean, some of those things don't matter once you get past 4, but it's an interesting take.
Yeah, putting them at 5. They're saying basically, hey, Florida State is not as good as Alabama, so we're going to put them at 5. But based off what you saw, if you're the committee, you're telling me that they're better than Georgia, who is your #1 team in the country?
But I would, but no, well, maybe so. But I want to point out again what Joey has said because we get this idea that there's unanimity in that room, and there's not. It could have been that 8 people thought, you know, it's Alabama, and Florida State was 7 for them. But then you had 5 people who said, no. You know, they're 4 after they didn't make the first 3. So that's how that thing can work sometimes. This is how the 12-team bracket would look if it were in play this year. As you look at some of these, Liberty, the highest-ranked conference champion from the group of 5, would be the 12 seed. They would be playing in Tallahassee. These first-round games will be at home next year, Joey.
And we can only hope and pray that next season we have as many good football teams as we have this season. This is the only season that I can remember where I get to the end and I felt like, boy, I wish we had a 12-team playoff. Because up until now, I've always been like, hey, 4 is good enough. That's fine. The only time, like, boy, I wish we had 12. Can we get 8? Can you just give us 8, Rece? Let's run it.
Rece, who would be the first team out? In
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma will be the first team out.
And, you know, the interesting thing about that is I don't know if they're going to be able to avoid rematches. The 6-11 matchup in Athens, we saw that a few weeks ago. And, you know, Georgia destroyed Ole Miss in Athens, and you'd get that again.
There's a little bit of a debate, though. We can already maybe hypothetically play the game. Like, why is Penn State, with their best win being against Iowa, ahead of Oklahoma, whose best win
was against Texas.
So I'm just saying there's going to be some good debates even next year in the expanded field. That's all I'm getting at.
Committee members are in there.
There's going to be some
together.
Even though there's one thing.
I know we've got to hustle. Can we put that bracket up one more time? I want to point out one thing. If you can pop it up.
Taking over the show.
No, I just want to point out one thing, that when we have the conference changes next year, when you have Texas going to the SEC and Washington going into the Big Ten.
Right.
This is how it will look next year, but this would be impossible.
Yes. Correct.
Before the 4 highest-ranked conference champions get those byes, and you couldn't have Michigan and Washington getting a bye.
We're going to have so many more issues next year.
Can we get back to, can we get the right bracket?
We even got LSU's not even on this. They got the Heisman Trophy winner.
I would love to see what it looked like if this was next year.
In this scenario,
but it is. This is the only way you
This is the only way we can.
I mean,
no doubt.
It's how
Liberty might have a bye in that scenario, though. Just you got ACC champ, Big Ten champ. That'd be wild.
You would have one, two, three.
The chaos and
oh my goodness! You know what?
Liberty would have a
that's a
bye.
McElroy. That is why. You know what? That right there is why McElroy was a finalist for Rhodes Scholarship.
Yeah. Yep.
Right there, he picked up on that just immediately. The Avocados for Mexico Cure Bowl, Appalachian State had success in bowl games. It's December 16th, 3:30 Eastern Time on ABC. And how about the champions of the MAC?
Yeah, how about Chuck Martin and what he did, knocking off Toledo, the #1 offense in the MAC, went in there and got them a win. Congratulations, Chuck Martin, and what he's done with Miami of Ohio.
And because once we get 3 hours and 52 minutes into this program, we like to take you behind the curtain. Our fabulous coordinating producer, Matt Garrett, is an alumnus of Miami, Ohio, so he doesn't even care what happens in the playoff. He's watching the Avocados for Mexico Cure Bowl. Can anybody do that little jingle?
We'll let Palmer do it. I think he's a paid.
Well, of course he is. He's a what is Jesse Palmer not a paid spokesman for?
The College Football Playoff Selection Show is presented by AT&T. Connecting changes everything. And in part by Harbaugh. Private vacation rentals. Football away.
Let's take a look at our Capital One rewarding performance. Michael Penix. Well, it's nice to have Jalen McMillan back, isn't it? Connected 9 times, 131 yards against the Ducks. Won the Pac-12 championship, going to the playoff as they exit the Pac-12. They enter the CFP for the second time. When they get there, they will see Texas in the All-State Sugar Bowl. Greg will be calling that game, so he's not going to make a pick. Who wins the Sugar Bowl?
Man, I like both of these teams, but I'm going to go with the Huskies. I think this team has that dog in them. They've won, I think, 8 of their last 9 games, or their last 9 games by 10 points or less. I know that Michael Penix Jr. has that clutch gene in him, and I think that it's a really close game, but Washington comes out.
I like Washington also. I think they're battle-tested, and I think they're ready to play in any environment.
All right, Rose Bowl, Michigan and Alabama, Robert.
I'm going with Michigan in this one. I think they'll control the line of scrimmage. I think this team, they've been to this playoff multiple times, haven't come out with the result that they want. I think they do this time. They get all their backs involved, and J.J. McCarthy makes a couple big throws.
I'll take Alabama. I think that Jalen Milroe presents something Michigan hasn't seen yet, and I think that's going to be enough playmaking to win.
Yeah, I think Alabama's team speed is what will give them a slight edge. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I'm taking the Tide.
And that'll be the first semifinal in the college football playoffs. It's been a great fun today to be with you guys. Tremendous work all day long. It's been a controversial day, maybe the most controversial in the 10-year history of the 4-team playoff, and our coverage continues right now.
Rece and friends, thank you so much. First thing I learned out of that is Greg McElroy already got his bowl assignment, while the rest of it just kind of sit here and wait, figure out what's going on. But when you're Greg McElroy and Sean McDonough, that's the goods you get. Dan Mullen, Sam Acho, Matt Berry alongside. Paul Finebaum going to join us on what has been a historic day in college football by the playoff committee. They did 3 to 4 things they've never done before, and because of it, the discussion begins. The 4 teams in, the New Year's 6, the top 25, and as bowl games start to trickle in, we'll give you those as well. It is Championship Drive Rankings Reaction here on ESPN.
Welcome to Championship Drive Rankings Reaction, presented by Capital One.
And with that, welcome in. We were in the playoff penthouse for the past couple of years. We're kind of in a nice living room at the Dutton Ranch. Galloway was going to walk behind us. Everyone freaked out. Everything is good. It's just the people that belong here. Dan Mullen, Sam Acho, Matt Berry, Paul Finebaum going to join us here in just a couple of minutes because we've got the rankings and people want to know what you think of the top 4 of how they got in. You've got Michigan and Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Can't wait to see that. Then you've got Sark after dark. Washington taking on Texas in the Sugar Bowl. Let's bring in Paul Finebaum joining us now. And Paul, you and I discussed this earlier today. Just first blush, your thoughts of the top 4 and how it went down.
They were right. I know that's not controversial. To me, it was not a travesty. It was not unfathomable. I think this committee did it well. And I don't know if courage is the right word because we all get carried away. This doesn't take courage. This just takes common sense. And that's what they used. They used common sense to put Alabama in there at the 4 position, leaving Florida State out. Quite frankly, nobody has talked much about this today, but the idea that Georgia is the number 6 team might be unfathomable, Matt.
Yeah, Paul, we can sit here and talk about all I want because Florida State's the team that everyone's ID'd has got the right to be the most upset. But, yeah, Georgia goes from 1 to 6 in a matter of 4 quarters. Paul, we'll get back to you in a second. Coach, I'll start with you. That was the big reaction today, that Florida State, they win a Power 5 conference championship undefeated. They started the day at 4, and they find their way out after winning. Your thoughts on those top 4?
Well, you look at college football is won on the field. And so there were 5 teams to me that earned playoff spots this season, winning conference championships. Someone was going to be disappointed. You can justify it however you wanted to go with those 5 teams. It would have been easier for me to justify leaving Alabama out because they lost head-to-head to Texas to one of those other teams. I have a hard time. A team that goes undefeated, it is so hard to go undefeated in a Power 5 conference with really quality wins with Florida State. I had a harder time with that than I would have with Alabama being left out. But it's hard to argue either way when you look at it. There are 5 deserving teams.
So, yeah, there was going to be
not deserving. Deserving. I can't. There's 5 teams that earned the right to go to the playoffs.
We knew coming in when we left last night on College Football Final, we had a pretty good idea that the 3 were going to be Michigan. We thought they should be pretty confident they were. Washington, they should be pretty confident they were. Texas, because of the win over Alabama, was likely 3. And then Rece said it at the top of their show today. There were basically 2 teams fighting for that 4th and final spot, or 4 for 2, however you like it. At the end of the day, the committee decided an SEC champion who just beat the number 1 team in the country belonged in the playoff over a Florida State team whose MVP and ACC Player of the Year was out for the season.
But also a Florida State team that not only won their conference, right, ACC conference champs, but also did it without their quarterback. So some would actually argue that that's even a stronger argument for how complete of a team they are, whether from a defensive perspective, a running game perspective, even special teams perspective. We've got a chance to win, not with our number 2 quarterback, our number 3 quarterback. And so I think for Mike Norvell and his team, for players on that team, to say, man, how do you know what we could have been in the future with maybe a whole month, 4 weeks of practice with Rodemaker?
This is legitimately one of those rare cases, I believe, in college football and in sport, where it depends on what side you believe in, that you could argue for any of them. I just had someone hit me up on Twitter about Nick Foles winning the Super Bowl as a backup quarterback for Carson. It happens, but it's not going to happen for Florida State. Again, history today. So much history made by the College Football Playoff Committee. This is the one that Florida State did not want to be a part of. They are the first undefeated Power 5 champ to not make it to the college football playoff. Now, the Jordan Travis video of his injury was heartbreaking, but to me, this was equally as heartbreaking. That is the reaction from the Florida State watch party when they discovered that they would not be playing for the college football playoff. You see Mike Norvell, his head just dropped. His players are stunned. He actually had to get up. He addressed his team after that, a leadership moment from a head coach. You've been a head coach at a moment where there's disappointment with your team.
I mean, let's go explain to 18 to 22-year-olds. You did everything that was asked of you. You did more. You did more than most teams have done. There's been very few undefeated national champions. Most national champions have lost. You've done it all, and yet this group of 13 people decided you didn't deserve it, even though you earned it on the field. That's a hard moment for him to come up with and to explain to those young men.
Well, he explained to us afterwards, us being the general public and the media, about what he thinks of the decision of the College Football Playoff Committee. I want to read this to you. I'm disgusted and infuriated with the committee's decision today to have what was earned on the field taken away because a group of people decided they knew better than the results of the games. What is the point of playing games? Do you tell players it is okay to quit if someone goes down? Do you not play a senior on senior day for fear of injury? Where is the motivation? He would go on to say, my heart breaks for the talented FSU student athletes and coaches and their passionate and loyal fans. Florida State deserved better. College football deserved better. That was Mike Norvell, and then his star quarterback, Jordan Travis. This one got me because Jordan has shouldered quite a bit throughout the year for this team, and then he blamed himself on a tweet afterwards. Here's what he had to say. Devastated, heartbroken, and in so much disbelief right now. I wish my leg broke earlier in the season so you all could see this team is much more than a quarterback. I thought results matter. 13-0, and this roster matches up across any team in those top 4 rankings. I am so sorry. Go Florida State, or go Noles, rather, as we welcome back Paul Finebaum. And Paul, look, I think there are a lot of us that agree that the playoff committee got it correct in terms of what we have as a sample set for the 4 best teams in the country. But when you hear that reaction out of Florida State, it also can be true that they have a point with everything that they said today.
They do, and I think any reasonable person feels pain in their heart when you read a statement from just such an outstanding young person like Jordan Travis. And I sympathize with Coach Norvell as well. You know what I don't sympathize, though, is with the administration at Florida State acting like there has been some great tragedy. And Matt, they brought some of this on themselves. I know this sounds crazy that I'm about to go off on a conspiratorial rant here, but there are a lot of people in college athletics that try to be collegial, including those 13 on the on this committee. And what Florida State did about 4 months ago is not collegial. They stood up at a board of trustees meeting and essentially said, we're open for bid. The ACC isn't good enough for us. We're holding this thing together. You remember that. It was like a food fight in the cafeteria in 7th grade. And that has nothing to do with what happens on the football field, but I believe very strongly it gets into people's mindset. And I hope this was not used against them, because that would be wrong, but it affects the way people think. And those people on that committee, I wonder if they did not think about that moment in time a little bit over the last 24 hours.
Paul, that's an interesting take, and some of the stuff off the field that we've been talking about with Florida State. Gentlemen, I'll bring it back in here with you. And here's Florida State's dilemma. And Ott, you said it earlier, but they go and they win with their backup quarterback. Yep. That is true. And then when you look at whether it was going to be Tate Rodemaker, which I believe it would have been had they made the college football playoff, they had a month to prepare, it could have been a different looking player. But when you looked at the matchup with Florida State as they stood with Jordan Travis, top 14, you take an MVP off of any team, a most valuable player, it's not going to be the same squad that we saw for the better part of 11 weeks. Again, both of these statements can be true.
Well, this is why I empathize with Jordan Travis, because you heard the words he said, right? My dad's a doctor in mental health, so like psychologist, right? Words matter. He said, I wish my leg would have broke earlier. So what? So that y'all could see how good this team really is. I think we saw a little bit, bits and pieces of how good this team could actually be, right? Trey Benson, 2 weeks ago against Florida, had 3 touchdowns. Their star running back had his best day. Then yesterday, we saw Toafili go off, right? One of his best days. And so we saw the defense play one of their best performances against a Louisville team that has scored 30 and 30 and 30 over and over again. And so the reason I empathize is that it's almost like we're putting Jordan Travis on this pedestal and at the same time taking it away from his entire team. Yes, he played outstanding, and yes, he is their MVP. But, man, Keon Coleman he's an amazing, amazing receiver. So is Johnny Wilson. So is that defense. So are those running backs. I mean, so is the offensive line. So are some of the linebackers. So is Jared Verse. So the list goes on. And so my point is this. I understand that the committee's job, to a certain extent, is to project.
Which is in the criteria.
Sure. But, I mean, people go back to Ohio State and Cardale Jones, that injury, right? They're on their 3rd-string quarterback, and all of a sudden they win a championship, right? People go back to that. And then also I just go back to, yes, there is a 2-game sample size of either Rodemaker and or your 3rd-string quarterback.
Brock Glenn.
But that may not be enough, at least in my perspective, to count this Florida State team out.
Let me combat one thing you said there with the Keon Colemans and the Johnny Wilsons and the Jaheim Bells, and I get that. They are loaded. But with the quarterbacks that they had in the past couple of weeks, Keon Coleman, non-existent.
Yeah.
The receiver, Johnny Wilson, non-existent.
Yes.
Right? They were non-existent because when you take out your best player that makes everyone around them better, you lose that sense of explosiveness when you got to do
That's actually a little bit inaccurate. And the reason I say that's inaccurate is that even when Jordan Travis was healthy, there were some times where both Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson were, quote, non-existent. Now, part of that, there were some injury issues, right? They sat out. But also, there were some games where I'm saying, hey, Keon, I need you to step up, right? Syracuse game goes for 140, or first week goes for 122, right? So there are 9 catches in both of those games, right? Where Keon Coleman did that. So even with Jordan Travis, there are times where you want your best player to play better or play worse. The reason that Keon Coleman didn't have great games wasn't because Jordan Travis wasn't there. There were weeks where Jordan Travis was there and Keon Coleman or Johnny Wilson didn't play great. That doesn't mean that they couldn't have done it, right? That's kind of point one. And then I would say point two, actually, I think that's where I'll stop, right?
Coach,
I'll
get
stop
in there.
there.
Well, because if you really look at it, and I know everyone want to make the different arguments, you said the quarterbacks don't look great. Football is a team game.
when you're there as a coaching staff, when you're there as players, you know the game plan going in. The game plan is to win the game. There's going to be some games you're going to sit there and say, hey guys, the plan this week, we got to go win 14-10. We're going to win 10-7. Hey, this week we're going to win 35-30, 32. You know, I mean, whatever it is the game plan. The last couple of weeks, Florida State has gone in and says, we're going to run the football. We're going to control it that way. We're going to play great defense. The performance the Florida State defense put on in that championship game was one of the great defensive performances I've ever seen. Minus 23 yards against a very good Louisville team in the fourth quarter. They have a punt blocked. Game over. It's all done. Make play, turnover.
Yeah.
Game on the line. Okay, all Louisville, this is their chance to go to it. Sack. One of the greatest defensive performances. Why? Because the game plan was built around this is how we are going to win the football game. So to sit there and just say, well, boy, let's discredit them. Their quarterback's awful. They have no chance. They can't do this. They came in with the game plan to protect. They know we're playing with a true freshman third-string quarterback. We have great players. We're going to do everything. We're going to go run for almost 170 yards against one of the best run defenses in the country. And they did.
Yeah, and I'd say two things. One, had Louisville not lost to Kentucky the week before, maybe you're talking about a top 10 Louisville win for Florida State and Alabama. They beat the #1 ranked team in the country, the two-time defending champion who had won 29 straight. There were so many things that were going against Florida State last night, and they just couldn't get it through the committee's head that, you know what, they belong to the
people keep taking it. We're not taking away from Alabama. That's the hard thing. It's not right. Okay, Alabama shouldn't be in. Florida State should be in. Alabama earned to be in as well. The argument is there were 5 teams that earned it. Someone had to be left out. I do think Florida State was the team, though, that should have gotten the nod for what they accomplished.
What a way for the 4-team playoff to go out. In Florida State, they were left on the outside looking in. Still ahead on Championship Drive Rankings Reaction. We've talked about the odd man out. We want to hear from CFP Playoff Committee Chairman Boot Corrigan on the why. He explained why Alabama got the nod over Florida State. Plus, we'll preview the semifinals. Listen, say what you want. These are really good football games. We'll preview those coming up next.
Championship Drive Rankings Reaction is presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet?
The final time the playoff bracket will have just 4 teams. Michigan and Alabama in the Rose Bowl, Washington and Texas in the Sugar Bowl. That's what the committee decided today as a part of their criteria. And part of the criteria is other relevant factors, including player and coach unavailability, especially if it's a marquee player. And conference championships, you take those into consideration if all things are equal. Strength of schedule. By the way, Florida State 55th strength of schedule. Alabama 5th ranked strength of schedule. So a lot of things went into this decision that left Florida State on the outside looking in as they were delivered the news, waiting. The suspense was built, and they see that Alabama, the 4th ranked team, came up and they weren't there. Big fly on the wall when that committee was going through their deliberations late into the night and early in the morning, because as you heard Boo say a couple of times, there was debate internally, and you knew there would be because you were going to make history either way, an undefeated Power 5 conference champion or a team outside of the top 6, in this case Alabama and Texas, both 8 and 7, working their way into 3 and 4 respectively. But with Boo, he was candid about it, and he said, look, player availability was big in this decision.
And that makes total sense, right? You're looking at some of the criteria, especially only when it comes to selecting this Final Four and saying coaching availability, player availability, and that makes total sense. My argument still would be that sentiment that Jordan Travis had of, man, maybe if he gets injured earlier, they can see what this team really looks like outside of 1 week with your second string, one week with your third string. That's the frustrating and tough part for me. I think about if I were a player for Florida State or a coach, and I've done everything I'm supposed to do, right? Defense dominated. Braden Fisk, right? Transfer from Western Michigan. Dominated, right? Toa Feely at running back. Played outstanding. Trey Benson, even the week before, played great. And we won. Coach, what's the job? It's winning. I thought I was supposed to win. Oh, no, you got to win by 20 or 30 or 40. That's the part where I still get a little bit frustrated. Okay, how much is enough? And then even if I do win by 20 or 30, there's still that argument that you hear some people say, well, then in that case, maybe it should be a Georgia, because Georgia's one of the 4 best teams, right? If you talk about best teams, it gets a little bit convoluted of saying, okay, well, why is one team better than another if it's not about winning the games and a comparable strength of schedule?
We talked about disservice with the rankings earlier, Coach, and I want to throw this at you. If the committee knew, and by the way, they weren't great against Florida in the Swamp. You could argue Florida did it.
Georgia wasn't great against Georgia Tech.
No, they weren't.
Alabama won games against Auburn.
Everyone plays with their food in a rivalry game. Everyone knows that. But if I'm the committee and you knew that the backup quarterback was an issue, they boxed themselves in, putting Florida State 4, moving them up to 4 when they had already had them at 5. And so now if you're a Florida State fan, you're like, well, we got moved up to 4 last week after a win. We're 4. We won the conference champion. We're still 4, right?
We're 4.
Why would you just keep them 5th?
We're 4 with Tate Rodemaker, who's going to be back for the bowl game. We were 4 with him. He's going to play in the bowl game. And I agree with you. Listen, you can make an argument. If you said, hey, pick a side, I would feel really comfortable with arguing with the 4 that they chose. I think it's very, very simple. And it's just the unfortunate part that someone gets left out. I think the people it's living in the football world. Like when you are a coach, when you're a player, and you're looking there and you're saying, okay, who judges the best teams? You know, Kirby Smart had a comment today. Ask the NFL draft board who the best team is. We have the best players.
He's not wrong.
He's not, but they didn't win.
They didn't win.
They didn't win. Florida State's loaded with NFL guys
at some point, okay, you know, like, okay, well, let's go to the Vegas. Who would Vegas put here? Well, why play the game? Because, right, I mean, Vegas picked Georgia, and they lost. Yeah. And I'll bet you have to play the game. And so the best teams win. They find ways to win. And the greatest thing you could say about Florida State this year, they always found a way to win. Alabama didn't. Alabama lost by double digits at home. Florida State never did that because you can't say, tell me about Florida State's loss. You can't. They didn't. They did it all right. And so it's hard to, as a football person, it's hard to justify a team that never lost in a Power 5 at that level doesn't get in. If you said, hey, Cincinnati a couple years ago went undefeated, I don't know how they got in, because if you would have said, are they one of the 4 best teams? No, they would have been probably an average team in most conferences.
But as you know, being an SEC head coach at 2 spots, Mississippi State and Florida, if you're in the committee room and you're sitting there and you're looking at Conference Championship Saturday and you're saying, which one of these Conference Championship games has the 2 better teams? Alabama getting over number 1, much more impressive than number 4 getting by Louisville.
The SEC gets the credit. Listen, the league has been dominant for the last almost 20 years now. I mean, just dominated college football for 20 years. I mean, their argument this year, hey, the Pac-12's better, finally better. There's a league better than the SEC for the first time as a league as a whole. You could make that argument possibly this year from top to bottom. The Pac-12 was better. So I think the SEC does get the benefit of the doubt. And I think you look at the matchup yesterday. There were 2 primo matchups on the weekend. Oregon-Washington, and Alabama and Georgia. Those were the primo matchups. Get the most attention. Both winners are in the playoffs.
And the best team argument, once again, it's still a little bit frustrating saying these are the 4 best teams, because the other argument that was made by the committee is, well, hey, who would a team not want to play? Who do you not want to play, right? And a lot of teams wouldn't want to play Georgia. To be totally frank, a lot of teams would say, well, Georgia's one of the 4 best. So then put Georgia in, and then if you do that, then who's out, right? So, like, why is Georgia not in that top 4? And the answer is, well, because they lost to Alabama, or they lost conference championship. Well, Florida State didn't lose. And didn't lose and they won the conference. So why is Georgia, if it's about best teams, and we're saying that, well, people don't want to play Georgia, why is Georgia not in it?
I go back to the year TCU was left out of the college football playoff. In the penultimate rankings, they were ranked 3rd. With their last game of the season having to play, at the time, a really bad Iowa State team. If you're TCU, you're thinking, well, we're 3rd now. We've got Iowa State. We're going to win that game, so we're in. They were left out. Yeah. And that's why the weekly rankings sometimes matter more than you think.
And we have made it to Monday. What an incredible weekend. What an incredible season it has been. Still a few more games left, and we'll tell you all about it here. Manic Monday was last week. We're going to have some fun today and hear from you and some of the top guests in the country. Let's get to some headlines right now. So there will not be a 30-game winning streak. Georgia broke the record, and then it ended for the Dogs, 27-24 in an epic SEC championship game, and there has been a lot of screaming and hollering ever since. So for all of the predictions, this is how we ended up. Michigan, Washington, and then 2 SEC schools, Texas and Alabama. Florida State 5, somehow, I yet to get an explanation for this. Georgia is the number 6 team in the country. On the Rose Bowl, late afternoon on January 1st, Michigan and Alabama. They played before in a bowl game. Alabama won a couple of years ago. The other game in the Sugar, Washington and Texas. So a lot has happened. Many people saying good call. Many people are calling their congressman. So this is a headline in the Washington Post. Jerry Brewer saying it's a ridiculous stiff arm for Florida State. I got my candle lit right here. Dan Wetzel saying Florida State was wrong, but it's not just the committee's fault. Yeah, you know, Dan makes a good point. And remember a couple of years ago, it came out that the college football playoff was going to expand to 12 games in 2023. Not 24, 23. But 3 commissioners from the Big Ten, Kevin Warren, no longer there. From the Pac-12, George Kliavkoff, he's still there in name only. And Jim Phillips of the ACC were more than just perturbed at what they perceived as a power grab by Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner. So they said, no way. No, we had George Kliavkoff on this show, and they said we're not doing it. And finally, through intermediaries and some good work from Dr. Keenum of Mississippi State, who's the head of the CFP Management Committee, they decided to do it next year. All I'm saying is this: had we had a playoff this year like it was supposed to be, Florida State would have gotten in and would be playing Liberty in the first round. We'll get your phone calls at 855-242-7285. There is one caller in particular I am eager to hear from today. Who do you think it is? No, it's not the usual suspects. He's a regular caller. Is it Daryl? You've been working this show for too long, Randy. Randy broke the code, and the Vegas money line right now says Daryl will not call. Let's start with Andre in the ATL. Hello, Andre.
Coach Paul Finebaum. You know, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm an LSU fan. But it was a great game, Coach, and it could have went either way. But Nick Saban has snatched the mantle back from Kirby, Coach. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you know, I think that's really the part of the story with all this fake outrage from FSU administrators and
Canale, Danny Canale.
Yeah, and I'm talking about people that matter, not straw men who try to make a living by likes on Facebook. I think it's really been the big part of it is that Nick Saban did put that stiff arm to Kirby Smart.
But Coach, you should have heard Canale this morning. Oh man, he probably was the one calling his congressman down there in Florida. So. Coach, what grade do you give Brian Kelly down in Baton Rouge right now, Coach?
I gave him a good grade. I think the biggest mistake I have with what Brian Kelly did this year happened early. I think they flat out blew it on the defensive side of the ball. They made a couple of moves that blew up in their face.
Right. Is Daniel going to win the Heisman, Coach? What you think?
It's funny. I spent about an hour today trying to get my ballot in because for some reason, the computer system here does not match.
Who'd you vote for, Coach?
I voted. They always say you're not allowed to tell anyone who you voted for. So Andre, how long have we known each other? How long have we known each other?
Oh, about 15 years.
Okay, I am going to tell you this in confidence, and I don't want anybody to know that I voted for Jaden Daniels.
There it is. Don't tell nobody, Coach.
Please, that's off the record.
Is Dare going to call in today, Coach, or what do you think?
What's that?
Is Dare going to call in? Or you
I don't think Darryl has the guts to call in today because he's been running his mouth for 3 years, and I don't. I mean, there are some people that will show up, rain or shine. Darryl's not one of them.
Have a good day. Thanks for taking my
Thanks,
call,
buddy. Good to hear
Coach.
from you. Stacy is in Birmingham. We saw Stacy the other night.
Paul, I enjoyed the heck out of you Friday, Paul. But
That was
Paul,
fun.
I need a minute to talk about this, Paul. Chris Doran came on to your show and said, now he didn't come on to your show, I'm sorry. He came on ESPN and said that he is an idiot for doubting Bama. And you had Terry Honor on here a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Paul, we hear what people say, but we don't forget. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and by the way, when we talk to him today, that subject will definitely come up.
Well, let me tell you this, Paul. Stacy from Birmingham don't forget either. So let me tell you a couple of people who have put their foot in their mouth, and they better be in witness protection at this point. The number 6 person I want to start with is Dan Mullen. Sir,
Hey, hold on just 1 second,
against-
Stacy. Can I was on with Dan yesterday.
Okay.
And I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody with more diarrhea of the mouth than Dan Mullen.
Well, he got it.
I mean,
got it.
I mean, I used to think he was really funny, and I mean, I don't know what got into his Wheaties yesterday morning, but man, was he rambling?
Well, he is funny. He's super funny. Let me tell you how funny he is. He 0-11 against the GOAT. So shut up, Dan Mullen. Your opinion don't even matter to us. And let me move on to the next person, number 5, Booger Mac.
Oh my goodness.
My advice to you, Booger, is join the rest of the world crying, okay? The 4th
Get back in the
Paul, I
Booger
wanna
mobile.
get to- Yes, sir. Back and drive fast. Now, number 4 is Michael Bratton.
Michael Bratt.
Michael, only thing I'm gonna say to you, Brett, is give my man Larry all his bill you owe him. The 3rd person, Paul, I got a couple more people. The 3rd person is 4th and 31, Mr. AJ. By the way, he's still at Jordan Hare searching for the ball. The 2nd person I want to talk to, Paul, is Jim Harbaugh. Did you see his face reaction when they found out they had to play Alabama?
I mean, he said, "Man, I wish they hadn't caught us on that sign stealing thing until after this game."
Well, Paul, I tell you, Connor Stallion ain't going to be able to help him this time, baby. And the number 1 person, Paul, who you think the number 1 person on my list is, Paul?
Well, who's missing? I'm trying to think.
Well, here we go. Mr. Pinstripe himself, also known as J.K.
Oh, J.K. I forgot about that.
Paul,
I forgot.
He said, Stacy, he came on the show and said, Stacy, one thing we going to have in common is you and I going to be sitting at home on the couch watching the playoffs. Didn't he say that?
He did say that.
Well, Mr. Pinstripe, and I'm calling him Pinstripe because they going to the Pinstripe Bowl. Rutgers in Miami, baby. Rutgers in Miami. Let me tell you something.
Rutgers in Miami. Are there any tickets available?
Yes, plenty of tickets available because ain't nobody going.
You can buy your own section for that game.
Hey, Paul, he's the biggest fool of them all, Paul. He's the big. Alabama ain't gonna get in. Alabama ain't gonna get in with JK.
Well, Stacy, be careful what you say. I mean, putting him ahead of Bratton. I mean, we all said stupid things. I'll throw myself at the mercy of the train. I mean, but at some point, you have to change gears, and a lot of us did realize. In fact, I'll tell you a quick story, Stacy. I was talking to Joe Tessitore today, and Joe was on our show a couple weeks ago, and he was trying to convince me more than a few weeks ago what a great job Tommy Rece had done. And I was slow to the party, in full admission of being wrong. And I feel great. I mean, Joe kept saying you don't see it, and sometimes you don't see it as well from a different view. Joe knows all these coaches. He sits with them. He talks ball with them, and I give him credit for being one of the first people to jump on to jump on to what Tommy Rece and Nick Saban were doing. And I also want to thank. I don't think enough credit has gone to Kevin Steele, the defensive coordinator. Sure, Tavarius Robinson has played a big role in what that defense has done, but Kevin Steele was somewhat maligned after a few weeks, and what he has done is he has taught that team how to tackle again, something that Pete Golding never could do. We'll be right back. More to come after this break. Let's check in with Dominic in Jacksonville. Hello, Dominic.
Paul, roll time, man. I need my boy Legend gonna kill it today. JK need to keep his Alabama name out of his mouth. Paul, I think we gonna win it all, Paul, and it's gonna be Nick Saban's greatest season coaching job he ever did. And what all the people that criticize Jalen Monroe and Tom Rece from Alabama, I'm calling out some of my friends as well, saying that he's one our quarterback and this and that. Where all them people at, Paul?
I don't know. You tell me.
Paul, all I know is Michigan don't want to see us. The reaction yesterday was just hilarious. But I'm waiting for JK to call in, Daryl with their big mouth, all the sorry Georgia Bulldog fans. That's why they didn't want us in the playoff last year, Paul, because we was the best team. We should have went last year, and they wanted to play TCU. Georgia fan, who's y'all daddy? Nick Saban is y'all daddy. Roll damn tide, Paul.
Len is in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Hello, Len.
Yeah, hey, how you doing, Paul? Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
Yeah, listen, I'm disappointed about what happened, how the outcome came out with Florida State not being selected. With all the dynamics and everything, I feel, as a coach myself, I want the kids to earn it on the field, and they should have the opportunity to try and defend go for a championship. But, I kept hearing all day yesterday, the eye test, till Florida State passed eye test. And it is really kind of like a similar situation. If you go back, Paul, and I listened to you in October when Alabama played South Florida when they played the Bulls in South Florida.
Sure.
They looked horrendous. They beat South Florida 17-3. You know what the score at halftime? Now, remind you now, Alabama was the fifth-ranked team in the country. You know what the score at halftime was? 3-3.
Yeah, it was terrible.
And South Florida was playing with a backup QB at the time. And they ended up winning the game 17-3. And on top of that, Alabama didn't fall in the rankings after that game. But Florida State goes out and win an ACC championship game, and they fall in the rankings. Tell me.
Len, it's too complicated to try to compare what happened then versus now. There's so many elements to it. And I will argue until my final day that this really wasn't a debate about Florida State and Alabama. I don't think it was that close in the committee's mind. In fact, I strongly believe that Florida State was their sixth pick when they went to bed Saturday night, and then they turned it around Sunday morning because they did not want Georgia to be part of the conversation. This is a committee. You're a coach, right? You've been in committee meeting rooms, have you not?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what happens. Everybody has a strong opinion. Everybody has logic, and then one guy says something, and then a woman says this, and then you try to coalesce around a theme, and I think that's how we ended up with this decision. I think the whole process is beyond convoluted. It always has been. But some of the things that have been said are just completely untrue. I was flipping around last night. I just simply had enough of the debate, and I was curious what in the world was going on in Israel with the hostages. So I flipped on CNN, and they have a commentator who used to cover the White House named Jim Acosta, and he was interviewing Rachel Nichols. And Rachel Nichols said, who used to work at ESPN, by the way, she said the only reason they took Alabama was for money. Like, the money's already in. These things are already bought and paid for. It doesn't matter whether 19 million people or 23 million people watch the CFP. It's the bank's already shut down, and this guy Acosta started railing about Alabama getting preferential treatment. I mean, this is a guy that works at CNN, accusing someone else of bias. John is in Louisville.
Oh, that's a good story. I remember Acosta used to be that White House reporter that whined every day. But the dynasty is dead, and it's not you, Paul. That's good to hear. And I look forward to seeing Georgia and Florida State in the Crybaby Bowl, sponsored by Kleenex. Then they can whine a little more after that. But the real loser, the one we should feel sorry for, is a Iowa bar called the X-Golf. They sponsored free beer till Iowa would score, so I think they're still giving out beer at this time.
What wasn't the over and under 2.5?
Yeah,
for halftime or something.
It was a scrimmage, total scrimmage. But the outrage and whining, it could have been avoided if they simply, were a little more succinct in saying it's a playoff. It's not an invitational tournament. It's about the 4 best teams, not about the most deserving. And then they wouldn't be whining. But are you going to be out at the Rose Bowl?
Yes.
I will be too. I'll have to introduce my daughter. But she has this thing with the phone. And so, over Thanksgiving, I was saying over dinner, we should go see Napoleon, the movie. And she's talking and doing this. And then she says, okay, I got 4 seats. Here they are. The time is yada yada. So last night I was talking to her. I said, we should go to the Rose Bowl. And she said, well, yeah, Pasadena, nice restaurants, all that. I said, yeah, you can see the parade. And about 5 minutes later, she says, I've got the seats. And I said, well, I'll reimburse you or, sell you some money. She says, well, you don't have to. It's your Christmas present. I said, oh, wow. Really? And then she said, it's your next 3 Christmas presents. That should tell you how the tickets are going.
But by the way, though, John, if you're interested and for some reason you don't go, I can get you some box seats for the Orange Bowl.
Parade?
And I will even offer a bonus $100 bill for you to go because we're trying to fill up a couple of sections. More phone calls here. Evelyn, thank you. Evelyn is up next.
Hi, Paul. How are you?
Evelyn, we're doing great. Thank you.
Good. Happy Monday. I just wanted to say something. I think everybody has kind of lost their minds a little bit when it comes to what they want, and we have a committee for a reason, and they leave people out every year. It's just the way it works. And when you compare who Alabama played compared to who other people played, the strength of schedule, there was no way that they should be left out. And I'm very proud that they got through. But what I wanted to say was this. Since everybody seems to be so upset, maybe we should come up with an award for every single team. I was kind of thinking we could get a football wearing a baby diaper and a pacifier as a participant so that they'll feel like they got something too.
Evelyn, I could not agree more. Hey, thank you so much. That was fantastic. Matt in Austin, good afternoon.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
We're doing great, thank you.
Well, I want to talk about Texas, but first I have to ask you, it's really too bad in one sense that Michigan didn't wind up with Florida State, because then we could have called it the Ethics in College Football Bowl.
Oh, my goodness.
Given the history of both programs, let's reward people who do the right thing.
What was the name of that? Remember that thing 25 years ago? What was that big scandal they had down there? I'll think of it in a second. My mind is.
What, SMU?
No, at FSU. All the Gator fans called it Free Shoes University.
Free Shoes University.
Yeah, FSU. Yeah.
Free Shoes University, right? Well, moving to the Longhorns. We had to listen to a couple of things over the weekend. One was people from A&M saying Texas shouldn't have got in because they were deriding how bad Oklahoma State was. The funny thing is they now have to play Oklahoma State, right? So wouldn't it be funny if Oklahoma State mopped the floor with A&M? And then the other thing we had to hear was all the people from Oklahoma, talking about, how they got the short shrift and they beat Texas. And my response to that is just beat Kansas and, Oklahoma State. And, that's all the Sooners needed to do. And I'm looking forward to being reunited with our old friends at A&M and the SEC. So I just want to leave all the Aggies listening with my fondest memory. Justin Tucker, it's good.
That's
and
great.
It's goodbye to A&M. See you, Paul.
That is funny. Thank you very, very much. Rock is in Texas as well. Good afternoon, Rock.
Hey, good afternoon, Paul. I have a question I'd like to get your thoughts on, and then I'll hang up and listen. I wonder how the committee would have voted had the teams been swapped. Instead of FSU, it would have been Clemson.
My gut feeling is Clemson probably would have survived that. And there's so many reasons why FSU was left out. And I mentioned the commissioner's issue. And by the way, that should not have anything to do with it. But would somebody ask the FSU president or the FSU athletic director who've been putting these statements out, like the university has just suffered some unspeakable tragedy, what they were doing back in August? Does anyone remember that Board of Trustees meeting when FSU administrators and trustees acted like a fifth grade food fight in the school cafeteria? When they stood on top of tables and talked about how bad the ACC was and how they were better than the ACC and that they were essentially open for bid, and we all know what they were trying to say. They wanted to get in the SEC. I can't believe people have forgotten that. And then we had Drew Weatherford on here. He's a former quarterback member of the trustees who they trashed the ACC, and ultimately the ACC did them in. I mean, how many times have you seen some talking head on ESPN? I heard this all day yesterday. Well, the ACC was 6-4 against the SEC. Like, I'm trying to understand why that matters. And do you realize two of those wins? One was a trash win by Miami over Texas A&M. And does anyone know what the other deciding win was that we haven't thought about? Back on September 9th. Wake Forest beat Vanderbilt. Wake Forest over Vandy. Hey, I'll give it to FSU. That win over LSU was significant, epic. That win at the time over Clemson in overtime at Death Valley really mattered. The only problem was that Clemson ended up losing 4 games, didn't help at all. LSU was, by the committee's own ranking, the 5th best team in the SEC. Only 5 of the top 13 were from the SEC. I never heard that from the RG3s and the Booger McFarlands and all these other people. And on top of that, Florida hurt them more than anything because Florida was terrible this year, and that win didn't count. And Louisville lost to Kentucky.
All them dogs are counting down, about to put the anchor down. Hotty toddy, who's it gonna be? Cowbells and swamp, the Aggies wrong. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprises. From Williams Place to Death Valley. On the Finebaum show, Paul's on the roll. If he don't get the best of me,
Where's Paul? Hell, I don't know.
Coach Paul Finebaum. Kneeling's up on Rocky Top. The Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind.
Let me talk, Jamey. Okay, go.
Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises.
How you doing here, Paul Finebaum?
Upsets to rivalries. On the Finebaum show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul.
Chips are freaking way.
Can't make
song in my head when I wake up.
I might call you 2, 3, 4, 5 times for the day over with.
Hey, welcome back. We have reached the second hour. I don't know about you, but it's been a lot of fun today. Maybe it's just my imagination. And I just want to piggyback on one of the points that was being made. Georgia. There is no system for all the fake outrage from Danny Cannell and his ilk. There is simply no justification for putting the University of Georgia as the number 6 best team in America. I mean, in another world, probably would have got a posse and fought hard to get them in the tournament, but it was a difficult choice because we really were playing best, most deserving, some combination of that. And Alabama beat Georgia, so they literally had to get in. But there have been countless years when Georgia would have easily gotten in. They just were unlucky. They were unlucky for a couple of reasons, that Florida State didn't get beat, or Texas. It's a legitimate conversation. This is a really good Georgia team that lost one game, and there's not a lot of desire here to go over some of the calls in that game by the officiating. That's supposedly the best crew you're going to get, isn't it? So, but there were a couple of calls that I think everybody knows and watched, and really were pretty hard to digest. That doesn't matter, though. Georgia should not have put itself in a situation where it came down to a non-call or a bad call. They won the game. They won the games they were supposed to, except they didn't win the most important one, the one they needed to get into the playoffs. Cat Daddy's up next.
Big Paul, greetings and salutations during this festive time of year, and I agree with you 100% of your monologue there. But listen, there are a million stories in the capital city, and I heard about 200,000 of them today on the college football committee's thing of stubbing Florida State. Ain't had but 2 happy people come in here. The Lamar and Bubba, they're 2 boys from Alabama, and they're from Borrow Bend, Alabama, same hometown of Frank Howard of Clemson. That's how I remember who they are. They come in here today grinning like possums. Didn't say a word. I'd asked them what everybody's been asking me all day long. Y'all won on a Hail Mary pass, and Florida State wins with a third string quarterback, and y'all don't think Florida State deserves to be in there? They just grinned like possums and walked on out the door. But that's been the premise of most people, Mr. Finebaum. You take an 18, 19-year-old kid like a Florida State player, and you tell him, son, your quarterback's hurt, so you probably ain't got a chance to win, so you can't play in this playoff. However, they won with a third-string quarterback. What a great story it would have been if Florida State had been allowed in and then won the whole championship with a third-string quarterback.
Yeah, you know what, Cat Daddy? Are you still at work?
No, sir, I'm home.
Well, for you to make that statement, you must have been drinking the moonshine today as opposed to trying to sell it.
No, sir.
There ain't no way on any earth that Florida State was going to win at one game, let alone 2 games in this tournament.
And how do we know that, Mr. Finebaum?
Because I do know that. There are some things you know. And I watched them play against Florida and against Louisville, one average team, one slightly better than average team, and they could barely score a point. Put them up against a defense like Michigan or Alabama or Texas or Washington, and it would have been laughable. But thanks for trying. I do appreciate it. Bubba is up next in North Carolina. Hello, Bubba.
What's shaking, Paul? Randy! Hey, let me tell you what the committee did, Paul. They did all that they could do. They did the only option they had is to go with the 4 teams they picked. Number 1, they're counting on Georgia stomping Florida State in their bowl game, so will exonerate them on leaving them out. But you can't sit here and tell me I don't think Michigan could beat Georgia. I don't think Washington could beat Ohio State. I still don't think we had the 4 best teams in the country. Georgia really got slighted worse than Florida State because they're capable of winning it all.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they would, but I'm saying they're
Ohio
capable
State,
of it.
I don't think Ohio State could have won it all based on what I saw from them, but there's no doubt.
But do you think Washington could beat them?
No.
Do you think Michigan could beat Georgia?
No.
No, and they do, but they could not have Georgia with 1 loss and Alabama with 1 loss in the top 4.
Bob, I've said this ad infinitum today, but I just can't help saying it. The Florida State wasn't that great. They really weren't. They were not great without their best player, just like I don't think Alabama would have been a threat without Jalen Milroe.
Absolutely not. Jalen Milroe developed into the player that he is. And honestly, if Alabama and Georgia played 4 Saturdays from now, I'm not so sure Georgia wouldn't beat them.
No, but I agree. I think I know Alabama's happy not to see Georgia again, but for whatever reason on that stage, and you can do all the psychology you want, Alabama just seems to have something over Georgia. And
absolutely,
yeah.
And I've got to give kudos. What does I-Man call them? The Bammers. I want to congratulate the Bammers because.
Well, I forgot about I-Man. I wonder if he and Darryl are commiserating.
From the beginning of the season, they have came a long way as a football squad.
Hey, let me tell you a quick story before we go to break. You ever said, man, that was the longest lunch I've ever had in my life? About 9 years ago, I had a book signing in Columbus, Georgia. And it was not really much of a book. I mean, I was supposed to be in Montgomery and Auburn, and this guy in New York said, let's put you in Columbus for a book. So I'm like going, bad idea. But I did it like at 10 o'clock in the morning at some mall. And afterwards, I had a little bit of time before I'd get to the next book signing in Auburn. So I had lunch with, ready for this? I-Man and Darryl. I-Man and Darryl. It's not like I've had a lot of lunches with people, and they're nice, and you forget it 3 days later. 9 years later, I still remember that. And given the choice now of having lunch with them or swallowing a cyanide capsule, I may have taken the cyanide capsule. We'll be right back. Continue with more of your phone calls, and Randy is up next. Hello, Randy. Didn't hear Randy. We'll try Jacob. Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Paul.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to talk about the college football playoff situation and with putting Alabama in. I mean, the way I see it, like, if you put Alabama in over Florida State because we're choosing the best teams here, Florida State was undefeated, I don't see why Georgia shouldn't go in over Washington. Because, I mean, Washington's undefeated, but the SEC is different. And Alabama only won by 3, and the game could have gone either way. So I wanted to see what you thought about Georgia not getting in.
Well, Jacob, I think it's a good argument. But what happens in these situations is we get hung up on narratives that somehow get created. And, you know, for all the rhetoric about this committee, they voted like a committee. And committees take a little bit from here and a little bit from there. And you know, maybe there was one guy on the committee who was fighting to get Alabama in over Florida State, and to compromise to make sure he got that accomplished, he may have backed away from Georgia. So, and Georgia, unfortunately for them, picked the worst day of the year, not only to lose, but to not look like the same team that we had seen all year long. And I wonder, too, and I don't think it was a factor, but I would have really liked to have seen Georgia play Oklahoma because I think it would have maybe somebody in that room would have said, you know what, I really liked what I saw there. Instead, Georgia, it was dominant against Tennessee, but Tennessee faltered down the stretch. It struggled against Missouri for a while. It really, I think Georgia got penalized for a completely meaningless game against Georgia Tech where Kirby Smart rested some of his players. Now, I'll raise one more question, and I don't know the answer to this, but did Georgia really need to bring Brock Bowers back when it did? And initially when he got hurt at the Vanderbilt game, the talk was, let's save him for the SEC championship game. Did Brock Bowers affect any of the games that he played in a significant way? Was he necessary against Missouri or Ole Miss? What if Kirby Smart had held him back for that one game? Would it have been different? I mean, he was good at times against Alabama, but clearly he was banged up. I mean, we were on the field right before the game doing our show, and he looked pretty good. But as the game wore on, I think the results spoke for themselves. James is back, and James is up next in Auburn, Alabama.
Good afternoon, Paul and Roll Tide.
Hey there.
Hey, a quick question. I know back in 2009 when Alabama played Texas and Pasadena, I'm not sure what company it was, they had offered where you could buy a piece of the end zone, if you recall that.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Is that something they'll do again, or is that just like a one-off thing?
Well, I think they were. I mean, I don't know. They changed the field a lot, so that may have been part of it. I don't know if they'll do that for this. That was also the final game of the year. I assume this will be. I can't imagine what else would be happening at the Rose Bowl, but I have no idea. I'll see if we can try to get you an answer on that. Patrick is up next. Hello, Patrick.
Hey, Paul. So I was just wondering, with the committee taking Alabama over Florida State based on one player, do you think this will have any impact in the 12-team playoff and the future of the playoff and how the committee selects their teams? Because by the way that it seems, Jordan Travis is the best player in college football if he's that impactful to Florida State.
I think every year is a different situation. One year can affect, and I was with Stephen A. earlier, and I was somewhat joking that his rant about TCU last week may have impacted people, but it did create a narrative, and I think that's important. And so TCU may have affected this year, and next year won't matter very much though, because what we'll be debating next year are really there'll be a big debate about the first four. Or how many get buys next year? The first two or the first four? I'm trying to remember. So the top four. That's where the big debate will be. Will this team or that team, do they deserve a buy? And then finally the bottom of it. I don't think the bottom is going to be particularly compelling. Where would the debate have been this year? Among which we're talking about? It's not necessarily number 13 because that's not how they'll do it. But we would be talking about 3 lost teams. I mean, LSU might have been in the conversation next year for do they get in? Would Ole Miss have gotten in this year? I'm trying to remember. So I mean, you'd have a conversation about Ole Miss versus somebody else. I mean, I don't think there'll be particularly compelling debates unless you're one of those on the cut line. Steve is up next in Macon, Georgia. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
We're doing great.
First off, I just want to tip my houndstooth hat to Alabama. I've been a Georgia fan since 1960. I thought that was a great ball game. I thought the Washington-Oregon game was great. The other 3 absolutely were terrible. Iowa may have the worst offense I have ever seen. But getting back, it's kind of ironic. You know what the stadium they played in Atlanta's called?
The Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yeah, did you see where Nick Saban's group bought 2 auto dealerships down in Miami 2 weeks ago for $750 million?
Yeah.
So he pretty much owns that place. And
right now I'm wondering if Nick Saban isn't more interested in being a hedge fund manager than the coach at Alabama with all the deals he has going.
Well, I think being in the auto business kind of is better than being in a hedge fund.
Well, he picked a good time to go in automotive.
No, he absolutely did. But what were your just thoughts on that game? I thought it was very evenly matched. I think Alabama ought to be glad we were number one. We go from 1 to 6. They go from 4 to 8. And to me, that was the national championship I saw Saturday.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, after the first drive, I thought Georgia was in a position maybe to be dominant. And we'll talk to Terrion Arnold here in a few minutes, and we'll certainly let him tell you how the Alabama defense prepared.
Well, I think they beat us at the line of scrimmage. I think you're right about Brock Bowers wasn't 100%, but Alabama took him out of the game. They had him.
Well, they did, but I think there was a reluctance though by Carson Beck to. I mean, I think Carson Beck was not. It was not the same Beck to Bowers that we saw, let's say, in the Auburn game, and those are minor things, but they also play a big role. And I don't want to be a cliche machine here, Steve, but when you have great teams, and these are two great teams, it comes down to a handful of plays. The end of the second half, was that the right call or not? Was that a catch, a missed field goal when momentum changes, a stop on third down? I mean, these are the most prosaic things you could talk about, but Alabama made the plays. Georgia didn't. We'll be right back. Bobby is in North Carolina. Hello, Bobby.
Hello, Paul. How you doing today?
We are doing well, thank you.
I'm not a pull for any certain team. I pull for SEC football. I love it.
Yes, sir.
And but I am a fan of Nick Saban. And not only has he brought this team back this year, he's resurrected the career of other coaches. Where do you think Steve Sarkisian would be today without Nick Saban?
Well, I'll simply relate a question that I asked Nick Saban on September 9th. I asked him as we stood out there during our Saturday morning show about some comments that Sarkisian had made earlier in the week where he said, I would not be here without Nick Saban. And Saban got very emotional talking about it and how much he cared for Sarkisian. And I'll offer this. I was on the sideline with Sarkisian in Tampa a week after Lane Kiffin was fired, and he was not ready for that moment. He was very shaky, and I think some of the calls he made in that game aided and abetted Clemson winning the national championship. But he got through it. He had some moments that have never been discussed at Alabama that Nick Saban helped him with. And Nick Saban has done that for other people throughout his career. But I think that might be, of all the rehab stories that we joke about, the most important of his career. And we've got a reasonable chance of seeing a rematch in a couple of weeks.
That's right. He might wind up playing him. Okay, thank you, Paul.
Advice to Sark, you do not want to meet Saban in a rematch. I promise you that. Clem is up next in Georgia. Hello, Clem.
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
Just wanted to say real quick that Jermaine Burton is a flat-out punk for that little charade he pulled in the Georgia end zone. Did you see that?
I saw it.
Yeah, I just thought that was just totally classless, unnecessary, to just disgrace your former team like that and people that have put time and invested in you. What a classless little punk.
Well, Clem, listen, I understand the frustration. Jermaine Burton, to me, is someone who made a risky decision. He walked away from a national championship. He's ended up being a dynamic contributor to Alabama, and I don't want to go. He didn't do anything other than act like a young person, and I would not have endorsed it. I would not have recommended it. I would not have told him to ever do anything like that. I think the ultimate character is sometimes revealed, but I'm also not that upset about it. And you're welcome to be upset. You're welcome to spend a lot of energy and angst on something that is not relevant whatsoever at the end of the day. So we'll end this conversation with a disagreement. Larry is in Shelby. Hello, Larry.
What's up, Paul?
Hey, Larry.
I'm happy
I saw your buddy in Atlanta, and I never got a chance to talk to him, Rich. He left me something as well, and I wanted to thank him. But there were so many people around, so let him know that, will you?
I will. He loves you, man. He does. He's been sick a lot. He's had cancer, so he whooped it. So
well, I am deeply sorry I wasn't able to spend any time, but it was a chaotic scene over there.
Oh yeah, he knows. He knows. He loves you, man. He just don't talk on the show much. Hey, you know what? I got a bolo out, man. You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Be on the lookout for the brat. Dun, dun, dun. I want the brat. I want my damn money, brat. I want you to put that damn money where that big mouth was, or that alligator mouth running that jack. Come on, brat. You got my money?
Yeah, Brad, I would say now that we're creeping toward the end of the year, you have simply humiliated the brat.
I have kicked him to the curb, Jack. Listen, that boy won't even be able to teach Sunday school class. I mean, I slapped him around so bad his mama won't
Never heard that one before.
I snatched his drawers down and spanked that ass so crimson. Wah! That's right, Brad. So you can't come on this show.
We are officially declaring you the winner over Brad.
Well, Saban, Kirby Smart has passed Saban. I seen your look, boy. You like to fell out in that booth. when Griffith said Kirby Smart had passed.
Yeah, another guy we have not heard from today, the Griffmeister.
Yeah, the Grifter. Kirby Smart has passed everybody. He's gone past Saban. Saban's in the dust. He's all behind. Kirby Smart's the king. I will give Kirby respect, but I believe if they had played Oklahoma, they'd be in the playoffs. I really do.
May have.
Don't you?
Yeah,
that's right.
This politically correct, extreme pity party for Florida State may have had something to do with it, but I would have liked to have seen the game.
Yeah.
Larry, when Alabama won that game, let's take us inside the Larry from Shelby cam. What was going on?
Let me tell you, I'm here by myself. I got my hats what I want them. I got all my Bama stuff out beside me. I got my beer in the cooler ready. I got 24 Coors Light. I changed from Bud Light. I'm going to take a chance on a heart attack. I got my 24 now. I'm ready. Boom! Georgia runs that touchdown. Oh! Then it was, oh man, when that clock ticked down, when he run that first down, man, I went running through this house like I did every time, screaming like a crazy man. Opened my door, sliding glass door. We won! We won! I mean, I loved it, man. My adrenaline was so pumped, Finebaum. I'm tell you, man, I'm lucky I didn't fall out. I didn't even take my blood pressure, but it was up. I loved it, man. It's just awesome to get paid back on people's asses, you know. And I loved you sticking with the Tide, man. You stuck with us.
Well, hey, Larry, you be well, and we will talk to you very soon. Let's check in with I-Man next.
Well, good afternoon there, Paul Finebaum. How's it going?
Very well, thank you.
I mean, we've heard every talking head all across the country since last Friday. Lots happened since Friday. Let's start at Friday. You know, I was sitting there watching the ball game, Washington and Oregon, and Bo Nix was big. He was a big boy at Auburn. Everybody loved him. Things went sideways. He goes to Oregon, has a nice career, and he's sitting there on the sideline with a towel on his head. It was all about him. And, you know, he should have been up on the sidelines cheering his defense on doing something, but it was all about him. So when Bo left Auburn, it didn't hurt my feelings none. Then I'm watching the game Saturday, and we just felt like when Texas whooped that ass over the mullet man that they were in. We just felt that. So we had two. That was Washington and of course Texas. You know, the Alabama-Georgia game kind of reminded me of the Auburn-Georgia game a few years back when Auburn beat two number one teams in the year.
Right.
And they go to the championship game, and Kerryon Johnson, I mean, he couldn't do anything with his left arm. I mean, Bob Doe could at least hold a pen.
Hey, I mean,
couldn't
listen, I
hold
don't mean to
anything.
interrupt the State of the Union here, but why don't you get right to the present day, okay?
Well, I'm getting there. I mean, you've interviewed all these people all day long. You knew the questions. You knew their
But it just sounds
responses.
like you're
They were baited
obfuscating and trying to move past your hurt and all the trash you've been talking about Alabama.
What hurt?
And Nick
What
Saban.
hurt? I have no hurt.
What did he say, Randy? The little feller. The little feller.
The one thing that everybody, don't talk over me. Don't mess up a good call. The one thing everybody says, oh, that's a great interview, Paul. I mean, you always do a great interview. But you've heard all these people's comments, so you already have baited questions. So they can repeat the same nonsense today that they did all day yesterday, all night, Saturday night. Why are we listening to those people when we've heard all their opinions and they don't damn matter? Florida State, anyhow, Auburn didn't get in because they had a hurt guy, and Georgia kind of run roughshod, and it happened to Georgia, and I hate that because I do believe Georgia's one of the four best teams in the country, or the five best teams. The problem was number 4. And I tell you, that Kentucky win over Louisville just killed Florida State, and I hate that for them. But the Alabama, with the projections, I could not see how you were going to keep Alabama out. I mean, they beat the conference's or the committee's number 1 team, and I don't think they'll go for it. I think Michigan will kick the living hell out of them. But now I'm obfuscating. I mean, we're talking present day. I mean, you don't have anything to say. And, you know, last year Nick Saban said, we would have been favored over everybody. We'd have been favored. Well, you're not favored now, Nick. Silence?
I was
Are you
actually,
quiet?
Larry, I apologize. I was multitasking, and I missed I-man
Larry
statement.
said he was running. Larry said he was running around like a crazy man. Like a crazy man. Hell, he is a crazy man. Now, Paul Finebaum, War Damn Eagle, War Michigan, you have a good day.
Wow. That's what you call what weak sauce. I mean, that was just, I mean, for one of the Mount Rushmore callers to the show, didn't you expect more on the day after? I didn't really care for it. Squirrel is back. Hello, Squirrel.
Man's on mushrooms if he thinks Michigan's going to beat Alabama. I got news for him. But a minute ago, Larry thanked you for, quote, sticking with the tide. What in the hell is he talking about? You picked Georgia Saturday morning.
I don't even remember that part of the world.
The whole panel. And what surprised me the most, I couldn't believe Roman picked Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, I was in shock, but I think you have to understand, Squirrel, that for Roman and everybody else, I mean, those guys got into the weeds, and that's how they felt.
I guess they did, but how did you not see that thumping coming a mile away? I mean, the Georgia fan base had conceded the game. I mean, they were calling in, saying they were probably going to.
I don't remember that, but anyway, it's always easy on Monday to go back on all the correct predictions.
Yeah, well, I was crowing last week. You know, like I said, I saw it coming, and I went ahead and put a little bit on the money line on Saturday, and my futures bet is looking pretty good too. But can we talk about Michigan for just a minute? I mean, what better Christmas present for Bama fans than to get the University of Michigan in this game? Is there a more entitled fan base, or fan base that thinks they're entitled for not having accomplished anything in, 30 years? Is there other Notre Dame? I mean, I can't think of one. And your boy Harbaugh, I knew you and him had some friction. How many years ago did he call you? Did he refer to you as Pete?
That was 2017 that he called me. What did he call me?
He called you Pete Finebaum.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at. Yeah, so give me just a second. I always hate to do this, but I want to make sure I get the context of that accurate, but he called me the unabashed. What was it again, guys? He called me Pete Finebaum, the unabashed SEC water carrier.
Oh yeah.
And I really need to get my
you and
facts
him have a
straight.
little
That was the exact
You and
tweet
him have-
that he put out. By the way, he was correct about part of that.
What was that? The water carrier?
Yeah, the unabashed water carrier.
Yeah.
And I'll
And
tell you,
one last thing,
I've been. The funniest thing was yesterday I on all the shows I had crimson glasses. I had a burgundy sport coat on. Somebody said you really were wearing crimson-colored glasses yesterday.
Hey, but one last thing, you know, this could be Finebaum's last college game. I mean, not Finebaum, Harbaugh's last college game. And what better way to send him out than Alabama just thump that ass? I'm predicting 38-13 Alabama. Aloha.
I think you're right. Yeah. By the way, here's I just finally found the Harbaugh tweet from. This is from February 16th, 2017. I don't even remember the context of this, but he goes, Pete Finebaum, the unabashed SEC water carrier, really needs to get his facts straight. Hashtag alternative facts. I think it had to do with his contract extension. How did that tweet? I've been into the sauce already. How did that tweet age Coach John Harbaugh? We'll be right back after this.
Hey, Paul, thank you for taking my call, buddy. Pollock done woke that giant. And don't I remember a couple of weeks ago when Darryl said that Kirby develops players better than Nick Saban?
I remember that call.
And I also, a lot of people that watch football, they don't watch enough, because I can remember when South Alabama whipped Oklahoma State earlier this year, so Texas really wasn't playing anybody in their conference championship. And because I watched the Kentucky beat Louisville too and drum rolled them, but Paul, after the game, I texted Larry over there because I
woke up on Sunday, a little concerned that the committee might do something unprecedented because there were a lot of unprecedented options. But I'm still really stunned that they left out an undefeated Power 5 champion in Florida State, a team that, had a good non-conference schedule, played 2 SEC teams, won 2.5 games with backup quarterbacks. I remain stunned that they did that, because for as much as we all talk about, the 4 best versus the deserving, they've never come close to doing something like this before. And they really have always leaned towards the 4 most deserving resumes as they decide the college football playoff. And this year they veered in a different direction. So I remain stunned. I remain very sympathetic to everyone at Florida State, and especially Jordan Travis, because I hate how much the selection committee put on him specifically and his injury. And you get to a point where on Selection Sunday, you have a player saying they wish they'd broken their leg earlier. And to me, that just shows what a mistake the decision was to leave Florida State out. This is going to be an awesome game, and it's going to be a heavyweight fight. And really interested to see, this defense that has been one of the best in the country facing Jalen Milroe. We've seen how better he's gotten over the course of the season. The deep ball, the pressure he's going to put on the back end of Michigan's defense, as well as his running ability. So I think it's going to be a great matchup. But this is going to be one of those challenging matchups for Michigan that we've seen in the CFP era. They have a style of play that really works in the Big Ten. It's allowed them to bully teams and to set its tone at the line of scrimmage. And then we always say, Michigan's built better to win the Big Ten, but maybe Ohio State's built better to win a national championship because of the talent that they recruit and the way that they get their athletes in space, which is what we see at the Alabamas and the Georgias, even with that dominant offensive line or defensive fronts as well. So that's going to be the big challenge. Michigan still hasn't taken that step to actually win a semifinal, actually get to play for a national title. So in order to do that this year, it's going to be a huge challenge. And I think a lot of people are going to pick Alabama to win this game because of what we saw and how they were able to beat Georgia. Michigan's going to need to play a lot better offensively. J.J. McCarthy and the offense have not looked great here over the last stretch. They've done enough to win, and they've relied on that defense. But if the game comes down to JJ's arm or if they need explosive run plays, we haven't seen that a lot this season. So they're definitely not coming into this matchup with a ton of offensive momentum, and they've struggled in this setting the last couple of years. So a tall task ahead, but, you know, if Michigan gets through this game, plays for a national championship, I think there's no way that people can say they didn't deserve it.
All them dogs are counting down, about to put the anchor down. Hotty toddy, who's it gonna be? Cowbells and swamp, the Yankees wrong. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprises. From Williams Place to Death Valley. On the Finebaum show, Paul's on the road. If he don't get the best of me, call Paul.
Where's Paul? Where's Paul? Hell, I don't know.
Coach Paul Finebaum. Kneelers up on Rocky Top. The Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind.
Let me talk, Jamey. Okay, go.
Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises.
How you doing there, Paul Finebaum?
Upsets to rivalries. On the Finebaum show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul.
Just the friggin' way.
Yeah, it makes sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul. Yeah, it makes sense of it all.
I'm hearing your theme song in my head when I wake up.
I might call you 2, 3, 4, 5 times for the day over with.
And welcome back. The final hour has arrived. We've been waiting for a number of calls today, and as we predicted nearly 3 hours ago, we wouldn't get some of them because there are certain callers that were not going to walk into this cauldron. But this next caller will. Legend is next.
Woo! Back where we belong, Black Hat brother. Back on the throne, baby. Back on the throne. Woo! Back on the throne, Paul Finebaum. Where we belong, baby. Didn't you wake up happy this morning knowing Nick Saban was back on the throne, Paul? Tell the truth, baby.
Legend, you've been part of the show today. I mean, do I sound like I've had a good time the last couple hours?
Man, you do sound like you had a good time the last couple hours. You've been having a good time all week, shaking your head, slapping them FS, whatever. Well, I don't even know the damn name, but no more. TCU, slapping TCU around, man. You've been having a week, Paul. You've been having a week.
I hate seeing them because sometimes, Legend, you map out a plot, and I think collectively the two of us did last week, and it all came to fruition.
Yeah, I was telling my friend in the background there, my Black Hat brother, that me and Squirrel had a meeting late Saturday night at the Black Hat Mafia headquarters. If Alabama didn't get in, we was headed to talk the boo. Woo! Couldn't keep us out. Can't keep us out. I got a few people I need to address, Paul. I kept receipts this last year, if you don't mind.
No.
JK, get on down here, JK. Smack. Get on down here, JK. Get on them knees. Kiss that ring right there. There you go, JK. Kiss that ring. Yeah, JK, you're going to be sitting at home watching the playoffs. And guess what? We in the playoffs. Go ahead and kiss that ring right there, JK. Kiss that ring. Come on down, Darryl. Come on down, Mr. 3P. Come on down, Kirby Smart. Develops players better than Big Saban. Kirby Smart's past him. Get on down there, Darryl. Kiss that ring right there. Kiss that ring. Kiss it down. Yep, kiss it. Kiss it. There you go. Come on down here, Michael Bratton. Yeah, the Brat. Come on down here, Brat. Get your butt down here. You used to being on your knees. Get on down here, Brat. Kiss that ring right there, Brat. There you go. Kiss it. Kiss it, baby. Kiss it. That's right. I told you, Georgia. I built you. And I had to destroy you. And I destroyed that ass, Georgia. That was personal.
You've talked all that crap. Now y'all in here with all these hallmarks and flowers today. Don't remember what you said for the last year, talking all that trash, that Nick Saban was done, that the king was done, that the Ali, the godfather of college football, couldn't get it done no more. And what happened? Saban slapped all of you. Pimp slap, pimp slap, pimp slap, pimp slap, pimp slap, all of you. Back on the throne where we belong, baby. Where we belong. I told you last week it was going to be like Foreman at Ali. We rope-a-doped you, Georgia. We rope-a-doped you. Then Dallas Turner and Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry knocked your ass out. Told you there wasn't going to be no three-peat, and they ain't going to be no three-peat, baby. Woo! Back where we belong. Back where we belong, baby. And let me tell you something. If you didn't know it, let's get real close up to it. Whether you like it or you don't like it, you learn to love it because it's the best thing going today. Woo! The Alabama Crimson Tide, baby. Pimp slap to all y'all. Back where we belong. Now get your ass up here, Iron Man, and kiss that ring. Kiss the ring, Iron Man. Don't all that trash. I kept receipts. Nick Saban made a fool out of all of you. Now we're going to cap it off by taking these cheaters behind the woodshed and beating the hell out of them. I hope you got every play, Jim Harbaugh, because we're going to beat your
Hey,
soul.
Legend, I know he's your hero, but you're kind of going up against the nature boy in this game. He's been awfully talkative lately.
I will put an elbow on Nature Boy and DDT his ass like Jake the Snake Roberts. Paul, you need me and K-Dub to go down there with you, brother.
Pretty good chance. I wouldn't mind having you out in Pasadena.
Yeah, me and K-Dub going to have to get together. We said a few weeks ago, baby. If that's what happened, it happened. Let me say this, Florida State. You lost to Kentucky. You beat a team that lost to Kentucky. You barely beat the Gators, yada, 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 wah, wah, wah. Kiss it! Kiss the ring! We back, baby. I told you, Georgia. I built you. I destroyed you. Daddy's come home. He's on the throne. Now get your ass off, Kirby. It belongs to Nick. Elvis has left the building. Woo!
Wow. Bill is up next in Ohio. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Paul. Thanks for having me on this, quite a day to talk about football. I appreciate it. As I said, I was kind of talking off the air there. Really, I just want to talk about the hypocrisy and really the incompetence of the committee, as I see it. I could go through a lot of different things, but you look. They said we're not the same team. Well, they had two games with with their starting quarterback out. The first one, they went down to the swamp and beat Florida more handily so than Alabama did at Auburn. And I would say they're pretty comparable teams, pretty comparable places to have to play. And so, right there is even. And then with the third-string quarterback, another quarterback, they go to the championship game, beat Louisville more handily so than the starting quarterback did Clemson. Two similar, once again, Louisville ranked higher teams. So why would they have any merit in saying it's not really the same team? You just can't cherry pick games and say, well, look how good Alabama looked against Georgia, and look how bad the Florida State offense looked against Louisville. Really, really hypocritical, I think. Football is arguably the biggest team sport. You take away one player, take away a coach, it's not necessarily that big a deal. You look at Michigan, and I know you looked at them close this year. 6 games without Jim Harbaugh, and really, to be truthful, Paul, 2 games without Jim Harbaugh. They won without Jim Harbaugh the only 2 games they had. They beat Penn State on the road and beat Ohio State at home without their coach. And, you know, that was kind of the thrown in the criteria from the committee with if a coach is missing, if a player is missing. Well, obviously, Harbaugh missing did not hurt Michigan. And you can argue all day long how much the starting quarterback from Florida State being gone hurt them. But obviously, in the end, they were 13-0. They just skirted the Texas situation. Florida State should have been over Texas. I mean, they both won comparable leagues. Florida State 13-0, Texas with the loss. Texas kind of what they were hanging their hat on was this great win at Alabama, which I agree it was. But according to the committee, that really shouldn't have been a great win because that wasn't the same Alabama team. I've heard that, that wasn't the same Alabama team. Well, if that's not the same Alabama team, you can't give Texas that much credit for beating them. I don't know how you feel about any of that.
Well, Bill, I've heard it all, and I appreciate one more view. Thank you very much. Handsome Joe is up next. Hello, Handsome.
Roll Tide, roll Paul Finebaum, and you know what? Bill up in Ohio, Paul, is he really that ignorant? I mean, come on. He's going to say, well, Florida State, they, about to win with Florida. Hey, Alabama beat the number one team in the country. They beat a Florida Gator team that's garbage. I mean, it ain't even comparable. And I tell you what, Paul, and I got 2 points I want to make. First is, okay, say Georgia would have beat Alabama. Florida State would have been playing Georgia anyway. So let's just see if Florida State can do what Alabama did and take down Georgia. Except we went to the state of Georgia to do it. Florida State's going to have them down in the state of Florida. So it's going to be more like a home game for them. Let's see if they can beat Georgia. Let's see how good that Rose Bowl game would have been had Georgia beat Alabama, because that's where the Rose Bowl would have been, Florida State and Georgia. They're still going to play each other. Let's just see how Florida State can handle that right there. Because I got a good feeling that Georgia's fixing to roll the train on them. I mean, they're fixing to roll.
Well, I mean, those things, Joe, I realize how important some people are looking at that game, but that's not really. I mean, I'll give Kirby Smart enormous credit. He can get his team up for it. But you know better than anyone, Nick Saban in 2008 lost the SEC championship game, and his team rolled over against Utah. A couple years later, in 2013, they lost to Kick Six. That shattered their three-peat. You know what happened the next game? Oklahoma beat them. Really not a great Oklahoma team. So that is one of the most difficult things a coach can do, especially in the era of NIL. Saban did it last year. He had 2 generational players. He got them ready, but they were also playing Kansas State.
And I want to say this, Paul. I'm glad we are going to a 12-team playoff next year, because now there's more than 3 good teams. I think the transfer portal, NILs, it's made a lot more better than just 3 teams a year. But I want to say this about Darrell and J.K. They've run their heads all year long. They're the 2 main ones. Georgia's got some good fans, they do. But those 2 idiots right there, Paul, I mean, their opinions is about as relevant as a fart in a bathtub. And J.K., what he can do is sit there and play with his little rubber ducky in his tub, stick his head in the water, smell his own stinking self, and look for those little Miami hurricanes while he's down there. You have a good day, Paul. Roll Tide, roll, baby. We're back. Bama's back, baby.
And we are coming right back after this. Robin is up next in Arkansas. Hello, Robin.
Paul,
you there, Robin?
I just wanted to get your opinion on something. I think it'd be very nice if University of Central Florida loaned their floats from their national championship parade to Florida State for their parade.
I swore I'd never go back to 2017 with all the flack we caught, and thank you, from at UCF, but this does have a similar ring to it, does it not? I mean, I'm sure somebody will award Florida State a national championship. Augie is up next. Hello, Augie.
Paul, how insufferable is it going to be for us non-Alabama fans for the next month?
Pretty bad.
I mean, I was thinking about all of these people who are calling you in with their very thoughtful, introspective, cogent points on why Florida State should be in, and they're trying to convince you otherwise. Do they not realize that you just cashed that big Sankey check? And there is no way, short of the second coming, that you're going to admit anything other than the SEC has to be in this. But people don't watch your show. They must not get it. But outside of the big games, to me, the best SEC bowl matchup, I think you've got Ole Miss and Penn State, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good game, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, I haven't really explored too many games beyond the one we've been talking about, but there's some very, I think Missouri's matchup is phenomenal as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are going to be two of the better bowl games of the season outside of, the Final Four. So there's a lot of other stuff going on to talk about. But
but Augie, I mean, you're smart enough to realize that the day after this,
oh no, I know
the oxygen in the room is going to be fixated on one subject.
But this subject has been beat to death a billion times. Paul, what do you think I got to say, Paul, what do you think about our matchup with Wisconsin? Isn't that just electrifying?
No, it's really not.
Thank you, BK, for Wisconsin. But, Paul, what's the likelihood Alabama wins it all? Saban says adios, goes out on top. Any likelihood? Is it even possible?
Yes, it is possible.
Oh, so you're saying yes. I would have thought you would have said, no way in hell he's coming back, period, end of story. But there is a possibility. There's hope for the rest of us, right? Because that's
I think part of that answer surrounds what he did Saturday more than what he would do 3 weeks from now or 5 weeks from now. It's beating Kirby Smart and ending that. I personally believe is maybe as important to him as anything else.
Wow, so you're saying that this might be it anyway? I know.
I'm not saying it. I'm just answering your question. You have not heard me address that all day because I don't know.
I know. I got you. But it's also insightful, Paul, that John is looking forward to the restaurants in Pasadena. Not the game, but the restaurants in Pasadena. You know what would be pure hell for John? If he had to go to the Rose Bowl and sit between Legion and Joe.
Well, I would like that.
I mean, in every small southern town, they've got these two dogs that always run around the street. This bigger one, scraggly old pot liquor dog, and there's this little one that hangs out with him. That's Legion and Joe. I can see it now in Red Bay, the two dogs, the big dog Legion, the little dog Joe, and all we're going to hear is a bunch of yapping about Alabama. And, hey, I may not like Alabama, but I got to pull for them to win it all. But, Paul, do you think it's going to come down to Bama and Texas again? That's the way I see it.
I do.
Boy, so either way it goes, we can claim the SEC is still the supreme conference.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Anyway, Paul, congratulations you did a hell of a job. I think you need to go into politics because you could be a campaign manager for anybody. You helped pull this off, and you deserve every penny of that check Sankey's going to send you.
Well,
great job.
Thank you. There won't be any checks, but I do feel happy about where we are right now. Thank you very, very much. Let's continue with more calls. Maria is in Florida. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Paul. How are you?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Great show. I've been on several years ago when we talked about some comparisons with Urban Meyer and Spurrier and their coaching style and the reputations. So love to get on the show again and love to talk about the selection committee.
Thank you. By all means.
So, Paul, what I wanted to say was, obviously I'm a lifelong Gator. Am I biased in that way? Yes. But if you look objectively at this, and even if it was the Gators in the position of FSU, which they actually couldn't be because they're in a dominant conference, there's rules for rules. I'm an attorney, and there's clearly rules for reasons and exceptions. And the fact that they allow the committee to look at injured players, coaches, or other players being absent, those things are in place exactly for what happened this year. In addition to that, Florida State, clearly the committee is making a decision that out of all the Power 5 conferences, they had to leave one out. And they've truly made a decision that the ACC is the weaker conference. I don't know if I completely agree that Washington is a powerhouse. We'll see if that happens. But clearly, this committee, which is comprised of multiple people with connections to the ACC, chose to choose other conferences over the ACC.
Yeah, Maria,
Would you agree?
Boo Corrigan is in the ACC. He's the guy that's out front. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right.
I'm glad
That's
you
what
made
I'm
that
saying.
point.
I mean, you have the head of the selection committee that's connected to the ACC. You have, I might be wrong, I've listened to a lot of shows, they say 4 or 5 members connected to the ACC. I mean, at the end of the day, this also is about money, okay? So basically, you want to put together the best matchups, and I know it's a money-making business also.
If I could interject, and I hate to interrupt, I want to address that because that is you're a lawyer. You want to keep things inside the white lines, and that is a faulty argument that I've heard people make for this reason. The money is already in the bank. The conferences and college football teams have this agreement has another year or two to go. So Alabama and Michigan, as great as that is, and let's say 5 million more people watch than would have watched Michigan and Florida State, it's not changing anything because these games are precious to companies like ESPN. I think I heard some commentator yesterday try to act like that's the only reason. That is not the only reason because we're already moving to a different system next year that in 2026 will move into a new contract. So these administrators are not like, I mean, I might do that. I might think about TV ratings, but these are wonks. I mean, these are academicians. These are administrators. These are not people that the money. Again, I've said it before, but it's worth repeating. The money is in the bank. We'll take a short break. Back after this. What was Saturday night like, and take us through the really preparation, anticipation, and the aftermath.
Going into the game, as a team, we felt very, very secure. We had a kind of up and downhill practice, but on Thursday during like our final real practice before the walkthrough and stuff, it was really, really good. As far as like we went out there, we made some mistakes, blew a couple coverages, but as far as the energy, intensity, and just everybody being ready to play, we were ready for it. And you know, it's the time of the year, so with the week kind of being up and down, people were sick. I was even like a little under the weather myself, but I feel like all those moments and like the adversity that you have before going into a big game, it kind of shows you the outcome of the game and how it's going to be. And on the day of the game, we always go to church, and like before church starts, I pray. So I get a text from Caleb. He's like, "Where you at?" And then like my position coach, Tavares Robinson, he's calling me. He's like, "Where you at? We ready to pray." And I'm stuck on floor 19, so I ran all the way down there to church, ended up missing the prayer, and the word was just talking about being like together as one. So I would say that thing, Coach Saban kind of like directed it and correlated it into like us define our identity as a team. And with that being said, like we went out there and played together as one. We were in a hostile environment that was very, very crazy, very surreal. And I would say it was definitely the second best environment we've been in. The first one was definitely our fans versus LSU. But just being in that environment and being able to go out there and have fun with my teammates, I mean, that's why you come here. And I loved every moment of it. I spoke with Coach Saban today, and I just even asked him, I was like, "Coach, you know, at any point in time, did you kind of get nervous about the committee and them not putting us in?" And he was like, it crossed his mind a little bit that maybe they might not put us in, but I feel like just us looking at our pedigree of work and what we have accomplished this year, I kind of feel like, I won't necessarily say like they had to put us in, but I felt like the rules and all the stipulations that they had as far as factoring everything into the equation, it was a very, very great chance that we did get in. And we're very, very fortunate to get in. And, you know, I felt some type of way even about like Florida State because, you know, I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. And I feel like, you know, it's just one of those things where even like me talking to Jordan Travis, I just got done talking to Keon Coleman, guys like that, it makes it something that you want to go out there and play for. like even them not being able to get in, like I'm gonna go out there and play for my guys, and you know, play for Bama Nation, but even play for them too, being from Tallahassee.
And we are back. What an afternoon this has been. So what's Cat Daddy upset about? What's the problem, Cat Daddy?
Big Paul greeting.
Yeah, no, I heard all that earlier. What did you not say that you needed to say?
All right, Mr. Finebaum, let's get it down to the bottom line if that's what you're ready to do. But you sit here and you sanctify Alabama.
Roll Tide.
In a Hail Mary pass.
Roll Tide.
Okay, Mr. Finebaum, you know, I had 99% of people come into the liquor store today, and they think the entire
Hey, Cat Daddy, I don't know how to break this to you, but the folks that come into your liquor store don't constitute the people that make the decisions at the college football playoff. I mean, I appreciate them being fans, but that's not exactly what I would call a poll, a reputable poll from a liquor store in Columbia, South Carolina. But I do appreciate you calling back. Let's get to someone objective, okay? AJ is up next.
Never sample. Hey, Cat Daddy, never sample your product because it sounds like you've been sampling a lot of it tonight.
It sounded like, I don't know about you, AJ. I worked at McDonald's my first job, and when my shift was over, they let us grab whatever we wanted and go downstairs and eat or take it home. I think that rule must apply at the package store where our friend.
Well, yeah, whatever don't sell, you can have.
You always hear the expression. What is it, Randy? 3 sheets into the wind. He was 9 sheets into the wind.
I think he surpassed. Hey, he can't talk about Larry. That's for sure. After the night, I ain't no doubt about that. But Paul, how you gonna make it the rest of the year? I know you're broke.
I am broke.
I know you're broke. Sunday morning, you woke up. I know what you did Sunday morning. You woke up and broke out that J.P. Chase Morgan black card, and you swiped it.
I did. How did you know that?
What are you and Mrs. Dr. Finebaum going to do the rest of the year?
We're going to help out Habitat for Humanity and try to see if we can steal some money off the top.
Well, you're going to have to climb out of that crimson closet that you stay in. And then, everybody's going to know what's going on. But that's what happened, Paul. I mean, you got them in, Paul. Every bit of this is your fault, Paul. I mean, at least explain to Finebaum Nation how Alabama actually got in. It's because you paid them. You swiped the card. You did the deal.
Hey AJ, let me assure you, I would not ever use a card to pay someone off. There are better ways.
Well, I was wondering because Mrs. Dr. Finebaum's going to check the mail a couple of days, and she's going to see that transaction. She's going to be like, "What did you do?"
Oh, hey, I've never made any bones about my wife being an Alabama fan, so she said fine.
Where did she graduate from?
Vanderbilt.
She an Alabama graduate?
No, she's a Vanderbilt graduate.
Vanderbilt. That's right. I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say, but I know it was because of you that got them in. I mean,
she's an Alabama fan because she grew up in an Alabama family. That's all there is to it. And she didn't mind. I mean, we've had a good year, and we decided to give back.
Well, Paul, it's funny because
you ever hear the expression "you dance with who brought you"? We got here with Alabama fans. Roll Tide.
That's beautiful. Are you there?
Yeah, no, I have absolutely no interest in leaving.
Okay, well, after tonight, I wasn't either. But I will say, Paul, at the end of the day, you were the one that ridiculed Nick Saban the most. You were his biggest critic.
Absolutely.
You were Alabama's biggest critic early in the year. And I just would like to know, how does that crow taste, Paul?
Pretty good, AJ. Pretty good. Johnny B is up next. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, Paul. Thanks for taking my call. And
Thank you.
A big roll tide. And AJ made me think about something there that you may be having some money problems because I was as proud as I've ever been for you challenging the committee like you did. And then I look and you've got on maize and blue Michigan shoes. Did it get so bad you had to borrow some Harbaugh clothing to do that thing?
I borrowed the shirt from Harbaugh and the tie from Nate Oates.
Yeah, your wife got to be smart. Isn't she from Hackleburg up in here around?
Well, no. Her brother, she's from Birmingham. Her brother-in-law, who grew up in Birmingham, has a place up in Hackleburg.
All right. Hey, one more thing before I go. Everybody was nervous. I felt like I was about to play the game. But I want to give a big shout out to Stephen M. Smith.
Oh, my goodness. He got overshadowed today.
He stole the show, Paul. That was one of the best things ever. And I feel
I told the guys earlier while we were sitting around celebrating Alabama and the CFP with some champagne that I picked up at the package store that I thought Stephen M. Smith's Friday afternoon in Atlanta was one of the greatest moments of the year.
It had to be. It had to be. It's what makes live stuff like that so wonderful. And I just want to say roll tide and thanks for taking my call.
Thank you very much. Okay, I realize everybody wasn't with us Friday afternoon, or you may have been, and then you missed it. Why don't we go ahead and share this for those who missed it? This is Stephen M. Smith. He writes for Touchdown Alabama, and we were just free associating. I think our other guest did a Larry Munson invitation, so this is what happened on the air.
Chris Davis beat out the end zone. Chris Davis is going 25, 20, 25, 30, 40, going to the 50, 50, 45. Chris Davis is going. They're not going to catch Chris Davis. He falls backwards into the end zone. Nick Saban, disgusted, coming off the field. He doesn't know what's happened, but Auburn's won the game on the most zany play in the history of college football. What in the world just happened, Bill? I have no idea, but Auburn just won.
So, okay, I remember now. Wes Blankenship had done one of the famous Georgia plays. Oh, I'm sorry. Blankenship did the Milrow throw in Larry Munson voice. So then the crowd chanted for Stephen M. to do the kick six. That was my idea. And do we have it? Let's do it one more time now that you know what it is.
Adam Griffith takes the kick. It's going to go. It's got some distance. It lost liquor. Chris Davis beat out the end zone. Chris Davis is going 25, 20, 25, 30, 40, going to the 50, 50, 45. Chris Davis is going. They're not going to catch Chris Davis. He falls backwards into the end zone. Nick Saban, disgusted, coming off the field. He doesn't know what's happened, but Auburn's won the game on the most zany play in the history of college football. What in the world just happened, Bill? I have no idea, but Auburn just won.
I know there's been a lot of off the field controversy about where Alabama goes from here for a play-by-play announcer. I think we just found him. I mean, is there anybody better than Stephen M. Smith? Stephen A. Smith, eat your heart out. We'll be right back. And we have heard now the Heisman finalists will be in New York this weekend, and unlike last year when there was a little more controversy, so we have Jaden Daniels, obviously, who's now the favorite, Marvin Harrison, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix Jr. It seems like everything is tilting toward Jaden. Let's get back to the calls. Think about this for a second, Randy. You know who's called. Have you thought about who has not called? You've thought about who has not.
Hey, man, listen to me, man. How y'all gonna leave Jalen?
It's like one of those
out,
sitcoms. They all come into the bar. It's Cheers.
Hey, man, how y'all gonna leave Jalen out, man? Them people been whooping y'all ass.
is the young man who
Finish.
didn't call for 2 years after Alabama lost to Georgia.
Man, I don't give a damn about no damn 2 years.
That you were going to get run. You dropped a couple of expletives, and we just can't tolerate that. We're a family show. May not seem like that sometimes, but we are. You can talk trash, but you have to talk PG trash. Yeah. You can't go all street on. No, you can't go. You can't go being at Larry's house watching the game trash. James is calling next. Hey, James.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
You're doing great, thank you.
I'm kind of a new caller. I think I've called one time before, doing a tour of Fowler's reign. And my brother was Shannon Arnold from Lander, Wyoming. You remember him?
Oh, I sure do, absolutely.
He passed away September 28th.
Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. I appreciate you sharing that with us, James.
Yes, and but he thought a lot of you, and now I'm I've taken up his slack, and I'm watching your show now. And I'm not an often caller or nothing like that, but I enjoy your show, and I admire you because you have to be a great commentator to put up with all the characters. I in my mind, I go, these ain't how they are in real life. These have to be characters they playing or something, but
well, James, I want you to know this, and again, I want to reemphasize how sorry we are to hear about your brother's loss. But one thing that there are a lot of things about this show that are routine. It's like a job. Everybody has one.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to the character callers, you can hear it in my voice. I mean, those are fun for me. That's like inviting the dysfunctional family over for Christmas.
Yes, sir. Oh, wow.
And we have a blast. And James, we have great memories of your brother, and you be well, and our deepest condolences. Thank you very, very much. Let's check in with Jerry next. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, what's going on, Paul? How are you?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to get straight to business here, and I'm just going to go and pitch out a couple takes to you and see what you think.
Okay.
All right. So, first off, I've never seen so many Auburn and Georgia fans suddenly become FSU fans overnight. It's actually hilarious.
It happens like that.
And I'll say, secondly, the committee, they got 1,000% correct with dropping FSU out and putting Bama in, and it's not even a debate at all. And if people disagree with it, they're either they're not a college football observer.
Well, but you know what's interesting, Jerry? We heard it from one of our guests earlier. And how many times have you heard people rage for a best? But you know what everybody says when it comes to Florida State? They deserve to get in. And that is, to me, the rub between what happened and what didn't happen. Alabama earned its way in. Florida State deserved to get in, and they didn't.
Right. And most of the blowback that you're getting from there, it's either due to Bama fatigue, Bama bias, or FSU, Auburn, Georgia fans just doing complaining. But are you familiar with Danny Cannell?
I used to work with Danny every day for 2 years on College Football Live. I'm very familiar with him.
I don't know how you can put up with him.
Well, it was a challenge, and at that point, I did some serious day drinking.
As I'll tell you, I do thank Danny for all his unlimited Bama bias commentary, because I think it fuels Bama Nation and the Tide. But he's been crying about this whole FSU thing for a long time.
Oh, yes.
So, and basically, I don't know if he's thought about this, but Jim Phillips, his boy, ACC commissioner, he's been more focused on shaking hands and forming alliances.
Yeah, no, Jerry, you're right. We have thought about that, and I like Jim Phillips very much. Been very friendly with him. I think he's a genuinely nice person, and I think he's done a good job as a commissioner. But I think his biggest mistake was 2 years ago getting in bed with the Big Ten and the Pac-12, and I have no idea why, because his league was going to benefit even then. And it ended up costing him, because we said it 1,000 times, but they would be in right now, and we wouldn't be having this pity party down in Tallahassee. Jay is up next in Alabama. Hello, Jay.
Roll Tide, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
SEC champs, baby. Give me a Roll Tide one time, Paul. Give it to me.
Roll Tide.
I see
That was, by the way, that was not
JK
nearly
and,
as enthusiastic as it was yesterday at noon when they announced it. But I am beginning to lose my voice, so I don't want to scream too loud.
Yeah, I did a lot of hollering myself, me and my fiance. I see that JK and Daryl are missing. They must have entered the witness protection program.
One thing that I was always taught playing insignificant Little League baseball or basketball, that you show the same amount of class when you lose as when you win. How many times have you heard that, Randy? And character was revealed today about JK, about Daryl. Who else? The guy from California, Dr. Bulldog. How many times did he talk about buying old Jimmy from Tuscaloosa beer at the national championship game? I'll cover the beer for you, Bulldog. I got Jim's beer. We'll be right back.
Fourth and 31, Mr. AJ. By the way, he's still at Jordan Hare searching for the ball. The second person I want to talk to, Paul, is Jim Harbaugh. Did you see his face reaction when they found out they had to play Alabama?
I mean, he said, "Man, I wish they hadn't caught us on that sign stealing thing until after this game."
Well, Paul, I tell you, Connor Stallion ain't gonna be able to help him this time, baby.
Georgia fan, who's y'all daddy? Nick Saban is y'all daddy. Roll damn Tide, Paul.
I look forward to seeing Georgia and Florida State in the Crybaby Bowl, sponsored by Kleenex. Then they can whine a little more after that.
Really too bad in one sense that Michigan didn't wind up with Florida State, because then we could have called it the Ethics in College Football Bowl.
Oh, my goodness.
Man, I went running through this house like I did every time, screaming like a crazy man. Open my door, sliding glass door. We won! We won!
I have no heart.
What did he say, Randy? The little fella. The little fella.
The one thing that everybody, don't talk over me. Don't mess up a good call. The one thing everybody says, oh, that's a great interview, Paul.
My man's on mushrooms if he thinks Michigan is going to beat Alabama. I got news for him.
The real loser, the one we should feel sorry for, is a Iowa bar called the X-Golf. They sponsored free beer till Iowa would score, so I think they're still giving out beer at this time.
Mr. Pinstripe himself, also known as JK.
Oh, JK. I forgot about that.
Paul,
I forgot.
He said, Stacey, he came on the show and said, Stacey, one thing we gonna have in common is you and I gonna be sitting at home on the couch watching the playoffs. Didn't he say that?
He did say that.
Well, Mr. Pinstripe, and I'm calling him Pinstripe because they going to the Pinstripe Bowl.
And we are done for a memorable Monday. We're going to make way for Read and React after us. Hope you enjoy the show. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon.